Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Magic Knight and fell for Najire? Part 1. MHA x Black Clover. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Izuku of the Clover Kingdom by Vegito 678. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. This world isn't fair. How many times did he tell himself that before his mind finally broke? Izuku Yagi couldn't remember, but it didn't matter to him, not anymore. But now thinking back on it, he wondered why he didn't decide to leave sooner than later. This is the story of how Izuku Yagi came to be known as the Bright Devil and the leader of Squad 10 of the Clover Kingdom. Flashback to when Izuku was 4 years old. Izuku was born the earliest of all his siblings. Izuku was born first. Then Izumi and Izuku were born 2 years later after Izuku's birth. Both of their parents, Inko Yagi and Toshinori Yagi, were thrilled to have the three of them, and most of the time during their childhood was history. One thing in common though, the Midoriya siblings all had one thing in common: they all loved heroes, especially All Might, the #1 hero in Japan, and as such it was only a matter of time before they all decided for good that every single one of them wanted to be heroes. School life was great for them as well. The three of them would always be hanging out with the Todoroki twins and Bakugo twins, but Izuku did have one more friend that he would hang out with. That girl's name was Najire Hado. Most people called her weird due to her curious nature and endless questions that would come out her mouth, although Izuku did not find this weird at all. As a matter of fact, he was actually able to keep up with her curiosity and when she would randomly start talking at a mile a minute. These happy times continued for 5 years until eventually came the day where Izuku's life would take a turn for the worst and everything he once had would start to crumble under his feet. It was the day they went to the quirk doctor, and he remembered exactly how it went. Izuku Pav. I woke up to a bright sunny day, then looking at my calendar I noticed that it was that day. Once I realized that I was filled with so much excitement I couldn't contain myself as I ran towards my brother and sister's room to wake them up. Izuku. Sis, bro. Shaking them, wake up Izuka. Sleepy voice * street op shack ing me. Izumi. Sleepy voice * wha re yo uup so arly. Izuku. It's the day we get our quirks. Once his siblings heard that, they both shot up like a light with excitement, getting ready in just a few seconds. Once they were done getting dressed, the three of them ran towards their parents' room. Izuku. Mommy, mommy. Wake up, wake up. The siblings continued to shack their parents until eventually Inko woke up. Inko. All right, I'm you page, go brush your teeth please. All three. Excited, okay. The three of them leave. Inko. Gets up, wake up Toshinori. In this story All Might will not get his injury. Toshi. Are you gonna take them today? Inko. Yeah, you just relax and get ready for work. Both Inko and Toshinori had a secret they haven't shared with their kids. The secret was that they both were heroes, or more accurately, All Might the #1 hero and #7 hero Green Psychic. Once the three siblings were done brushing their teeth, went back to the living room in order to eat breakfast. Three siblings. Eating Inko and Toshi. Watching them eat and smiling. I hope you all have amazing quirks. After finishing their food and leaving towards the quirk doctor, the three of them were so excited and couldn't stop talking about how they would do amazing things when the three of them got their quirks. On top of that, they were just repeating the same words every 5 minutes. I will be just like All Might. Inko couldn't help but smile at the act of her kids. But there was one part of her mind that was hoping none of them were quirkless. After a long drive, the Midoriya family made it to the doctor's office. As for Izuku, while relaxing in a chair, all of a sudden he saw Najire sitting down a couple feet away by herself. Izuku gets up out of his chair and walks towards Najire. Hey Najire. By the way, just a small note, Najire is the same age as Izuku. Also she will be much more powerful. Najire. Hello Izuku. You nervous? Najire. A little. I get my quirk today and I'm worried. What if I'm quirkless? What if my quirk isn't that good? What if? Before Najire said anything else, Izuku hugged her. Izuku. Don't say that, Najire. I know you will be amazing. You will not be quirkless. I believe in you. Najire. Hugs him back. Thank you Izuku. You're welcome, do you want to play with me? Najire's parents were watching and they were both thinking the same thing. Mr. and Mrs. Hato. I approve of their future relationship. After about 10 minutes of playing, a man came with a clipboard. Doctor. Ms. Inko. Inko. That's me. Let's go kids, all three of them. Coming. Izuku. I'll see you later, Najire. Once inside the room, the doctor took a blood sample from the three of them. When he did, he left in the back, and after another 5 minutes he came back with a board in his hands. Doctor. All right, Mrs. Inko. I got the results of the tests we did, and do you want the good news or bad news first? Inko. Bad North Eus First Street. Doctor. Well, your son Izuku is quirkless, but he. Inko. Gives Izuku a quick look of disgust. You can continue. The doctor was surprised. When he told her about the bad news, she was worried, but once he told her that Izuku was quirkless, her demeanor completely changed, and he also caught the quick look of disgust she gave her son. Doctor. I hate this part of the job. As for Izuku, when he heard the words quirkless, it was as if all the color on his face and in his eyes drained out of him. He couldn't believe it. He didn't have a quirk. Doctor. As for the good news, Izumi and Izuku have a quirk. Izumi has a very strong telekinesis quirk that will allow her to life up skyscrapers. The weakest is that if she uses it too much, she will get a headache. For Izuku, he has a strength enhancer quirk with a kinetic aspect to it, so for his strength, he can lift up skyscrapers, and for the kinetic aspect, the more he exerts himself, the stronger his punches will get. The weakest is that using his quirk for a long time will make his body sore. Inko. Happy face and hugging Izumi and Izuku asterisk. Did you hear that you both are going to be heroes? Izumi and Izuku. Speaks in unison asterisk. We'll be just like All Might. After saying that, they left the doctor's office. Izuku noticeably having a sad aura around him, he didn't say a word as they left the doctor's and got into the car while driving back home. While driving, Inko kept on giving Izuku and Izumi the attention and didn't even notice Izuku's existence. Izuku noticed this but decided not to say anything. Inko. When we get home, I'll make you whatever you want. Izumi and Izuku. I want pizza. Izuku. I want katsudon. Inko. Alright, I'll make you pizza. Just there. Izuku noticed that she completely ignored his answer and instead only focused on what Izumi and Izuku wanted. He still didn't question it. After all, he was still a kid. He was naive to a fault. After a long drive, they got back home and went into the house to find Toshinori watching TV. Once he saw they had returned, he stopped watching TV. Toshi. So how did it go? Inko. Well, Izuku is quirkless, but Izumi and Izuku have quirks. Again, just like last time, they both didn't even try to comfort him. Toshi. That's my son and daughter. Hugs them both except for Izuku. As for Izuku, he just went to his room and stayed in bed while crying at the fact that he was quirkless. He's staying like that for hours until eventually he got hungry and went downstairs to find his family eating already, but he didn't see any plate or piece for him. Izuku. Mommy, where's my food? Inko completely ignored him and just continued to eat and laugh with family. For Izuku, he just went back upstairs convincing himself that he wasn't that hungry and he thought this was just a one-day thing. Everything would return to normal tomorrow. How wrong he was. The next day, Izuku woke up to the bright sun and looked at the clock. Usually he would be at school at 7:30. But the clock read 8:34. He was so late, but as he was getting changed he thought to himself. Izuku. Mommy usually wake me up. Izuku had no time to think these things. He got up out of bed, grabbed a slice of toast, albeit with a bit of effort, and rushed to school. He got there at 9:23 and scolded by his teacher, which he apologized for. However, he had no issue catching up with his work, since Izuku had always been a smart kid, and soon enough he would get to the field where they would be relaxing after eating their food. Everybody was playing or talking, while on the other hand, Izuku was under a tree deep in his own thoughts, until Najire came up and broke him out of his thoughts by touching his shoulder. Najire taps his shoulder. Izuku, are you okay? Izuku breaks out of his thoughts. Oh, Najire. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Najire. It's okay. Sits down with him. So did you get your quirk? Izuku visibly flinches. Yeah, did you? Najire excited. Yeah, but quirk is called wave motion. I can shoot out this wave like energy out of my hands, but it takes my stamina to use. What's your quirk, Izuku? I'm quirkless. When he said that, there was silence for just 4 seconds until eventually Najire spoke again. Najire. Bright smile. Oh well. I still believe you can become a hero. You just have to work harder than anyone else. Izuku. Hearing that cleared the air for Izuku. He thought she would look at him different because of that fact. But instead she believed in him. This made Izuku extremely happy. During that rush of emotion he was feeling, a couple small orbs of light appeared next to his body. However, neither Izuku nor Najire noticed them until eventually they disappeared. Najire. Gets up. I'll see you in a bit. Izuku. Izuku. Okay. Najire. When Najire walked away, the Bakugo twins, Todoroki twins and his siblings walked up to him. Flashback. Once Izuku's siblings got to school, the day went on as usual until eventually Izuku walked into class, and once recess started they walked towards the Bakugo twins and Todoroki twins. Izumi. Hey guys. Katsuki. What's up. Izumi. Izuku. Did you guys get your quirks? Shoto. Yeah, me and my sister got the same quirk, half hot half cold. Katsumi. Same with us. Me and my brother got an explosion quirk, the explosions come from our sweat. Izumi. Nice. I got telekinesis. Izuku. And I got a strength enhancer quirk. Shoto. Nice. Shoka. What about Izu-chan? Izuku. Frowns. He's quirkless. They all collectively grasped. Izumi. I'm afraid for him. He's quirkless and I don't want him to die. Izuku. Me neither. What type of brother would I be if I let him die? But even I know how stubborn Izuku is. I just don't know what to do. Katsuki. What if we bully with our quirks? Katsumi and Shoka. What are you, insane? Katsuki. Would you rather him die? Katsumi and Shoka couldn't argue with that since they both had a crush on Izuku. Izuku. Alright, we'll do it, but just know, we're not trying to hurt him. We are only trying to make up. Stop being a hero. Izumi, Shoka, Shoto, Katsuki and Katsumi. Right back with Izuku. Izumi. Hey Izuku, do you still want to be a hero? Izuku. Yes of course sis, more than anything. Suddenly, before he could speak more, Izuku gets hit by an explosion in the face. Katsuki. Just give it up Izuku, you'll never be a hero. Izuku. Whywou gets punched by his brother Izuku. Shut up Izuku and give it up already. Izuku. Gee whiz, stop, worry furry NDS. Katsumi. Throws an explosion at Izuku. We would never be friends with a quirkless loser. Katsuki. You're so useless Izuku. No, you don't even deserve that. You're just a worthless Deku. Shoto. Come on guys. Let's teach this worthless Deku a lesson. Izumi and Izuku. I'm sorry big brother, this is for your own good. So after that continued to beat Izuku up with their quirks until the end of recess. Burned, frozen, exploded, punched and throwing around. At the end of school, Izuku left the school with so many injuries on his body. His entire body was stinging from the pain. It hurt to even walk, and just like before his mother left him at the school, he had to walk home again. Once he got home though, he looked up to see his mom looking at him with anger. Inko. Izuku, did you hit Izumi and Izuku? Izuku. Noident. Izumi and Izuku then start to fake cry, making Inko even more angry with him. Inko. Don't lie to me Izuku. I know you hit them. Jealous that they have quirks. Izuku. But I didn't. Inko. Don't talk back to me. Go to your room. Izuku didn't say anything else. He just cried as he made his way towards his room, and he laid down, albeit painfully since his injuries hurt a lot. Soon he fell asleep, sad that his own family would do this to him. Though he didn't know that this was just the beginning. 3 years later, currently right now Izuku is 10 years old and is in his room patching himself from the previous day. Izuku thought it would get better as time went by. Well, to be it bluntly, it didn't. Home life got even worse. His mom and dad barely recognize his existence. It's as if he was a ghost. The only time he is noticed by them is during his daily beatings courtesy of his mom and dad. While he beat into sleep every single time, the both of them would always say the same garbage to him over and over, making sure he remembered it. I hate you. You're so worthless. I didn't raise you like this. Why did you have to be born? Why'd I have to live with such a worthless son like you? Every single day he would hear these things, and to no one's surprise, it basically made Izuku absolutely hate his family, but nothing he feels will ever compare to the hatred he feels towards Izumi and Izuka. As for his bullies, they had forgotten why they were beating him up long ago. Now they were just doing it to satisfy their pathetic lives. But no matter what he did, Izuku could not stand up to his siblings. Izuka's punches were too fast and strong to dodge or tank, and Izumi's telekinesis would catch him no matter how much he tried to run. But the hate only grows deeper from here as Izuka, his disgusting brother, if he wasn't bullying him, he would everything he can to embarrass Izuku, and the humiliation he would feel was unlike anything imaginable. As for Izumi, his worthless sister, she was the one who always told his parents about stuff they did. However, she would always twist the stories, making it so Izuku was the villain and they were the victims. Fools. How the hell was a quirkless person ever able to beat someone with a quirk? But however, due to his parents seeing them both as the golden children, Inko and Toshinori would always take their side and would result in another daily beating, and just them constantly reminding him of how useless he was. All this hate Izuku would feel did cause one thing though. Every time he felt an immense amount of hate, he would feel this blackness inside him. He couldn't tell what it was, but it felt like something similar to what a demon would feel like. Small question. Do you guys think I should let Izuku be able to use demon light magic when he feels negative emotions? But he would never have the time to think about it more, since, due to Katsuki's shitty ego, sitting still and doing nothing was like looking down on him. Which was the stupidest shit he had ever heard in his life, but what could he do? But even going through all this darkest, Izuku was able to keep something like a smile because of one person. The girl who was in essence the sun within his life. Her name is Najire. Hado Najire was the one reason why Izuku never gave up and never would. As long as she was on his side or even by his side, he felt like he could do anything he set his mind to. One thing though, after hanging out with her and spending so many nights sleeping over at her house, the friendship he felt towards her turned into full-blown love. So Izuku had a huge crush on Najire, and as for Najire, she felt the same, but they were too nervous to say anything to the other. So both of them just decided to save it for a later date. In the end though, the saying goes, good things can't last forever, and with that, on one faithful Friday, Najire told Izuku that her family was moving to another city and that they wouldn't get to see each other anymore. Izuku was of course sad, but he knew she couldn't do anything, so on the day, he could do nothing but just watch as Najire along with her parents drove off. Once they were gone and he was left standing right in front of the house where they used to live, he cried, because now the only people who showed any love in this world were gone, and to be the nail in the coffin. He was now alone, to deal with this hell. Alone. But for Najire's sake he would get through this, right? 2 years later, he can't take it anymore. He told himself that he can do it so many times, but no matter what he did, life would always throw him to the side and discard him like nothing. First, Monday his school had started to sabotage his grades because they couldn't stand the fact that a quirkless nobody like himself was smarter than the big six: Izumi, Izuka, Shoto, Shoka, Katsuki and Katsumi. So what did Izuku do? He recorded them and documented everything they did and took to the police. Once he was there, he told the police and showed them all the evidence he had, and it was a lot, enough to completely fill 3 binders and 2 flash drives that held video footage. But once they figured out he was quirkless, Izuku stood there and he watched them burn and destroy all the evidence he had, considering it worthless since it came from someone who was quirkless. Izuku felt nothing but hatred in that moment, and again when he did there was the black feeling in his chest. He didn't say anything after that. He just left the police station with a downed aura. He thought that if he were to bring everything he had collected over the last 3 years, it would make a difference, but instead he learned that the police were just like everyone else. Worthless, disgusting, waste of space, not worth a damn thing, sluts and all the above. Secondly, Tuesday he tried to run away from home. While he was walking through the streets he was thinking to himself and just happy to be away from the hellhole he knew as home. I mean, he could blame him. But soon enough it was cut short, as while walking through the street at night, he ran into one of his favorite heroes, Eraserhead. And when he ran into him, he was happy. Eraserhead was like an uncle to him, and once Eraserhead saw Izuku. They talked for a bit, and through the whole thing, Izuku wasn't able to get a single word out, and instead of taking the time to listen to Izuku and understand what he was going through, his uncle, the one he thought was on his side, took him back home, back to the hellhole. Yet again, he was broken and angry, nothing could go well, and of course, once the doors were closed, he yet again received another beating. Everything they did was always behind closed doors, and now, that overwhelming hatred he had that was consuming his very being, his supposed-to-be uncle, was now a part of it. Once his beating was done, it was back to his disgusting room and back to living this thing that he could barely call life. Thirdly, Wednesday, it was a normal fucking day for Izuku. He suffered from his family, friends, school and Japan itself, and it was just a usual day at school. Beaten, humiliated and all the above. Today in his last class they put out a career test, and at the end his teacher, with a filthy smirk on his face, said out loud that Izuku was applying for UA. And of course this resulted in everybody laughing, calling him name etc., until eventually he heard something that sent his rage over the edge. Izumi. Hey Deku, you want a quirk? I know a way. Take a swan dive off a rooftop and pray for a quirk in the next. Izuku. Heart thumps with just pure rage once he left school yet again, feeling nothing bad rage, and to be honest with himself, rage was the only thing he was capable of feeling nowadays. So that black feeling in his chest was a constant feeling every day, every night, every moment. Being too busy thinking about these things, he didn't notice that he was walking under a bridge, and out the drain came a sludge villain, and before he could make a break for it, the sludge villain jumped on him. He hated this, of course, out of everyone. He would be the one to get dealt a bad hand, but even though he was suffocating, he didn't feel it. His rage wouldn't let Izuku die. Not like this. So instead, after a bit of struggle, he was able to break free for a bit. Izuku. I won't be taken over. SV. What is this anger and power? As Izuku continued to fight, another person came out the drain and yelled something. Texas smash. And just like, all the sludge got blown off him. Izuku calms down and coughs out some sludge. When Izuku looked up, he saw someone he had wanted to see for long. All Might, standing there with all the glory in the world. Seeing him calmed Izuku, he finally felt no rage. Although the rage he felt before would be nothing like what he would feel in a few moments. After collecting the sludge villain all up, All Might. Alright Sizadon, I will have to take this villain into the police. Izuku. Wait, I need you ask you something. All Might. What? Izuku. Can someone who's quirkless be a hero like you? It was quiet for a moment until All Might answered him, but not in the way he imagined. All Might. No, I don't think someone quirkless can be a hero. You would just get in the way. I recommend being a police officer or a fireman. It's nice to dream, but just make sure it's realistic. Izuku. Eyes wide in shock. No, not you too. Before Izuku could say anything else, All Might jumps away, leaving him there. So in response, Izuku just starts walking to clear his mind. 5 minutes later he hears an explosion. Izuku rushes to the scene. What he sees shocks him. It was the sludge villain again, and it looked like he was holding 6 people hostage. Looking closer, he saw it was Izumi, Izuka, Katsuki, Shoto, Katsumi and Shoka. He was pissed off already by this scene. Hearing the heroes talk about they didn't have the right quirk. So he did the only thing he knew. Izuku. Rushing at the sludge villain. Heroes. Stop, kid, you'll die. SV. You again. I've no need for you die. Izuku. Throws his bat at his eye. This freed the 6 of them for a single second, but before he could do more, All Might came out of nowhere and blew the sludge villain away again with a punch, and soon enough the scene was cleaned up along with the sludge villain. But instead of being praised, the heroes walked to him and started to scold him, all the while some of them were praising the 6 of them. Why were they doing that? None of the heroes were doing anything. If he hadn't done anything they would have died, then what? Izuku. What, if I hadn't? Death arms. No, that was reckless and stupid. Izuku. But, All Might, you shouldn't have done that, young man. Like I told you, leave it to the heroes. Izuku. Starts feeling rage again. Fine. Starts to walk home. The last straw. While Izuku was walking home he heard a familiar laugh, and when he heard it, he found the source of it. To find his 6 tormentors along with All Might. But soon enough a cloud of smoke appeared from where All Might originally was, and out of it came his father, Izumi, and Izuku. Dad, you're All Might. Shoto, Shoka, Katsumi, Katsuki. Uncle Toshi is All Might. All Might didn't turn that skinny, but he wasn't as buff as his All Might form. Toshinori. Yes, I am. But that's not why I came here. I want you all be my successors and give you all my quirk. Izuku. What? But you can't pass on quirks. Skip the story of One for All. Izumi. Then why don't you give it to the Izuku? Toshinori. Izuku. He doesn't have the heart of hero and doesn't train. So do you accept my quirk? All 6. Yes, we accept. Blood drop drop drop. Izuku. Hiding behind a wall and clenching his fist hard, making it bleed. So you're telling me that after all this time he could have given me a quirk, and on top of that my pitiful father, the one who has never supported me through my whole life, as All Might. Wait, if he can pass down his quirk, that means you were quirkless like me. The rage Izuku was feeling was unlike anything he had ever felt before, and soon enough the black feeling started to consume him and felt like it was going to erupt out of him. But he didn't care anymore as he ran towards the forest. Soon enough he reached the forest and Izuku's body started to form black light. Izuku. Screaming and punching a tree. Why do I have to live this shitty life? I hate you all. Inko ass Might. Slut Izumi and you bitch of a brother. No. I hate this world. Within his rage, Izuku didn't even realize that he was using magic, but due to his emotions, it was out of control and soon created a massive explosion of black light, destroying and creating a massive crater in the forest and killing all the wildlife in the area. The hole was about 1,000 feet deep and 2,000 feet wide. When the explosion happened, every hero noticed it from the shockwave. Everybody in Japan felt it. As for Izuku, 2 minutes after the explosion went off, Izuku woke back up and instantly he noticed the destruction around him, but he didn't care about that. In the moment he was only thinking one thing. Izuku. Still feeling rage. I can't take it anymore. I want to run away from Japan. I don't care where I end up. Anywhere is better than here. Back to the present. Izuku is packing up everything he needs in his room. Before he did that, Izuku did 2 things. 1. He destroyed his entire room. 2. He wrote a letter that contained everything about how he felt and how not to look for him, but most importantly, he didn't think they would read it, but if they did, he wrote down his feelings for Najire. Izuku finishes packing and jumps out the window. For Izuku he had everything he needed. A huge amount of cash after stealing it from his parents' safe, clothes and ID. Izuku reaches the dock and looks back at the city. I hate Japan. So I swear no matter what, I will never come back here. Turns around and gets on the boat. After about 5 minutes, the boat Izuku had gotten on leaves. Izuku had no direction in mind, so he had no idea where this boat was going, but he knew that wherever it ended up would be better than Japan. Izuku POV. Currently has the boat Izuku was on was traveling through the ocean. He was leaning on the railing staring at the vast ocean that surrounded him, thinking to himself. Now he knew for certain that he didn't regret his decision to leave Japan at all. Every single day he spent was hell. Never being able to bring his dreams to life. But now he was thinking to himself because no longer did he want to be a hero, but he didn't want to be a hero then. What was he supposed to be? He didn't know at the moment, but he knew that whatever choice he made next would be far better than being a hero. Izuku. TCH. All heroes are fake. They can try to convince you with words, but deep down they are all fake. Well, may as well relax. It'll be a while until this ship makes it to wherever it's going. Back in Japan. For Japan things were well odd to say the least. The explosion that had occurred was all over the news, Every single hero knew of the event that included All Might, and once he saw that explosion go off, he assumed the worst, so instantly he thought it was all for one, but once he got to the crater he saw no one. As for the heroes in the crater, all the teachers that worked at UA were there in the massive hole in the forest. Looking at it from a helicopter, it was scary, just seeing a massive hole in the forest. All Might, he could have caused this amount of destruction. Nezu, someone very powerful. Naomasa, we should try to ask around to see if anyone saw anything. Aizawa, right. Endeavor, alright, let's go. After walking back to the city, they start to ask around to see if anyone saw anything, and while asking around, no one really had any useful information until eventually they ran into someone who did have useful information. He told them he saw a green-haired boy run into the forest, and 5 minutes later an explosion of black light appeared. Naomasa, green hair, could it be Izuku? No, I mean he's strong, but even his quirk isn't capable of causing this amount of destruction. But I mean it couldn't hurt to ask. Hey All Might. All Might. Yes, Naomasa. Can we pay a visit to your house? All Might. Sure. So with that All Might, Aizawa, Endeavor, Naomasa and Nezu drive off to the Midoriya household. Izuku POV. For Izuku, he is relaxing on the deck of the ship drinking soda. Right now he feels better than ever before because for the first time in his life, he can relax, but however while he was relaxing, he suddenly got a chill down his spine as the ship continued its journey into the vast ocean, but for now he pushed that feeling aside. Back in Japan, once they arrived to the Midoriya household, they were surprised to see another car there, that arrived at the same time as them. This confused them, but soon enough a blue-haired girl jumped out the car with a lot of excitement on her face. Naomasa. Who is that? All Might. Wait, I know you. It was Najire. Najire. Bubbly voice. Hello All Might, why are you here? All Might. I live here. Najire. Stars in eyes asterisk. Wow, you live here as well, that's so cool. Wait, if you live here that means. They quickly realized what Najire was going to say. Najire. Wait, you're Toshi. Aizawa. Shish, don't tell anybody. Najire. 1000-watt smile. Okay, I won't tell a soul. Does a zipper motion with her lips. Endeavor. No one can tell, but I know she is strong. I should try to put her in a quirk marriage. After talking a little with Najire's parents, they all entered the house. Najire. Now I'll finally get to tell you how I feel, Izuku. Once they entered the house, before they could do anything another knock came at the door, and after opening it, a boy dark blue hair and another with blonde hair stood there. Naomasa. Who are you two? Boy. Hello sir, my name is Mirio and this is Tamaki. Can we come in? Naomasa. Oh sure. Najire. Oh hey Mirio, Tamaki. Mirio. Chuckles. Mirio couldn't help but chuckle since this is how Najire always was. Every single time Najire saw her friends, she would just randomly out of nowhere start getting really excited and happy. Inko. Walks into the living room. Oh hey Aizawa, Nezu, Endeavor, Naomasa. What can I do for you? Aizawa. Don't worry Inko, we just need to ask some questions to your sons. Inko sad face. Sons. But I only have one son. Izuku. Soon enough Izuku comes down the stairs along with Izumi and the Bakugo twins, Todoroki twins. Izuku. Yes mom. Asterisk sits down on the couch. Inko. These men need to ask you a question. Izuku. Sure. Naomasa. Were you in the forest to the east Takoba Beach? Izuku. No. Why do you ask? Naomasa. He isn't lying. Well, it's better to show you. While they were flying in the helicopter, Naomasa took a picture of the massive hole. So Naomasa pulled out his phone and showed Inko and Izuku the picture. When he did, they were shocked. Inko. Who could have done that? Naomasa. We don't know, but we did hear from someone who said he saw a green-haired boy running into the forest, and about 2 minutes later explosion appeared. It sent out a massive shockwave that was felt all throughout Musutafu and probably even further. When Izumi and Izuku held that a green-haired boy ran into the forest, then an explosion occurred. They both swallowed a lump in their throats. Izumi and Izuku. Worried faces but quickly returns to normal. Deku? Aizawa. Notices their faces, they're hiding something. Inko. Where is Izuku? Inko. Who? Endeavor, Nezu, Naomasa and Aizawa were shocked to hear that. Especially Naomasa, he decided to push the topic forward. Naomasa. Izuku. Your second son? Inko. I'm sorry, I don't know who that is. Naomasa. Eyes widen in shock, she's telling the truth, no way. Izumi and Izuka. Worried face appear for a second again. Aizawa. Notices it again. You too. You know something, don't you? Izumi and Izuka. Doesn't respond. Aizawa. Did you hear me? I know you to know something? Nezu. Angry Aizawa. Check upstairs. You better hope we don't find anything. Inko. Gulps. When Aizawa goes upstairs he notices that Najire was following him. He was going to tell her to not follow, but after seeing her face he decided not to. She needed to see this, and after they reached his room, both of them were shocked. It was, well, you couldn't even call it a room. It was so dirty, the bed was disgusting and everything was dirty. The flood along with the dirt, there was dried up blood and there were 3 bags filled to the brim with bloody bandages. On top of the thing that could barely be called a table were some pretty powerful painkillers. Aizawa. Filled with anger and sees note on the table. Najire. Eyes covered by shadows. Clenching her fist. Aizawa. Picks up the note. The note was labeled, "My hatred made manifest." Aizawa and Najire then walked back downstairs, but before he went downstairs, he picked up one of the bags filled with bloody bandages. He put on a glove. Aizawa then grabbed the family album as well. Aizawa. Gives the note to Nezu. Throws it down on Inko's lap. Look through that. Inko. Opens the family album. After looking through the album she saw another green-haired boy smiling, and when she saw that, Inko started crying because she finally remembered Izuku. Aizawa. Seems like you remember. Good. Throws the bag in his hands at full force to the ground. Asterisk. Look at that. That is your son's blood and you didn't even notice. Inko. Sees all the bloody bandages and cries even more. My baby boy. Aizawa. Nezu. Read that letter. Nezu. Opens the letter. I honestly don't expect you fuckers to read this. After all, when have you ever cared about me? I mean, ever since that damn doctor's appointment, you never gave a damn about. I can't understand why you treated me so terribly. I was your son, wasn't I? Or is that as soon as you learned that I was quirkless, then I was less than nothing? I'm human to write. But I don't care if how you feel after reading this. I always hate all of you. But where to start on the long road of rage I felt? Oh, I know. Let's start with my worthless siblings. Izuka, why did you do this to me? Do you know how it felt to be beaten by your own fucking brother every single day and humiliated by the person I assumed would always be by my side? But now I don't care. If you were to die, I would dance and spit all over your grave. I never want to see you ever again, and if we do see each other again in the future by some chance, just know, you mean nothing to me anymore. So don't even try to be my brother. Dying in a hole alone would suit you better. As for you, Izumi, I remember the countless I would come to school and you would always be the first one to attack me and call me names. Does the fact that I'm your brother mean anything to you? Well, I guess it doesn't really, since you told me to commit suicide, so I guess we really aren't siblings at all. You're just another person to die in a fucking ditch. So same to you, if you want my forgiveness if we ever see each other by some chance in the future. How about you take a swan dive off a roof and pray for my forgiveness in the next life? Don't think I forget you though, Mom, Dad, or should I call you Green Psychic and All Might? Or better yet, Green Slut and Ass Might. You were supposed to be my parents, but instead all I ever came home to was beating after fucking beating. For my entire family you are worthless and will never amount to anything. Now for my useless fucking friends and uncle, or if I can even call them that, I will never forgive you. If I could take your fucking quick Katsuki and Katsumi I would, and destroy it right in front of you. Then you would be able to know how I feel every single day. Oh, and Katsuki, if I ever see you again and I just so happen to get strong, I will kill you. As for Shoto and Shoka, I was the one who talked to your father and convinced him to be better. But now I wish I didn't do that. You both deserve to be suffering. It was no wonder why your slut of a mother almost snapped if I hadn't talked to her. Shoka and Katsumi, I know you to have a crush on me. Did you really think I would ever fall for you two in the first place? So never think of me in your disgusting minds. Uncle Aizawa. I imagine you don't understand why I hate you. But when you found me on the street, I tried to tell you my story, but you didn't listen, and instead what you did was take me back to that hellhole. If you had half a mind to listen, then you would have known that I was suffering. But hell, what did I know? I was only a boy in pain looking to be saved from the tiger's den, and instead of saving me from it, you threw me back in. So I've decided to leave Japan. I will not tell you or any of you where I am going. Wherever it is, I know it will be away from you. All you heroes are fake. I saved someone while no one would and was scolded for it instead of praised. The police force are fake. I saved 3 years of evidence on my school, because they had been sabotaging my grades, and yet, when I took all of it to the police, they looked it over, but once they learned I was quirkless, I watched them tear it all apart in my face. Is that really how much I didn't matter? But I don't care anymore, 'cause I will never be seeing any of you anymore. Never look for me, trust me, you will not find me. P.S. I was the one who caused that explosion in forest. It happened when I learned that bitch of a father could have passed his quirk on to me instead. Consider that a parting gift. Nezu, after reading that letter, and his teeth bared. As for Aizawa, Inko, Izuku, Izumi, Shoka and Katumi, they were crying. But without saying a thing, Najire takes the note, cause she could swore that she saw something on the back. Even though she was filled to the brim with rage, she still wanted to read it. Asterisk on the back: to my best friend and one I love, I don't expect you to read this, but if you are, the rest of it is under my pillow. Najire runs upstairs without a word. When Najire reaches Izuku's room, she looks under his pillow and finds another letter labeled, "To the one I love." Najire opens the letter. "If you reading this, Najire, then I'm sorry. I tried so hard, but I just couldn't take it anymore. But I want you to know that ever since we were 7, I have always loved you since then. It was the day you said that you believed in me. Believed that I could be a hero. Even though I had no quirk. I'm sorry I left you all alone, but just know, no matter what and no matter where I am, I will always love you, and one day when we see each other again, I hope you and I can be something more than friends. Goodbye, my love." The letters ends. Tears were dropping on the letter, and they were from Najire. Najire holding the letter with shaking hands. "It's okay, Izuku, I'll wait for you, and I love you too," drops the letter and goes downstairs. When Najire gets downstairs, without a words, she used her quirk on Izuku, Izumi, Shoka, Shoto, Katsuki and Katsumi. Najire putting more power into her quirk. Asterisk huh. How does it feel, you fuckers? Puts even more power into her quirk. Before Najire killed the 6 of them, Aizawa cancelled out her quirk and chopped her neck, knocking her out cold. Mirio carries Najire. "I'll take her, Nezu. Now that's deal with. As for you two," looking at Inko and Toshinori, "for you two, you will reveal to the public about what you've done. Your pay will cut by 90%. The 90% will go to quirkless orphanages, and you will do 10,000 hours of community service. Do I make myself clear?" Inko and Toshi. "Don't say anything, Nezu. I said, do I make myself clear?" Inko and Toshi. Sad yes sir, Nezu. As for them, looking at the 6 unconscious kids, you will be doing 5,000 hours of community service and will be wearing quirk cancelling bracelets. You will be blacklisted from every single hero school in the world and will only be able to attend UA. But if I hear any of you continue your old actions, you will instantly expelled and blacklisted. Gets up and goes to leave Inko and Toshi. Just know, you will never receive any support from anyone in UA anymore. You are on your own forever. Leaves. Endeavor dragged his kids home, although he was also pissed at them, and once the Bakugo twins woke up, Toshinori gave them the news and they left angry. Now the Yagi family has been destroyed. No friends, no partners, cut pay, and worst of all, Izuku Izuku, their oldest son, now hates them with all of his being. Izuku soon far. It has been one whole day and yet the ship hasn't reached its destination, but to honest, Izuku did not care. Just being able to not have to see his family again was worth it. It didn't mean that he didn't hate them anymore, because he did. Izuku hated his family with every single fiber of his being. But being away from them was giving him comfort. But soon Izuku's new dream would come to in a form of an event, because soon the ship would start to shake violently. Izuku falls over and gets back up. Standing up on his feet, Izuku started to notice the ship slowing, tilting to the left and moving past the panicking people. Izuku saw that the waters were very rough out at sea, so he assumed the ship mustn't be able to handle it. Also, he heard an announcement from the captain saying to evacuate, but the worst part came in the form of a laugh he heard. A very familiar one. All Might. Ha 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 ha. No need to fear because I am here. Izuku. Hiding in the crowd, of course you had to be here. Before All Might and Green Psychic could do their interview with the public about the horrible acts they had committed, he got an alert that told him about the ship and that it was sinking, and in about 10 minutes they managed to evacuate everyone, except for Izuku. Since he didn't follow everyone, All Might and Green Psychic, checking the rest of the ship. Eventually, as they looked through the ship, All Might and Green Psychic stopped at the railing and the person they saw made them both freeze. Izuku. Staring at them both. All Might and Green Psychic. Izuku. Izuku. Hey Dad, Mom. All Might and Green Psychic. Why did you? Izuku. You know exactly why, don't fuck with me. Hearing his voice made them both sad and shocked. His anger towards them was like snake venom. It was so potent, because of that. It made the reality set in even more of how much of a terrible parent they were towards him. Inko. Please Izuku, I'm so sorry. I promise. Izuku. Chuckles, we both know Mom. Your promises mean nothing, just empty words coming from an failure of a person who has the audacity to call herself a mother. What a joke. Inko couldn't do anything but cry. She, no matter what she says, her son is gone, consumed by rage. Izuku. But I know no matter what I say or do, you won't listen and will take me back, so. Walks up to the railing and looks back at them with immense rage in his eyes. I'd rather die than go back. Jumps off the ship. Inko and Toshi. No. Izuku. Falling towards the water, I'm not afraid of death, and even if I was, this is better than being with you bastards. Izuku then falls into the water and basically disappears. On the ship, Inko. Being held back by Toshi *. No Izuku, my baby boy. Toshinori. Crying Inko, he's gone. Inko. No, no, no. Passes out. Toshinori. Jumps off the ship and gets on another they had. As they drove away from the sinking cruise ship, the pressure within the ship built up so much that it caused it to break in half and explode in a massive fiery blast. All Might just looked away from the boat. All Might. Crying, I'm sorry son. On that day, Izuku disappeared from the world, and when the news spread to the rest of the people who knew him, they all had mixed reactions. Izumi and Izuka was sad. They betrayed their brother and now he was gone. Katsuki and Shoto were happy that the Deku was finally gone. Katsumi and Shoka were sad. The person they loved was now gone. But no one was as sad as Najire. When she heard the news, she broke, breaking down in tears, and now she was even more mad at the people who tortured the man she loved. Najire. I swear I will never forgive any of you. Especially you, All Might. No one's POV. After that day, they held a closed casket funeral for Izuku. There was no body to recover after all. Everyone who was there, the people who loved Izuku, even they had betrayed him. They paid their respects, although once it was over, Najire stood there at the grave for a bit longer. She just sat there criss-crossed in the grass. Najire didn't say a thing even when it rained. She said not a thing and just sat there. All Might was the first one who walked to her. All Might. Najire. Najire. Readies her quirk and aims it at him with dead eyes. I won't hesitate. All Might. Looks down in shame. Okay. Walks away. After a few minutes, Mirio and Tamaki walk up to her now. Knowing that if no one else can reach her, they can. Mirio and Tamaki. Sits down next to her. Najire. Doesn't look at him. Mirio. Najire, I'm so sorry for your loss. I may not have known him, but I know he was a good man. Tamaki. So, whenever you need us, we'll always be there for you. It was quiet for 2 minutes until Najire finally spoke. Najire. Thank you. The worst part about this is. Starts full-blown crying. IDNGETTOTLL. Tamaki and Mirio said nothing and just hugged her, allowing Najire to cry. 3 days later, No one's POV. Currently right now we see a peacefully looking beach with the clear blue water and nice sand. Nothing seems out of the ordinary as the waves are just giving off their tranquil sound as they pass by and go back to become a part of the vast ocean once again. However, if you look closer, there is something. An unconscious green-haired boy. This boy is Izuku. If though he is unconscious, no one really has any idea of how he even survived, and the reason why the boat sank was because it had come into contact with a strong magic region. Yet with that fact lingering in the air, there he was alive and breathing in the sand while half of his clothes were ruined and half his body would get covered in water every so now and then. Izuku. Eyes flicker open. WH turns body around to face the sun. What happened? Laying there for about 5 minutes, Izuku back stood up and dusted himself off. Once he was up, he stared at his hand. Izuku. Looking around and sees unfamiliar buildings. Is this a dream? Clenches fist. Izuku then punches himself in the stomach hard and goes down on his knees in pain. But even though he was in pain, he proceeded to laugh afterwards. Izuku. Stops laughing. I'm alive. Yes, I'm alive. But how? Wait, I'm asking the wrong questions. Starts walking. Izuku didn't know it at the time, but someone was watching him and he was wearing a deer cloth on him. It was colored gray. Izuku POV. As Izuku walked around through the stone trails, he saw so many things. Houses, horses that would go by every so now and then, and people. But that's what confused him. These people sometimes would be doing strange things. Like one of them would summon a small water ball and throw it in the air and make it explode. Another would be using a hoe to farm, but the garden tool would be moving on its own without the person doing anything or even holding it. Izuku at first thought it was a quirk, but he felt something in his body resonate with what they were doing. Izuku. Staring at them gardening. Izuku knew he probably looked like a creep, but he couldn't help it. He wanted to know what they were doing, so he was about to walk to them, but soon he heard a voice behind him. Looks nice, doesn't it? Izuku. Jumps away. When Izuku looks back to see who said that, he sees a strange man. Julius. Laugh. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I was watching you and you seemed so interesting, I just couldn't help it. Izuku. Okay. Looks back at the farmers. Julius. Walks to the right of him. You like what they're doing? Izuku. Yes, I can't tell why, but I just can't help but feel a connection to whatever they're doing. Actually, what are they doing? Julius. Well, that my boy is called magic. Izuku. Eyes wide. Magic. Julius. Of course, everyone in this kingdom processes a sum of magic, and even you. Izuku. Looks at the man. Wait. I do. Julius. Yeah, you didn't notice. Izuku. Number. I'm from Japan. Julius. Japan, huh? That's interesting because I have some people who are also from Japan in my squad. Izuku. What is your name? Julius. Julius Novachrono. The future wizard king, and if you want I can take you back. Izuku. No. Julius was surprised. He didn't expect that kind of response. It was full of hate and he could sense from this kid's mana that he was filled to the brim with hatred. Julius. Come with me, kid. I'll treat you to a meal, and how about you tell me your story? Izuku couldn't understand, but when Julius spoke, it was so filled with kindness. He couldn't help but want to go with him, so he did, and once he got next to Julius, Julius put Izuku on his back and started to fly. Eventually, after a bit of flying, he saw a kingdom with a clover symbol on it. Julius. Welcome to the Clover Kingdom. Izuku. Smiles. I want to stay. Once they got into the Clover Kingdom, everybody was staring at Izuku in a weird way, but he ignored it since he was following Julius, and after a bit of walking, they reached something that looked like a restaurant. Julius and Izuku. Sits down at a table. Julius then orders some food for the both of them, and while they sit, Izuku asks a question. Izuku. Hey, Julius, was it? Can I ask you something? Julius. Sure. Izuku. Why were the people who passed by us staring at me with weird faces? Julius. Upset. Well, this kingdom does have some discrimination. But when I become Wizard King, the first plan to make a future when no discrimination. Izuku. That would be nice. Yeah, I wasn't certain of it before, but now I'm sure. This place is my new home now. I like it here, but what can I do to make a difference? Also another question, Julius? Before he could speak more, their food arrives and they proceed to eat. It was more at a treat for Izuku since he had never gotten a warm meal since his parents started with his torture and after they finished their food. Both Julius and Izuku walked outside, and when Izuku got back on Julius's back, he used his magic to get them on top of the castle. Izuku looks at the sun. Beautiful. I never saw something like this in Japan. Julius: yeah, I imagined so. So what did you want to ask me? Izuku: I want to stay here and help you make that future you mentioned. There's little left for me in Japan, so I want to help, but I have to ask, how'd I? Julius, shocked for a second before smiling: you can become a magic knight. Izuku: magic knight? Julius: yes, I'll explain. Skip the explanation. Izuku bows deeply. Please, Julius, make me a magic knight. Julius suddenly gets very serious before asking a question. Julius: are you sure this is what you want? You won't be able to back out of this once you do. Izuku: yes, I am certain. Ever since I was a child, all I wanted was to be a hero, but that dream was taken from me, and when it did, I had nothing, no direction in mind, no path to follow. But now it's clear to me, this is where I belong. Like I said before, I was betrayed by Japan. That country turned its back on me. Ever since that, I was searching for a home. A place when I know I can belong. Everything is clear to me now. This place is my home. This place is what I had been searching for all this time. A place where I can be free. So please, make me a magic knight. I swear I will protect my home with everything I've got until it kills me or I die. Julius didn't say anything until he smiled and extended his hand out towards Izuku. Julius: welcome aboard then. What's your full name? Izuku: it's Izuku Yagi, but please, just call me Izuku. I've abandoned the Yagi name. Julius: alright then, Izuku. Let's make a better future together. Izuku accepts his hand. Yes, sir. Izuku Pav, after asking Julius if I could be a magic knight, I was so overjoyed that I couldn't describe it. I was finally certain of what I truly wanted to be. Also, now thinking about it, Julius said I had magic when we first met. So if I would have become a hero, does that mean that I would have been wasting my true potential? I can't wait to find out, since my childish excitement had returned, and as I sit here in Julius's office, I can't help but be ready for whatever I have to do in order to become a magic knight. Julius walks into his office. Sorry for the wait, Izuku. Now we can start. But first, before you become a magic knight, you need to learn our language, traditions and culture. Izuku: yes, sir. For about 3 hours Izuku learned all he needed to learn about the Clover Kingdom, including their language, traditions and culture. Julius: I'm surprised, Izuku. You are a quick learner. Izuku: thank you, Julius. Julius: don't thank me yet, we still have a lot to do. Now let's go outside. Izuku: alright. When they both go outside, Julius flies them over to a large grassland. Izuku: what are we doing here? Julius: how old are you, Izuku? Izuku: 12. Julius: well, I have some news for you. Right now, you can't become a magic knight. Izuku: it, but I. Julius: hold on, Izuku, let me finish. Pulls out a piece of paper. In this land, in order to become a magic knight, you need a grimoire. But you can't get your grimoire until you are 15 years old. But don't let that discourage you. You can still train your magic until then. I'm going to teach you the basics. How to feel mana, control mana and manipulate it. With these skills, you will be able to do so many things. If you get a really good handle on feeling mana, you can even tell someone's intentions from the way their mana will flow. Manipulating your mana is what will allow you to attack your opponent, heal yourself or whatever. We won't know what you will truly be able to do until you get your grimoire. As well as, you won't be able to draw out your true potential unless you have a grimoire. Izuku raises hand. I have a question. What if, Julius? I can tell what you're going to ask. No one can destroy your grimoire. A grimoire is connected to a person's soul, so if you wanted to destroy a grimoire you would need to kill the mage who wields it. Izuku: I see. I'm not afraid to kill, if it means protecting my home. Julius. Lastly is controlling your mana. It is just as important as manipulating it. If you don't use your magic right, it has a possibility to harm you as well. As for controlling it, you don't have infinite magic. If you use all your magic, you won't be able to use spells. You don't have to worry though, because your magic will always regenerate, no matter what you do. If you are not using your magic, it will regenerate. If you sleep, it will regenerate and, well, you get the point. 2 more things before we start. If your grimoire is ever damaged by an attack, you will not feel it. Because grimoire regenerate infinitely as long as you are alive. If you die, your grimoire will disappear. Remember that. Izuku. Oh, I get it. So you mean that no matter how hurt or damaged a mage's body may be, they are not truly dead if their grimoire still exist. Julius. Precisely. As for the second thing, just because you don't have a grimoire doesn't mean you can't use powerful spells. But your most powerful spells will always be within your grimoire. Izuku. Got it. So in other words, if your opponent can't make you open your grimoire, they are truly pathetic. Trust me, Julius. I will remember that. Julius. Alright, let's start. We'll start with feeling mana, since it is the first step to magic. Sit down and focus. Izuku sits down and starts to meditate. Julius. Now was the feeling you got the first time? Izuku. It was like a pulsing feeling in my heart, and when it was active, I felt like I was connected to the entire world around me. But I was never able to focus on it since I was always being tortured. Julius. Alright, try to bring that feeling back, but this time don't fight it, since you no longer have to. Izuku. Okay, begins to meditate. Julius. You have enough mana to rival and overpower a royal. So you will definitely be an amazing magic knight. But even though you have all this mana, it won't do you any good if you don't train. As Izuku began his meditation, nothing happened for a minute as he focused within his mind. But soon enough, after about 2 minutes, he felt something, and it was that particular pulsing feeling in his heart. Usually he would have to fight this feeling, because of all the torture he would go through on a daily basis. But this time he didn't fight it and instead helped it. As he did, he could feel the pulse spreading throughout his whole body. He couldn't say anything, it felt so good. The best way to describe it would be like being wrapped in a protective embrace. Julius. His mana is fluctuating. He's done it. Good job, Izuku. You got it. Now open your eyes and looks at me. Izuku. Opens his eyes and looks at Julius. When Izuku looked at Julius, he saw the mana flowing out of him, and it was a lot of mana. Julius. You can see it, can't you? Izuku. Yes, you have a bluish-like aura surrounding you. Julius. Good, that is my mana. Now we will start with manipulating your mana. Izuku. Alright, let's do it, Julius. Alright, take that mana you feel and send it your hand. Once it's there, focus and try to make it take shape. Izuku. Okay, opens his hand asterisk. After about 30 seconds, 3 little balls of light appear in his open palm. Julius. Huh? Light magic. You truly are an interesting kid. Izuku. Light magic. Alright, what's next, Julius? Julius. That is all. Izuku. But what about magic control? Julius. The best way to train magic control is through experience, so you should your magic manipulation and feeling, and once you do, you will gradually use less mana with your attacks. Izuku. Interesting, I want to train. After this, Izuku and Julius go back to the Clover Kingdom, although Izuku wasn't really speaking too much to Julius anymore after he taught him how to use his mana, because he was thinking about going to train in a strong magic region. He knew that if though he didn't have his grimoire, it would be suicide, but he wasn't going to stop. So once he packed everything he needed, Izuku set out, but not before running into Julius again, who stood in his way. Julius. Smiling Izuku. Looking at Julius, it was quiet until Julius broke the silence. Julius. So you're thinking about going into a strong magic region, are you? Izuku. Yes, and you won't stop me, Julius. I don't mean that in any offense. Stares off in the distance. Julius couldn't tell what he looked at, but he knew it was something only Izuku could see. Izuku. Something is calling to me out there. I don't know what it is or what it wants. But I have to find it. Please, Julius, let me go. Julius. Oh, you have it wrong. I didn't come to stop you. I came to wish you luck. Izuku. Shocked. Smiles. Thank you, Julius. Julius. You're welcome. Izuku. Walks past him. I meant that, Julius, you gave me a reason to live again, so once I'm strong enough I will come back and serve you to the best of my ability. No matter how hard it may be. Izuku walked towards the strong magic region known as the Forest of Eden, but once he got to the edge of it, he felt the intense magic. That made him even more excited. Izuku. Alright, takes a step. Julius. Appears again. Wait, Izuku. Izuku. Turns around to see Julius again. Julius. Can you promise me 2 things? Izuku. Sure. Julius. Please. Don't die. Izuku didn't know what to say, since he never had anyone in his life that cared about his well-being besides Najire, but she wasn't here now. Izuku. Thumbs up. Yeah, I won't die. And what was the other thing? Julius. Promise that no matter how far away you are, no matter if I can see you or not, you will see me become Wizard King. Izuku. Yeah. Turns back around and waving. See ya, Julius. Julius just stood there as he watched Izuku's figure disappear in the dense forest, and that marked the day where Izuku truly disappeared from the world. 5 years later. A lot has happened since the last time. The Clover Kingdom has developed a lot during the last 5 years, and within that time, Julius became the Wizard King. There are new squads. 9 in total, named the Black Bulls, the Aqua Deer, the Coral Peacocks, the Sliver Eagles, the Crimson Lion Kings, the Green Praying Mantises, the Purple Orcas, the Blue Rose Knight, and lastly was the Golden Dawn. These 9 squads made up the Magic Knight captains of the Clover Kingdom. As for the Grey Deer, when Julius became the Wizard King, they disbanded and disappeared within the other 9 squads, or disappeared in the winds of time. But right now we focus on a strange man who was found walking towards the Grimoire Tower, although with a bunch of other teenage kids. By the way, just to avoid confusion, Asta and Yuno will become Magic Knight by the time Izuku is 28 years old. They will just as young as they are in canon. Anyway, back to the story. This man was pretty built, having decent muscles under the big coat he was wearing, along with a hoodie that covered his face. Most people who saw him in the tower were keeping their distance, not out of fear. It was mostly because no one could really feel any mana from him. He had mana, there was no way he couldn't. Because if he had no mana then he would be dead. But at the same time no one could really identify he was royalty level or commoner level. Finally I can get my grimoire. Inside his mind. Took you long enough, kid. Aw, come on, you don't have to be mean. Lucifero. Oh, shut up, Thea. I love you too. Now we both know that once he gets his grimoire we have to possess it. Lucifero. Yeah, I know. Even though he doesn't even know how to use either of our powers. Thea. True, but give it time, he'll get better. Besides that, he's really good at using light magic. Lucifero. Yes, I know. But he will be surprised and happy when he learns how to use my gravity magic. Can you both shut up? Thea. Hi, Lucifero. What the fuck did you say to me? I'm the great Lucifero, king of all demons. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I've been hearing that for 4 years now. Lucifero. TCH. Just then, before he could speak more, the grimoire ceremony starts. Old man. Alright, you all are here from your grimoires, which you will allow you to become Magic Knights. So don't disappoint me. Sweat drop, huh? Lucifero. Sweat drop, huh? Thea. Sweat drop, huh? Old man. Now then, with that out of the way, it is time to receive your grimoires. Once he says that, a ton of grimoires come out the wall and float into the air. Takes off hoodie. Once his hoodie was off, it was revealed to be Izuku, although much older and stronger. Izuku. I remember long ago. Thea, you told that grimoire reveal what magic you will possess in the future, right? Thea. Yes. Suddenly 2 grimoire comes towards Izuku and floats in front of him. There were blank grimoires, it had nothing on it. They were just blank until eventually, they started to take color. One of them was a 4-leaf grimoire with a design of the sun on it, another was another 4-leaf grimoire with the design of a meteor shower on it. Once they landed in his hand, he felt so much more powerful. Izuku, while was putting his grimoires in his side compartments, one on the left and one on the right, but he didn't notice the amount of people staring at him, but he didn't care. Izuku. I will do whatever it takes to become a Magic Knight captain. Now he had the tools to do that. So he put his hoodie back on and left the building, although he didn't notice two nobles were following him. Also, one last thing he noticed was that Thea possessed his 4-leaf grimoire with the sun design, and once Lucifero possessed his meteor shower grimoire. It turned into a 5-leaf. But then he gets stopped by the nobles before he could think about it more. Noble. Evil smile, leaving so soon. Izuku. Doesn't respond. Noble 2. You think you can just show up and steal our spotlight? Opens his grimoire. You will pay for that. Izuku. Shakes his head to say no, you guys are weak. Noble. Now die. Sends a fireball at him. Noble 2. Sends a water ball at him. Izuku just stared at the magic in disappointment. He knew they were weak, but that magic they sent at him wasn't even strong enough for Izuku to open his light grimoire. But he decided to open it anyway so a spell can be adding to it. Light grimoire. Explosive light barrage added. Izuku. Grins. I already love my grimoire. Closes his grimoire and opens his hand. A few seconds before the spells hit him, Izuku summons a small orb of light in his hand and flicks it towards the magic coming towards him. Once the water and fire made contact with the light ball exploded, destroying the spells easily and knocking out the nobles. Izuku. Not even a challenge. Walks away and puts his grimoire in his side compartment. You both never surpass me. While Izuku is walking towards the capital, a small version of Lucifero and Thea appear on his shoulders. Izuku. Oh, I wondering if you two can come out. Lucifero. Yeah. Thea. We're just as surprised as you, but now you have a journey to take. Izuku. Not exactly. Opens his grimoire. Let's see. Light magic. Archangel spear added. Light magic. Healing light added. Izuku. Smiles. That should do it. Light magic. Archangel's spear. Izuku then uses said spear in order to fast travel towards the capital of the Clover Kingdom, and while he was smiling. Izuku. Now, I can finally achieve my dream, and this time, no one will get in my way. Izuku POV. Currently right now, Izuku is sitting crisscrossed on top of a building watching over the Colosseum where the entrance exam will be taking place. But while he waits, he decides to open both of his grimoires and learn new spells. Izuku ended up figuring out pretty quick that whatever new thing he thinks about doing with his magic, as long as it's possible, it will appear in his grimoire, and so far he has learned 4 new spells and has been experimenting with spells he already had access to. Izuku. Grimoires floating in front of him and has hand on his mouth thinking, I wanna try to learn gravity magic and light magic at the same time. Spells inside light grimoire. Explosive light barrage. Healing light. Archangel spear. Light swords of conviction. Light whip of judgment. Chains of atonement. Ray of divine punishment. Lamp of Avier. Helios's bow. Spells inside gravity grimoire. Presence of the demon king. Heavy infighting. Heavy infighting gladiator. Evil gods pressure craft. Gravity singularity. Collapsing stars. Spiraling gravity well. Falling star. Meteorite of Astal. 1,000 planet blades. Gravitation zero. Black hole. Repelling and attraction force. Inversion. Crushing point. Izuku. How good is my healing? Looks at his hand. Izuku didn't like the thought, but he had to try. So even though it was extremely painful to do, Izuku proceeded to break his hand and fingers. Izuku. Grr. Look at his hand. Healing light. When says that, a bubble of light appears on his hand and he watches as it heals completely within a few seconds, and as he moved his hand around, Izuku figured out that his hand was completely healed. No broken bones at all, which impressed him. Izuku. Smiling. Using my magic is so addicting. I don't think I could ever get sick of it. Instead of being limited by a quirk, I can make my imagination come to life with light magic and gravity magic. Although I haven't learned how to use gravity magic effectively yet. Suddenly, before Izuku could think more about it, he saw fireworks at the Colosseum. Izuku. Swipes his hand to the right, which closes his grimoire. Grabs it and puts it the side compartment. Alright, time to go. Starts to fly using light magic. Oh, I love flying. Flies away. As Izuku was flying towards the entrance exam, he was smiling and thinking about how far he had come to get to this point. Flashback. 5 years ago, once Izuku walked in the Forest of Eden. It was amazing since many things inside the forest so much different than a usual forest. Stronger creatures, deadly plants, and the weather was off the charts. It would always rain in the forest, but that wasn't enough. It would rain so much that it would flood a section of the forest, so Izuku would mostly stick to the trees. All the while surviving in the strong magic region, he would regularly train with his magic, even though he couldn't do much. He still decided to train, because even if it didn't do much for it, he thought that, if I were to train this hard without a grimoire, imagine how strong my magic will be when I actually get my grimoire. And this continued on and on for a year until one day he ran into a temple. Or more precisely, it was dungeon within a strong magic region. He was excited, but he knew that he couldn't take a step in there without using anything to protect his body from the intense mana. He was barely getting by because of how intense the mana was inside the forest was so dense. It felt like being choked constantly no matter where you go. So whenever he wanted to take in some air that would allow him to not feel like he is going to pass out, he had to use something he called mana skin. It wasn't really that hard to use. It was hard to maintain, that was the thing about it. For now he could maintain it for 10 minutes at a time. Izuku. Sitting on top a tree, even though I know I can only use mana skin for 10 minutes. Excited, I can't help it. I have to explore it. When Izuku went into the dungeon, he instantly felt like difference in mana. It was like heaven and earth, so he knew that if his mana skin failed, he would suffocate and die. But his excitement didn't allow him to leave this dungeon, and while he was searching through it, it was difficult because of all the rooms that looked the same and all the trap magic that he activated every so now and then. But eventually, after about 6 minutes, he found the treasure room. It didn't have anything in it besides 2 things. One was a door that had a devil symbol on it, and another was a scroll that was glowing in a bright light. Hearing voices from the scroll calling to him, unconsciously without thought, Izuku walked towards the scroll, and once he was holding it, he felt something enter his body, and soon a woman covered in light appeared before him. Opens eyes and looks at Izuku. Izuku looks back at her. Silence. Are you the one who freed me? Izuku. Holding a blank scroll. Yeah, I think. What are you? I'm the spirit of light, Thea. Izuku. Thea. So does that mean you use? Thea. Yes, I use spirit light magic, and now that you've touched the scroll, I am your spirit. Izuku. Oh cool. Thea. Frowns. All I ask is, please, don't abuse me. Izuku. Smiling. Oh, I would never. I swear. Thea. Smiling. I can tell by his mana, he's not lying. Alright, I'm in your service. Since you don't have a grimoire, I will stay within your body, so once you get a grimoire, I will possess said grimoire. Why does this kid have a strong devil connection? Looks at the door. Thea then noticed that Izuku was also staring at the door, and at the same time, since she was connected to him via soul right now, she could tell he was thinking about going in there. Thea wanted to stop him, but she knew that she couldn't disobey her new master. Izuku. Thea, I know you think this is a bad idea, but being in this kingdom for a while has made me even more certain of what I want to be. I want to be a captain of my own Magic Knight squad, a place where the unwanted can belong. So I will go through with this, because if I want to unlock my full potential in this world, I must take risks where they're necessary, and I feel like this is a necessary evil I must possess. Thea. Okay, I believe in you, master. Izuku. Smiles and opens the door. Inside the room, it was dark for a second until a bunch of candles turned on without anyone in the room. The room was old, but there was something that was noticeable. It was a red summoning circle in the middle of the room. Izuku walks into the red circle. Suddenly a black fog started to surround Izuku, and once it cleared, he was in an unfamiliar land. There was nothing around anywhere. A weak-looking boy, but your magic is immense. Izuku turns around. He sees a something. It was a man or an it. Izuku wasn't really certain of what it was, but it looked like a devil. It was a male figure with a pale gray body with 4 black horns coming out his head with 4 black wings coming out his back. Well, it doesn't matter, you will still die. Izuku. What are you or who are you? Even though you will be dead in a few minutes, I will still tell you. I am one of the supreme devils of hell. Lucifero, the gravity magic devil. Izuku. Lucifero huh, a supreme devil huh, I can sense his magic. It's basically bottomless. Lucifero. Well enough talk, goodbye now. Gravity magic, presence of the Demon King. Once those words were said, Izuku felt the gravity hit him. It was like being crushed by a planet. He immediately fell to his knees, but however he would not just grovel and lose. Master, this devil is too strong for you, you can't win. Izuku heard that he felt an intense rage in him. He wasn't mad at but he was told to give up again. After all he did, after all the time he spent trying to chase his dream, he was now told to give up. Izuku. Not again, not again. So many thoughts were rushing into Izuku's mind, but the thing that was mostly taking him over was a feeling that he hadn't felt in a while. Rage. And so as he begun to curse in his mind, his mind shut off and his thoughts became void. Lucifero Pav. When I used my gravity magic, the green-haired boy of course was knocked into the ground, and when he did, I was going towards him to finish this, but soon, I felt a evil mana coming from somewhere. I turned around to search for the source. This mana felt just as evil as my own, which was saying something. But I soon figured out that it was coming from the boy I had just knocked over, and soon enough he started to stand up like a zombie, and once he was up, I saw it happen. His eyes turned from their usual green into a dark green, devoid of life. Once his eyes changed, I felt something in him change. I couldn't tell what it was, but I knew it was big. Silence. Izuku. Standing still, now doing a thing. Lucifero. Even under the effect of my gravity, you don't feel anything huh? Izuku. A motionless face. Again it was quiet. This pissed Lucifero off until eventually the most bloodlust voice he had ever heard spoke. Izuku. Demon light magic. Light swords of conviction. Just like that, within the blink of an eye, thousands of black light swords shot towards Lucifero. On that day, Izuku was consumed by his rage once more. Usually, when that happened it didn't do anything. But since he now had the ability to use magic, being consumed by rage allowed Izuku to use extremely powerful negative magic, and once he did he proceed to fight Lucifero for a whole 6 months straight, until one time during their fight, Izuku's eye returned to normal and he passed out, but not before leaving a mark. Currently on the battlefield, Izuku passes out. Lucifero. Panting hard, you truly are something, kid. You impress me. Falls to the ground and lays down on it. Forced me to use my magic to its full extent, even though you have no grimoire yet. Interesting. I wanna speak to you. For the first time in history, the supreme devil Lucifero was interested in a human. Izuku woke up after a couple minutes. Izuku. It happened. Sees Lucifero standing above him. Aw. Stands up again, but feels extremely weak. Why are you just street-ending air? Lucifero. I wanna have a chat with you. Izuku. Okay. After talking for a bit, Lucifero was interested in him even more than before. Izuku. Well, since we are talking, I wanted to ask, what are your spells? Lucifero. I use gravity magic, as you can tell. My spells are presence of the Demon King, heavy in fighting. Heavy in fighting gladiator. Gravity singularity. Izuku. Stars in eyes. Wow, that's awesome. Although I wonder what if. For about 5 minutes Izuku was talking to himself about possible gravity spells Lucifero could do. When he heard that, his interest was piqued. Lucifero. Kid, do you mind if I go with you? I would love to see what you are going to be able to do. Izuku. Wow, really? That's great. Diaz comes out his body. What are you planning, Lucifero? Lucifero. I knew I sensed your magic. I'm not planning anything, I just want to see what he will be capable of using my magic. But if you're worried, don't. My rival. Izuku. Wait, your rival, Lucifero. Shut up. Yes, Thea is my rival. She is the strongest spirit in the world. That title used to belong to Bell and Salamander. Izuku. My guess is those two are the wind spirit and fire spirit. Lucifero. Yes, good guess. Anyway, let's go. Don't disappoint me, boy. Enters Izuku's body. Once he was done possessing Izuku, it felt weird to him. A feeling of two different entities inside of his body. One of great light and good, while the other was of great gravity and evil. Izuku smiles. I wanna test myself. Looks at the ceiling. Thea and Lucifero. Hold on. Izuku looks behind him to see Lucifero and Thea. What? Thea, your body is still too young and weak to use both our magics at the same time. Lucifero, actually more than that. He can't use our magic at all. But give it time, although I know a different method. Izuku, what's that? Lucifero, I will fully possess your body for a minute, if you truly want to take this power for a joyride. Izuku, thinking about it. All right. Lucifero, evil smile. Izuku, serious but just 1 minute. Okay. Lucifero, okay. Lucifero then possesses Izuku's body fully, turning his skin a pitch black with 4 horns and wings coming out of him. Lucifero, controlling Izuku's body. Gravity magic. Gravity singularity. A black orb of gravity appears in his hand and he throws it at the ceiling, completely obliterating it, creating a hole in the ceiling which Lucifero flies out of. Lucifero, gravity magic. Presence of the Demon King. Once he says that, a massive circle appears in the forest, because of the crushing gravity. Izuku takes back control of his body. Lucifero appears behind him again. So what do you think? Izuku, cool. Excited. Lucifero, glad you like it. What am I saying? Do I actually care for this human? No, but. 4 years later, after that day, when Izuku met Lucifero and Thea, he became much happier than ever before. However, he knew that he couldn't rely on their magic boost, so he still decided to train himself. The way Izuku was thinking about it was, if I rely on their magic boost to fight, it means that without them both I would be weak, and he didn't want that. So he trained and trained until his body broke and then trained more. As for Lucifero, he tried to deny it, but eventually after a while, he accepted that, for the first time in his long life, he actually cared about a human. It started one day when Izuku got hurt by a creature that lived in the strong magic region, and when he got hurt, Lucifero without warning came out and protected him. Inside Izuku's mind, Thea, you know as well as I do, we both care about the kid. Lucifero, I would have said no before, but yes, I'll admit it. I care about him. I've lived my life through my selfish desires, and now he showed me that I can be more than that. Thea, if we're both in agreement, then I think it's finally time to tell the truth. That we've only been allowing him to use half of our full powers. Lucifero, all right then, but if we give him this, it means that he won't be able to use our powers at all until he is truly powerful enough to handle it. So that's what they did. The both of them had a conversation with Izuku, explaining how they had at first only allowed him to use half of their full powers, and once they did that, Thea and Lucifero's relationship with Izuku had grown much more than ever before. Now Izuku considers them both his treasured partners and friends that he will be closer to than anyone else. Back to the present, Izuku arrives at the Colosseum and lands on the ground. Izuku then walks towards the receptionist. Receptionist. Name, village and grimoire. Izuku, freelancer. Pulls out both his grimoires and shows it to him. Receptionist. 2 grimoires. I've never seen a person with 2 grimoires before and with those kinds of design. Alright, you are 178. Izuku. Thank you. As Izuku walks into the Colosseum, he just stands there with a very happy smile on his face, and suddenly, without warning, a bunch of anti-magic birds come out on nowhere. Although none of them even came close to him. While that was happening, he heard the rest of the people in the exam talking about him. About how he said he was a freelancer, a 4-leaf grimoire, and that there were no birds around him. This pissed some of the nobles and royals off, because they still had a small amount of birds around them. Eventually though, after waiting for a couple minutes, the exam started with all the magic knife captains appearing up on the stands except for one. Izuku. Someone runs into him and turns around. Behind him was the Black Bull's captain, Yami Sukahiro. Izuku. Oh hey, I know you. You're Yami. Yami. Deadly aura. Who the hell are you, kid? Izuku gets closer to him and whispers, I know Julius. Yami. I see. Also, don't ever get that close to me again. Izuku. Sweat drop. Yes sir. Yami then goes back up to the seats and sits down, and all the captains appear there as well. Izuku. I will have to join a squad first in order to become a captain of my own. William. Attention, thank you for waiting. I will be the one starting the exam. Opens grimoire. Magic trees. Decent. A tree appears in the sky and comes down. Once it does, everybody is given a broom. Izuku. Holding said broom. I have to fly on this. No. William. You've waited long enough, now let the entrance exam begin. In a few moments we will begin a series of tests. The 9 Magic Knight captains will be serving as your judges, and when the exam is complete we will choose the members we want on our squads. If chosen, you are in. If more than one squad chooses you, you will decide on which one you would like to join. However, if you not chosen by any squad, you will not become a Magic Knight. And now for your first test. You must use the brooms you've been given to fly. Everybody gets shocked, all except for Izuku and a couple of other people in the exam. But it was mostly due to cockiness for them, whereas Izuku was confident in himself. William. Enough talk, now begin. Izuku shakes his head no and flies up towards the captains. Excuse me. All captains. Shocked. William. Yes. Izuku. May I be allowed to fly without my broom, or must I use it still for the exam? Nozzle. He's not using his magic ability. Charlotte. He's just flying using pure mana. William. No, you must fly on said broom in order for it to count. Izuku. Bow's head. Thank you for answering my question. Excuse me. Asterisk floats down to the ground. Izuku, although reluctant, sits down on his broom and makes it fly high into the sky. Lucifero appears on his shoulder and annoyed. Sitting on this broom is leaving a bad taste in my mouth. Izuku. I know, especially when I can fly without a broom. Oh well, whatever I have to do to pass this exam. The broom test ends, and once it does, Izuku crushes all the other tests, like the magical ability test, creation magic test and the developmental magic test, and then came the last test. Izuku. Alright, well, time for the last one. William. For the last test. Fugolian. You must fight each other, so don't hold anything back. William. We have mages wielding recovery magic standing by if you get injured, so don't hold back. Izuku. Alright, should be simple enough. While Izuku was standing there, no one came towards him, since they had been watching him, so they all knew how strong Izuku was. Even though he was holding back throughout the whole entrance exam, well, he really had no reason to actually try since the tests weren't that hard. But he still wanted to show off, so he decided that for the last test, he would pull out all the stops. Izuku. I wanna get better at using gravity magic. So sorry Thea. Izuku could feel Thea pouting inside of his grimoire, which made him chuckle, but he wasn't going to stop. Izuku. Let's do this, Lucifero. He then felt Lucifero smile evilly, which made him happy. Izuku. He may like me and treat me like a partner, but he is still a devil. Suddenly a royal walks up to Izuku and talks to him. Hello, my name is Owen. I'll be your opponent. Izuku smirks. Very well. Mage. We're ready for the first fight. Izuku. Coming. They both go the middle of the arena. Owen. You ready, you filthy commoner? You're just a nobody, and because of that, I will crush you. Opens his grimoire. Gravity magic. Crushing gravity times 5. Izuku. Shocked but amused. A mirror match, huh? Very well, I'll play. Just I'm about to teach you how much of a better player I am than you. Gravity magic. Presence of the Demon King. The spell Owen threw at him suddenly stopped and disappeared. Owen. What, you cheater? How did you? Izuku. You're not the only one who can use gravity magic. Izuku then uses his gravity magic to remove the weight from his body, making him faster. Owen copied what he did, and then they both took to the sky and started fighting as sparks of purple energy came off the both of them. Izuku aims hand at the ground. Gravity magic. Evil gods pressure craft. 3 rocks then come out the ground and form into giant swords, which Izuku shoots at Owen, After he does that, he pulls one more rock out the ground and cast another spell. Izuku. Gravity magic. Heavy infighting gladiator. Rushes towards Owen. Owen didn't know what to do, since he had been watching Izuku throughout the whole exam and was jealous of him. Since he was the one who stole the whole spotlight from him. But once he was fighting him, he realized how difficult this actually was. Casting high-level spells back to back. But he wasn't going to lose here. Owen. Alright then, my strongest spell. Increased gravity by 20 times. Nosebleeds. Izuku notices that Owen's nosebleeds because his mana control wasn't good enough to handle his own spell. Owen. Dodges all the swords and flies towards Izuku. I will be the one to win, you're just a nobody. Izuku didn't say anything, because he finally realized why this guy reminded him of someone. He reminded him of Bakugo. A superiority complex and a inferiority complex at the same time. Izuku. Laughs a little before getting serious. I'm done playing with you. Extends his hand outwards. Izuku didn't move as he was just floating there as Owen was racing towards him, and the very second before Owen hit Izuku, something happened that surprised everybody. Izuku. Gravity magic. Crushing point. Then without warning Izuku crushed the gravity in front of him so hard. It warped space. Owen. Appears on the ground. What the? Izuku. Standing in front of him. Hey. Owen. What happened? I thought I hit. Izuku. Number. You're weak. But I'll tell you. Did you know that if you crush gravity hard enough in an area in front of you or anywhere, you can warp space? Although I don't know why I'm telling you this, cause you will never have enough magic to do that. Owen. Well, if that's the case, let's continue the fight, bastard. Izuku. No, it's over already. Owen. Feels pain and looks down. When he looks down he sees that he has a sword impaled into his stomach. Owen. Blood comes out his mouth and falls to the ground tard, unconscious. Izuku. Disappointed. Not even worth a warm-up. Mage. Match over. Exam member 178. Izuku wins. Everyone. Shocked and cheering. He totally flattened a royal. Izuku. Walks away and leans on the wall. Crosses his arms and closes his eyes. After about 20 minutes all the fights come to an end. Although none of them were able to entertain Izuku. So he just took a small nap. This pissed some people off. But they didn't dare approach him, since they had seen how strong he was in the first fight. So none of them said anything and just held their tongues. At the end of the battles, Izuku opened his eyes and walked back in the middle of the Colosseum. Lucifero and the show off. Izuku. Oh come on you two. You know that I'm leagues stronger than every single one of the people in this exam. Charlotte. Alright, now that the exam is over, we will be choosing who we want on our squads. If a captain raises their hand for you, then you are in. If more than one captain chooses you, it will up to you to decide which squad you will join. Nozzle. But if no squad picks you, leave at once. Random mage. Contestant 1, come forward. Do we have any hands? No one raises their hand, and this continues with people getting called up and the captains raising their hands or not raising their hands at all until eventually. Random mage. Contestant 178, come forward. Izuku. Clenches his heart and walks up with confidence. Random mage. Do we have any hands? Once Izuku looks up, he sees that all the captains raised their hands for him. Izuku. Relief, all of them. Not really surprising, but I won't be cocky. I wanna join the Black Bulls. Yami. Then the exam comes to an end, and when it does, Izuku goes with Yami and starts his journey. Yami. I was wondering, what is your goal, kid? Izuku. Looks at him seriously. I wanna be a Magic Knight captain. I wanna create a place where the forgotten and discarded can have a place they can call home. Yami. Not a bad goal. I hope it comes to life. Izuku. Yeah, I hope so too. They both then leave. This was the start of Izuku's new life in the Clover Kingdom, and so far, he loved every single moment of it, but this was only the start. 11 years later in Izuku POV. Right now we see Izuku sitting down in a dimly lit room writing down on a report from the previous mission his squad completed yesterday, and when he looked through the window he smiled to himself since he had finally gotten everything he had ever wanted. But going back into the past about 4 years of being in the Black Bulls. Izuku had finally gotten the report that he was going to be promoted to a Magic Knight captain. He got this report by the age of 19, making Izuku the youngest person to ever become a captain. Izuku, about to leave the Black Bulls base, but turns around to see Yami and salutes. "I will never forget you, Yami, and I hope even though I will no longer be a part of your squad, we can stay friends." Yami, "Yeah, friends," extends out hand. Izuku, fist bumps him. "Next time I see you, Yami, it'll be as a captain." Once he got that news, he was so happy. Happier than he had ever been in his whole life, and when he knew that, he rushed towards the capital to see the Wizard King. Izuku walks into an office. At the window he saw Julius standing there looking out the window, and soon he turned around. Julius turns around to look at Izuku. "Hello Izuku, you've really grown up." Izuku, "Thank you Julius, for everything you've done for me." Julius, "You're welcome, but this is also because of your hard work. So now I appoint you as the 10th Magic Knight captain." When he heard those words, Izuku wanted to cry. Because finally, after all the hard work he had done and after all the suffering he went through, he could finally have what he wanted most in life now. Izuku, "Thank you sir." Julius smiles. "So what will you name your squad?" Izuku, Good question. Snaps fingers. "Oh I know. I want my squad to be named the Dark Shadow Dragons. My squad will be a squad that doesn't care about the spotlight, nor will we be praised. We're going to protect our kingdom from the shadows while the others will be protected from within the light." Julius, "Nice name and I wish you luck." Extends his hand for a handshake. Izuku shakes his hands. "Thank you." Izuku then leaves the office and flies out the kingdom. Izuku, floating in the sky. "All right, my first mission should be to look for a base of operations. Actually, wait, I'm basically rich since I've never spent my money. I usually eat the wild creatures that I kill and cook." Flies back towards the kingdom. "I want it to be Japanese style." 6 months later, Izuku currently is staring at the building he wanted to have built, and it came out perfect. Dark Shadow Dragon's base. Izuku sheds a tear. "It's perfect." Lucifero, "Laws * pussy." Izuku, "Shut up. Anyway, now I need members." This came later in his life. So for the time being he was a captain of a squad with no members, but when Izuku turned 20 and during the next exam, he recruited 2 more by the name of Zirf and Urza. By 21 he recruited 2 more people named Anya Chidorigafuchi and Hida Kazuna, and lastly when he was 23. That was the time he recruited the most people. He recruited 6 more people, and at that time, he decided to stop. Izuku didn't want any more people on his squad. Anya Chidorigafuchi, magic. Spatial. Anya has the ability to cut through and create portals with her magic. Hida Kazuna, nightmare magic. The opposite of Dorothy dream magic. The ability to create creatures and weapons out of people's nightmares. 3 of the 6 people he recruited were male. Named Daniel, smoke magic user. Daniel. Leo, concrete magic user. Leo. And lastly was Sebastian, video magic user. Sebastian. As for the other 3, they were female. Named Ava, paint magic user. Ava. Linda, sound magic user. Linda. And lastly is Mary, blood magic user. All these people who made up Izuku's squad were saved by him in one way or another. They all had unwavering loyalty towards Izuku because of his kindness, and because of that, most of them were abandoned or thrown out due to by freaks. But during their time of greatest need, that's when Izuku would save them from drowning in despair. So one way or another, Izuku loved all his squad members. They were powerful, high-ranked magic knights, and most importantly they were his family, even though none of them were related by blood. Back to the present. As for Izuku, he had changed a lot due to his new family and also because of the vice captain Zirf. Izuku and Zirf had a brotherly relationship, and due to that, Izuku had inherited his last name, making his new full name be Izuku Dragneel, but right now he was watching his squad eating at the training grounds. Izuku had also gotten stronger during the last 9 years, but in terms of new he learned 3 things. The first thing, he had learned something known as Mana Zone. It was difficult to learn, but when he learned how to use it, it was the most helpful technique. he has ever learned. Secondly was something called spirit assimilation. It was where he would harass the true powers of the and merge them with his own. Thirdly was something similar. He learned devil assimilation. It was basically the same as spirit assimilation, but it was for Lucifero. Although with his devil and spirit assimilation, he's only able to use it to half of its full potential, because Lucifero and Thea had told him there was one more step towards it becoming perfect and he had yet to reach it. Speaking of his partners, they ended up getting into a relationship which was weird for Izuku. Knowing that his spirit and devil that were in his grimoires were in a romantic relationship. But he wasn't going to judge them. Izuku stands up and looks at the time, another exam, huh? Well, let's go. Flies out the window. In the field while his squad was talking and having fun, Izuku came from behind them and spoke. Izuku current appearance. Their magic night coats are gray with a black dragon symbol on the right. Izuku. Hey guys. Linda has noodles in her mouth and turns around to see Izuku OHEY cap coin. Izuku. Deadpan look Linda, how about you not speak with food in your mouth? Linda. Sorai. Asterisk eats the rest. Sebastian. So what's up, Captain? Izuku. Nothing much. Listen up. They all sit down in front of Izuku. Izuku. Ava, Mary and Daniel, you three have a rescue mission. Sebastian. Anya and Linda, you have a spy mission. It's on the board when you walk out. Hida, Urza, you two have a battle mission. The paper is where it is always. Ava raises her hand with concerned face. What about you, Captain? Where are you going today? Izuku. It's another one of those entrance exams, so Leo and Zirf, you two are coming with me. Leo and Zirf. Okay. Izuku. Alright, let's go. Oh, by the way, once you guys get done with your missions, take time off. Everyone. Yes, sir. Izuku smiles. I'll never get sick of that. Being a captain is everything I expected it would be and then some. Anya, if you would please. Anya, smiling high, creates a portal with her magic. The three of them then enter said portal and appear in the capital city, and Izuku then walks through the city. Some people did recognize him and his squad. It was surprise for the people of the Clover Kingdom, since when Izuku said that his squad would protect the Clover Kingdom from the shadows, he meant it. The Dark Shadow Dragon squad was a squad that was barely seen at all in public or anywhere for that matter, so seeing them was something not many people got to see. But even though they were never seen that often, it didn't mean they weren't loved and didn't achieve stars for their efforts from time to time. Izuku arrives at the Colosseum and smiles. This place marked my start and now I'm coming back here at the peak of my goal. Turns his head towards Leo and Zirf. Alright, you two can mix and look around the kingdom or stay here, it's up to you. Leo. I just wanna buy a little something, then I'll be back. Zirf. Same for me. Izuku. Smug face, although for you, it's for Urza-chan. Zirf. Blushes and turns head away. Shut up. Leo and Zirf. Flies away on a broom. Izuku walks into the Colosseum. Inside the Colosseum. While inside the Colosseum, two boys within it named Yuno and Asta were waiting for the entrance exam, and while they're waiting for the exam, a bunch of anti-magic birds were swarming around the Colosseum. Izuku, leaning on the wall in a secluded corner, just like last time, sees Asta and how much birds are on him. Tries to sense his magic but doesn't feel anything. What? Lucifero and Thea appears on his shoulders. Izuku, can you feel it? Izuku. Surprised, yes. He has no magic, but how is that possible? Sees his grimoire. He has a grimoire, but how does he? When Lucifero notices his grimoire, he gets quiet and sad and returns into Izuku's 5-leaf grimoire. Thea, honey, returns into Izuku's 4-leaf grimoire. Thea returned into his grimoire to have a chat between the both of them. As Izuku watches Asta, he sees everything he does, including the funny interaction he has with Yami. But soon enough he does go up to the stands cause he heard the exam starting. As for Asta, when he was looking at all the captains, a man by the name of Dark God Sek, I mean the Wizard King Sek, sorry I mean just Sek, walks to Asta, introduces himself, although with all the captains and also Leo and Zirf return and stand behind Izuku. Izuku, head resting in his hand. Sek. That's Nozzle Silva. captain of the Silver Eagles. Yuno. Walks up one of them. Asta. A real Magic Knight squad captain. Sec. Fugolian Vermilion, captain of the Crimson Lions. As his Na.me suggests, he's a flame creation magic user. Asta. Wow. Sec. Jack the Ripper, captain of the Green Praying Mantises. Asta. Wait, what's a praying mantis? Izuku. Chuckles, quietly. Sec. That long thin green bug. Captain Jack can render the very earth with his slashing magic. Asta. Whoa, that's awesome. Sec. Praying mantises though, really. He wants to name for a bug. Next we have Miss Charlotte Rosely, captain of the Blue Rose Knights. Just look. She's so beautiful. Asta. Meh. Seke. Guelder Poiso, captain of the Purple Orcas. Asta. That's all you got? Seke. Those squads really don't interest me. Dorothy Unsworth, captain of the Coral Peacocks. Asta. Is she sleeping walking? Seke. She doesn't do anything but sleep. Asta. How'd she become a squad captain then? Izuku. Oh, you'd be surprised how powerful she truly she. Seke. Real Boismore deer, captain of the Aqua Deer. Asta. Isn't he kinda young? Seke. A bit. Captain Rill is 19 years old. Asta. 19 really, just 4 years older than I am. Awesome, I'll be Wizard King before I know it. Seke. As for the next, we have William Vengeance, captain of the Golden Dawn and gets shocked. Izuku Dragneel, captain of the Dark Shadow Dragons. Those two are said to be the mightiest squads, although seeing Captain Izuku Dragneel is a rare sight. His squad protect people from the shadows, so they aren't usually seen a lot. Yami then sits down in his seat. Yami. Yawns asterisk, let's get this over with. The sooner we start the sooner we'll be done. Izuku. Classic Yami. Yami. Yeah, Izuku. Like you can talk. You look just as bored. William. This exam is going to decide these kids' futures. You really shouldn't take it so lightly. Yami. You take it seriously enough for all of us. Seke. All the captains here in one place. Soon enough the exam starts, and it was just like how it always was. It would always give Izuku a weird feeling to see it. Izuku. Sees the same tree as last time, Yuno and Asta. Staring at Izuku and William. Right now, these two are the ones who are the closest becoming the Wizard King. The exam goes as usual, just like canon. All the captains do notice that Asta couldn't do a single one of the tests right, and eventually they get to the last test, and like in canon, Asta's destroys Seke and Yuno destroys Salem. In the end of the exam, once Yuno goes up, everybody choices him well except for Izuku. Izuku wasn't going to raise his hand for anyone in this exam. And as for Asta, no one chooses him, although before he walks off Yami goes to him and releases his aura. Izuku. Looking at Yami. And now standing here magicless and pathetic. Can you really say you have what it takes? That you're strong enough to be the Wizard King? Asta. Clenches fist. Yeah, fine, so maybe I won't get to join a Magic Knight today. But no matter what anyone says and no matter how many times I might stumble, I won't give up. I will become the Wizard King. Izuku. Smiles. He's got a good heart. That's a good trait to have nowadays. Yami. Laughs. You know, kid, I like you. Come join our group. With that the exam comes to an end and Izuku, Leo and Zarif leave, but before Izuku could go back home, he gets a call from Julius. Izuku. You two go without me. I got a call from Julius. Leo and Zarif. All right. Inside Julius' office, currently right now he was talking to a familiar rat. This rat was Nezu. The reason why he was here was because of the USJ attack. He decided that they needed more than just quirks. So he paid a visit to the Clover Kingdom and asked Julius if he could borrow a Magic Knight squad from him. Julius. I can. The situation turns around, but you know that even if I let you borrow them, you can't keep them. Nezu. I'm aware. Julius. No, I don't think you are. Because you brought your heroes along with you and your hero students, and from my sources I've heard you've already caused me some problems. Katsuki. And WHO, the fuck are you to talk to us like this? We're future heroes. Besides, magic isn't real. Katsumi. Shut up, brother. Katsuki. I'm definitely the strongest in this worthless kingdom. I should be the king. Julius. Annoyed with Bakugo see Nezu. Also you. Pointing at Mineta, I've heard you've raped a couple of women here during the week you've been here. Aizawa. Wait. How do you even know our names? Julius. Can you read? You are being watched. Endeavor. By who? Julius. My shadows. Snaps his fingers. Suddenly within a few seconds, 11 people appeared behind Julius. Every single one of them were the Dark Shadow Dragon Squad. Julius. These knights were watching your every move. I know everything about you all. Including your weaknesses. Especially you All Might. I've heard that you keep trying to apply Japanese rules to this place and telling people to stop using their powers. Well listen. This isn't Japan, so keep trying to harass my people and you will figure out how truly powerful a mage can be. During the years that Izuku was gone out their lives, All Might and Inko turned into even bigger assholes. As for Najire, she got over Izuku's death, but she still loved him to a degree, so when man would try to ask her out she would always say no. Suddenly out of nowhere, Katsuki gets ready to attack. His was pissed that this nobody was disrespecting the #1 hero. But he soon got a rude reality check as before his arm could even lift from his waist. Eva was pointing here fingers at his stomach and Urza had a sword to his neck. Urza. Go on, try it. I won't hesitate to remove your head. Eva. I will blow a hole through you, so go ahead, make a move. Katsuki. Frozen in fear Najire. I'm sorry for him. Please forgive him just once. Eva and Urza. You're respectful, surprising. Since all the heroes here are disrespectful but you are exception. Izuku. Stand down Urza. Eva and Urza. Closes their grimoires *high, Captain. Najire was frozen, she heard that voice and instantly recognized it. Even though it sounded older, she instantly recognized it. Najire. Looks to the right and sees him, cries Zuzu? Izuku. Looking at her with a gentle smile, hey Najire, it's been a while. Najire. Runs to him and hugs him, crying Baka. I miss said you so mu ch. Izuku. Hugs her back, yeah I missed you too, brother. Izuku. Flinches, when Izuku looks. He sees his brother and sister standing there. Izuku. Hello you too. Izuka. Izuku were Izuku. Don't even say it. I don't forgive you and don't plan on it anytime soon. Julius. Izuku. Izuku. Looks at him, yes sir, Julius. These heroes want to recruit your squad for a couple days. Do you accept? Izuku. Yes sir, although I have some conditions. Julius. Name it. Izuku. 1. I will not be forced to take their orders. 2. If I wish to leave, I may do it. Once I leave the contract will be void and lastly I'm taking my whole squad with me. Julius. Okay. That's fair. Izuku. Thank you sir, Zareth. So Captain, what would you like us to do? Izuku. Looks towards them, pack so clothes for about a week. Everyone. Yes Captain. Disappears except for Anya. Izuku. Sighs Lucifero. Appears on his shoulder, I can sense you love this girl don't you Izuku? Izuku. Shut up Lucifero. Kaminari. Wow so cool, what is that? Izuku. Giving him a disgusted look, it's my devil. Inko. Devil. Young man did you, Izuku. First off, shut up. You aren't my mother anymore, as far as I'm concerned, you mean nothing to me. Katsuki. Deku, how did you become a captain? Give me your title. Izuku. Closes eyes in annoyance and opens them to show red eyes, shut up. Oh and don't forget, I made you a promise Bakugo. So enjoy your time in this world. Thea. Appears on his shoulder, calm yourself Izuku. Izuku. Takes a deep breath, yeah, thanks Thea. Kirishima. Bro, why do you hate them so much? Izuku. There is something called privacy you ape. Also I hate all of you, well. Except for Najire holding Najire. Momo. But why, Izuku? Well Japan crushed my dreams and so did they. So I hate heroes in Japan, as far as I'm concerned. I would rather slit my own throat than return to that hellhole. Also one last thing. All heroes are fake, Lita. But we, Izuku. No, because I know that if your mental was put to the test, I know for certain you would abandon your motives. Everyone couldn't argue with his logic. So they just stayed quiet for now. Izuku. I can't stand to look at you people, so I'll meet you at the place of departure. Let's go, Anya. Anya. Hi. Opens a portal that they both walk through. Just like that, when Izuku could finally think that he was free from his past. They show up at his front doorstep. Najire POV. When Izuku returned, she cried so much that she couldn't even bring herself to let go of him. Najire was afraid that if she let go of him he would disappear again. But after crying for Abbott, Najire passed out and everything became a blur, but eventually after a few hours passed, she woke up in an unfamiliar bed within a Japanese-style room. Najire gets up. Where am I? Izuku. I see you're up. Najire looks to her left to see Izuku sitting down in a chair. Izuku. I'm glad you're back up. Najire then sees his arms and they have some small scars. Najire. Izu, are you? Izuku. Yeah, I'm okay. Just some battle scars. It got quiet for a second until eventually Najire asked him. Najire. Izuku, how did you survive? All Might and Green Psychic said that you. Starts to cry again. Izuku. Sits down on the bed with her and hugs her. Shish, I'm not entirely sure how I survived, but when I woke up, I was on the sands of this land and. Izuku then explains all the things that happened to him and all the things he went through in order to get where he is now and all his new powers. Najire. So you use magic now, right? Izuku. Yup, it comes from these. Izuku's grimoires were placed on the table with the rest of his other stuff, and when he extended his hand towards it, his four-leaf flew towards his hand. Izuku. This is a grimoire. It possesses all my spells and abilities. Najire. Can I use it? Izuku. Number. A grimoire is connected to a person's soul, so if you tried to use a spell, it wouldn't work, and if you look at them, they will look like unspellable words. He was telling the truth, since when Najire was looking at his grimoire, she couldn't read the words, but for Izuku it looked like words he could read. Izuku. Alright, well, time to. Najire. Wait. Holds his hand. Zuzu, I wanted to. Before she could speak more, a knock comes at the door. Izuku. Yes, Ava. Hey Captain, it's Ava. We're ready. Izuku. Okay, I'll be out in a bit. Wait for me in the plaza. Ava. Hi. Leaves. Izuku. Well, time to go. What were you going to say, Najire? Najire. Smiles. Nothing. Let's go. Izuku. Alright, wait here. Goes into the closet. While Izuku was getting changing, Thea appeared on his shoulder. Thea. Whispering, hey Izuku, why aren't you telling her how you feel? Izuku. Sad and whispers back, Thea, do you really think she still loves me? It's been 9 years since the last time we saw each other. Thea. That doesn't matter. If I loved you enough, I wouldn't care how long it's been. You would still be the only one for me. Izuku. Shadow covering eyes. Thea. Just think about it. Even you deserve to be happy. Izuku. Looks at his tattoo. I need time to think. Thea. Very well. Disappears. Izuku then leaves the closet and sees Najire standing there looking out the window. Izuku. She's so beautiful. I deserve to be happy to write. Let's go, Najire. Najire. Alright. Izuku then flies out the window along with Najire, and as they both were flying through his base. It was beautiful. A garden, training ground, waterfall, hot spring and a bunch of rooms inside the two buildings connected together, and a fairly large cafeteria, and lastly was the large plaza in the middle of it all. Izuku lands on the ground. All his squad members were waiting for him in the plaza. Zirf. We're ready to go, Izuku. Izuku. Good. Listen, all of you. If you detect any trouble, tell me about it. Because no one in this land will be able to tell us what to do. So if any hero bothers you, let me know and I will report it. Also, lastly, if any of you die on this mission, I will not be a happy camper, so do not disappoint me. All members. Salutes him. Yes, sir. Anya. Alright, let's go. Pulls out her grimoire. Izuku. That won't be necessary, Anya. We will be flying there. I wanna enjoy the scenery, besides that you are not our taxi service. You are my family, so enjoy the trip. Anya. Happy smile, thank you Captain. Izuku. Opens for 4-leaf light magic. Mana Zone. Legion Archangel Spears. *11 spears of light appears in the sky. All his squad members get on a spear and get ready to fly off. Izuku. Holds Najire close to himself. Izuku lands on the spear in the middle and then they all head towards the direction of the ship that will take them back. Izuku. Looking forward with arms crossed. Izuku didn't say a thing, he was happy that Najire was here. But he was also not in a good mood, since he was heading towards Japan again. His personal hell, and yet he was returning to it. He would much rather stay here in the Clover Kingdom. All his squad members noticed their captain's emotional turmoil and decided that they would speak with him. Eventually, after 30 minutes of flying, they reached the docks where Julius along with Marks and a couple of the captains, and they all wished them goof luck. Julius extends out hand, returns safely Izuku. Izuku grabs Julius' hand with a smile. I will, sir, without fail. All the heroes get on the ship including Najire. Izuku. All right. Linda. Wait, Captain, we want to have a talk with you. Izuku turns around to look at his squad members. Sebastian. We don't want you to think you don't deserve happiness. Izuku. What brought this up? Daniel. We've seen how you stare at that girl, named Najire. Leo. We just want you to know, Captain. Whatever decision you make, we all will support you. Hida, Anya, Urza and Mary. Agreed. Izuku. Looks back at the ship but smiles. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. They get on the boat and soon enough it sets sail towards Japan, however this time it avoids the strong magic region and while at sea. Izuku's squad members start having fun and start a party inside the ship's nightclub. Dancing, drinking, laughing and just playing games. While in the club, Izuku was drinking as well. But he wasn't joining his squad, he was just sitting in the back drinking by himself while thinking. Izuku. Watching his squad. Urza and Zirf. Kissing holding half-full drinks. Anya and Hida. Kissing holding half-full drinks. Izuku. Smiles. Well, that makes two. Do I deserve it as well? Gets up and leaves. Mary and Ava. Sees their captain leave and are about to follow him. Leo and Daniel. Stops them. He'll be fine. Besides, Najire followed behind him. Outside on the deck of the ship, Izuku was leaning on the railing staring at the ocean with his eyes closed. He couldn't lie to himself anymore, he was lonely and he still loved Najire. But he still knew that it's been 9 years, so she probably didn't feel the same way anymore. But he couldn't have her anymore. He was fine with that. He would only love her from a distance now. Izumi. Brother. Izuku. Turns his head a little. What do you want? Izumi. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry for everything I did to you. I was hoping that we. Izuku. You say we could try to a family again, I'll kill you. Izumi. Why do you hate me? Izuku. You already know the answer to that. You were the one who broke her promise to me. Did you even bother to remember? Izumi couldn't tell what he was talking about. Izumi. What is it? Izuku. TCH. Drinks the rest of his alcohol and throws it in the trash. Looks at Izumi with hate. We made a promise when we were kids. It was that when we become heroes, we would always look out for each other. I was so happy back then, but never in my life did I think that my own siblings would betray me. I loved you, both of you, with all my heart. Now sister, do you want to know something? Izumi. Nods. Izuku. Now, I feel nothing for you. No love, no admiration, no pride. Now I only feel hate towards you and Inko and Toshinori, and yet here you are trying to get back. No, because now I am happier than ever before, and now I am something more than a stupid hero. I am the captain of the Dark Shadow Dragons, and that means more to me than anything you could possibly offer me right now, so no matter what you do. I will never forgive you. Any of you. Turns around. Go away Izumi. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Now after all this time the harsh reality finally set in for Izumi. Izuku was no longer her brother, as far as they were concerned. None of them were his family anymore. Izumi. Okay, I'll leave. Turns around but stops and says one last thing. Izuku, just know. I wish I could turn back time. Because if I could, I promise, I would have treated you like a younger sister should. Goodbye. Walks away. Izuku had no emotion on his face, usually someone would cry from that. But he didn't. He meant it when he said that, they meant nothing to him anymore. So he had no tears to spare for them. This left him outside enjoying the breeze and staring at the ocean. Izuku extends arm out towards the darkness and clenches his fist. Smiles, who knew that the sounds of the ocean water and a gentle breeze could be so comforting. Zuzu. Izuku turns around to see Najire wearing a blanket. Najire. It's cold, come inside. Izuku hadn't noticed since he was unconsciously using mana skin to stay warm. But it was wasting mana. Not that it was problem. Even without using Lucifero and the mana boost, Izuku still had just as much as a top 3 squad captain. Izuku. Yeah, it is pretty cold. Leaves with her. They both then walk into the ship and Najire then leads Izuku to her room. Once they arrived, Izuku blushed at the idea, but he still walked in and got ready to sleep. Najire. Sitting on the bed. Izuku. Sitting on the edge. It was quiet until eventually Izuku couldn't take it anymore and spoke. Izuku. I'm so sorry, Najire. Najire. What? Izuku. I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry I left you by yourself all these years. Najire. Shadow covering her eyes. Izuku. I didn't mean to cause you pain. It was just, I tried so hard to hold on. Nothing else mattered to me besides holding on for you. But I just couldn't take it anymore and left without a thought. I thought that if I put so much distance between us, you and I would be happier. Tears dropping on the ground. But no matter how wh'd I tried to forge tea. Izuku cool dient and yet, looks back at her with tears in his eyes. I still love you, but I know it's been a while, so you don't have to love me back or like me, I just wanted you to know that. About to stand up. Although before Izuku could stand up, he felt 2 gentle arms wrap themselves around him. Najire. Quiet voice, I get it, if I was you I would have probably ran away as well. But even though you tried to forget, I don't blame you. I tried to forget too. But I just couldn't, like you. You were always the one I thought about in my most difficult moments, so in the end what I'm trying to say is that. Stands up and gets in front of Izuku. Holds his cheeks with her hands and makes him look at her. I love you too, Izuku. Izuku. Eyes widen before smiling. I'm glad we feel the same way. I've missed you so much. Najire. Me too. It got quiet again after that and Izuku and Najire just stared into each other's eyes. Shining green and bright blue staring at each other. Najire. Sits on his lap. Izuku. Wraps his arms around her waist. Izuku and Najire. Faces slowly approaching each other. In that quiet room, Izuku and Najire. The lovers separated by tragic moments shared between family, and yet none of that mattered as their faces got closer and closer until eventually they kissed. It was sweet between the both of them as they continued to make out throughout the night. But it was good for them as well, and once they had kissed, the 9 years of long loneliness they both had felt was now gone. They started at 10 and stopped at about 12. It was kind of a way to tell each other that I've missed you more than anybody else and that I love you more than anyone. Once their love session was over, they both fell asleep quickly, holding each other close while smiling, and that marked the end of their night. However, it was the start of their permanent relationship. No one's POV. Right now in the middle of the day, a certain cruise ship arrived at the docks of Japan. Most of the heroes who were on it woke up early, but the visitors they brought with them were still asleep from partying so hard last night. But eventually they all woke up and headed towards the deck and had breakfast, but they had all noticed their captain wasn't with them. Leo. Vice Captain. Zirf. Yeah, Leo. Have you seen the captain? Zirf. Smiling. Last I saw of him, he went into Najire's room last night. So, smiling, I think he's fine, and actually better than fine. He had a good time yesterday, and after today, we won't have to worry about our captain's loneliness anymore. All of the Dark Shadow Dragon members smiled. They were happy for Izuku. Linda. Should we wake him? Zirf. No, let him wake up, it'll be better. Mary. Alright. Inside Najire's room. Currently right now, Both of the newly lovers are still sleeping, but after a bit Izuku and Najire started to wake up. Izuku wakes up. What happened? Izuku then looks down and sees Najire snuggled up with him. Then he remembered what they did last night, and when he did, Izuku smiled the brightest smile he has ever had. Izuku kisses her lips. When he does that, Najire wakes up and puts her hand behind Izuku's neck. Izuku and Najire stop kissing. Najire opens her eyes. When Najire looked at Izuku, she smiled and snuggled even deeper into his chest. Izuku kisses her forehead and caressing her hair. Speaks in a quiet voice. I guess because of last night, that makes you my girlfriend. Najire blushes and hits him softly. Baka. Izuku chuckles. They both laid there for a little longer before Najire was the one to get up, and Izuku couldn't help but look at her ass. But after a few seconds he blushed and looked away. Najire caught him looking and smirking. All right, we need to get up. Izuku still laying down, but I don't wanna. Najire gets back on the and sits down on his waist. Come on darling. Lowers her upper body to whisper in his ear, if you don't get up, I'll get naughty. Izuku blushes hard and teleports out of bed. All right, let's go. Puts on his outfit and leaves. After getting changed, Najire quickly followed afterwards. She was smiling, but Najire was also an important piece because she knew now that she was the best one to keep Izuku under control. Lucifero and Iya appears on his shoulders. Lucifero jumps towards Najire and lands on her shoulder. I like you, girl. Izuku chose right. Najire surprised. Thanks. Who are you? Lucifero. Oh sorry, I am the gravity magic devil that is possessing one of Izuku's grimoires. My name is Lucifero, and that girl made of light is the light spirit Iya. She is possessing the second grimoire Izuku's holds. Najire. Oh, well, nice to meet you both. Smiling. I hope we can be friends. Lucifero and Iya. She is perfect for him. Eventually, after walking for a bit, they both reach the dining hall where Izuku's squad was waiting for Captain Sebastian. Smug face. Did you have a good time, Captain? Izuku. Shut up. Sits down and starts to eat. Najire sits down with him. Don't be embarrassed. Kisses his cheek. Yes, we did have fun, and now he has a loving girlfriend to take care of. Izuku blushes and looks away. Najire giggles. Urza. Don't be embarrassed, Captain. We're happy for you too. All members. Yeah. Izuku smiles. Thank you guys. As they got done eating, everybody left the ship and walked into the building. There were a lot of reporters, but none of Izuku's squad members answered their questions. Izuku goes to Anya and whispers, Anya, remember, if I ever say we're leaving, open a portal to the Clover Kingdom. Anya. Yes sir. They soon arrive at the entrance where there were 3 limos waiting for them, and they soon entered the cars, and when they did, they drove towards UA, along with some police and helicopters. Inside the car, Najire sat next to Izuku, keeping him calm and not getting angry. This was mostly because inside the car, some heroes were trying to talk to him. Like Aizawa, Endeavor, and most annoying of all, the head of the HPSC, Yokumiru, a older woman who had a commanding demeanor. But by reading her mana, Izuku could tell she was dangerous and was trying to figure out how to exploit their powers. Yokumiru. So we hope that we can have some cooperation between us. Holds out her hand for Izuku to shake. Izuku, eyes narrowing, and doesn't shake her hand. The air starts to get tense because of the fact that Izuku did not shake her hand, and a couple of HPSC members were getting angry at the fact. But they also acknowledged Najire's presence. Member 1. Why is this girl even here? Member 2. Right, this is a serious meeting that she has no place in. Urza. Hey, every member looks at Urza. Urza. I would watch your mouth if I were you. Our captain doesn't even want to be here, and at the same time, we've only been here for 5 minutes, and yet I don't want to be here anymore. Member 4. But still. Ava. Can you shut up? She's not done talking. Looks at Urza. You can continue, Urza. Urza. Thank you, Ava. And lastly, Najire, the girl you just disrespected is the only reason why our captain is able to stomach your presence and constant babbling. When she said that, they all looked at Izuku, who looked like he was sleeping while Najire was hugging him. Although that wasn't true, he was fully awake and listening to everything and it pissed him off. But it was true just like Urza said, Najire was the only reason why Izuku was staying calm. Izuku sighs and opens eyes. She is right, you know, and besides that, no matter what you say will not change my opinion. I have a deep-seated hatred for Japan. So can you please just shut up and enjoy the ride? Najire. Zuzu. Please, be nice. Izuku. Sigh, "S-OK love." Rests his head in the crook of her neck. Najire hugs him even closer. The members of the HPSC got even more angry at the disrespect of Izuku, and soon enough afterwards one of the random members stared at Yokumiru and she nodded back to him. When she did, the random member of the HPSC spoke into a mic in his shirt quietly, so no one was able to hear it, and while Izuku was relaxing. No one, not even his squad members, knew that Izuku had his mana zone active. Izuku's mana zone is size of a 2-story house and as wide as 3 houses put together, so nothing was going to get in his blind spot. Eventually, after 5 minutes, Izuku sensed someone. It was a purple-haired girl, and suddenly she got something ready and fired it at Najire. Izuku moves Najire to his lap. Najire blushes. Zuzu, what are you? Glass break. Without warning, the glass where Najire's head was before and something came out of it. Too fast for anyone to see, but Izuku saw it and caught it. In between his fingertips was a bullet, wrapped in purple and pink hair. This sent Izuku over the edge. How dare they try to assassinate Najire, the woman he loves, and one day after they had just found each other again. Izuku barely holding himself together. Najire, it's okay, go ahead. Izuku, guys, protect her. His squad members could tell by the tone of his voice. He was not playing. All of them. Serious and angry. Yes, sir. Izuku nods. Gravity magic. Gravitation 0. Suddenly, with seconds, the surrounding area started to float into the air because of Izuku's removing the gravity. Izuku teleports out the car and flies into the air. When Izuku was in the air, he looked to the right, and when he did, Izuku and the purple-haired girl made eye contact. Izuku looks at her with full-blown rage. PHG. Afraid. Izuku disappears. PHG. What? Where did he? Feels a hand on her shoulder. When she turned around, she looked into the eyes of the Demon King. Izuku. Did you think I wouldn't catch your bullet? What is your name? PHG. Naga NT. Izuku grabs her neck and starts to choke her. Did you know? That bullet you shot almost hit my girlfriend. Would you have even cared? Starts to choke her harder. Nagant started to turn blue from the lack of air. Nagant. About to die. I am so RRY. Play C's. Crying SP or ME. Izuku. Eyes narrowing. Nagant's body started to go limp. In mere moments she would have died. But instead of that, Izuku let her go. Nagant. Gasping for air and still crying. THNKYOU. Izuku. Shut up and tell me who made you do this. Dispels the gravity. This makes everything that was floating hit the ground, including the car Izuku was in before. Izuku turns his head a little to watch the car drive off to UA. Please be safe, Najire. Greater than turns his attention back to Nagant. So do you plan to talk? Nagant. I can't. I have a bomb in my chest. It'll blow up if I tell you who it is. Izuku. Angry sigh. Very well. Light appears on his left hand. This'll hurt. Nagant. What? Izuku sticks his hand in her chest, making Nagant scream in pain. But soon enough the pain dulled a little because Izuku was using recovery magic, although with some light magic. Izuku sticks his hand further. Nagant grabs his shoulder hard. WH at A re yo you doing? Izuku doesn't respond. Soon enough, after a bit of searching, Izuku finds the bomb and uses gravity magic on it, crushing it until it became nothing. Izuku. Surprised. My magic is getting stronger. I didn't know I could crush an item until it gets reduced to nothing. I'll keep that in mind. Pulls his hand out of her chest. Light recovery magic. Healing light. The hole in Nagant's chest closes. Nagant. What did you do? Izuku. I crushed the bomb inside your body. Now tell me. Nagant. Crying and hugs Izuku. Thank you, Thank you. Izuku. Alright, stop that. Nagant. Stops crying, stops hugging him and wipes her eyes. Okay. The person who made me do it is Yokumiru, the head of the HPSC. Izuku. Clenches his fist hard, but calms down. Thanks for letting me know. Turns around and about to jump away. Nagant. Wait, you're not going to kill me. Izuku. Pauses. Number. If I hadn't met my love again after 9 years, I most likely would have killed you. But now I'm much a calmer man. But, looks back at her. If you try this again, I will not hesitate to kill you for real, and I will do it without thinking twice. Nagant. Scared. Yes, I swear I'll never do it again. But wait, I need to ask you. I've never been free throughout my whole life. So, what should I do now? Izuku. Starts to fly before answering. Well, that is up to you. Flies towards UA. Izuku then left Nagant on the roof thinking to herself. Nagant. I have a choice now of what I want to do. At UA right now, the HPSC are arguing with Izuku's squad. Since their goal when they got there was to force them to give them their magic. But Izuku's squad members weren't stupid, and after sensing their magic, none of the people in UA were able to learn magic except for one person, and it was Najire. Surprisingly enough, she had about as much magic as a noble. The guards of the HPSC aimed their guns at Izuku's squad members. Yokumiru. You will give us your magic. Unless you want my men to kill you and that girl. Izuku's squad members open their grimoires, but they get nervous. Zirf. Damn it, we can't act against these people without the captain's order. Ava. Zirf, we may not have choice. Daniel. He's knows, but if we act, it could get us in trouble. Yokumiru. Give it up. Mary. We told you, it doesn't work like that. Yokumiru. Very well, then you will be better to us dead. Before the guards could shoot, an intense aura appeared, and when it did, everyone inside the room felt like their bodies were being crushed, and in their eyes it seemed like all the light in the room was sucked out, making it extremely dark, and the only source of light was walking towards them. Members turn their heads and sees a pissed off Izuku. Najire looks at Izuku. Zuzu runs towards him. Once Najire got to Izuku, she hugged him. Najire. Baka, I was so worried. Izuku calms down and hugs her back. I'm sorry for worrying you, darling. They kiss for a few seconds before Izuku moves Najire to his right and hold her waist, pulling her close to him. Izuku. So what did you plan to do to my squad, huh? None of them were able to feel his magic, but they had a feeling that now that he was here, they stood no chance. Izuku. Actually, don't speak. Because I heard that you wanted our magic. Even though it doesn't work like that. I will humor you, because right now, his squad members stand behind him. My squad is pretty pissed off like me right now. So bring your top 11 heroes and fight my squad one-on-one. If any of your heroes win, I will tell you. Members. Smiling captain is lying, I can tell. But, I do wanna fight. Izuku. Wicked smile lets the games begin. Yokumiru. Yokumiru. Gulps, but calls the top 11 heroes in Japan with confidence. We will win, and once we do, they all will die. In Fake City B. Izuku was standing in front of his squad while Najire was being held by him with Najire's head resting in the crook of Izuku's neck. Najire was thinking about something while snuggling with Izuku. He was looking at his squad right now, ready to give his order. Izuku. I know you guys are angry, so I'm not going to say much. So I'll leave with you with this. You have permission to kill or not hold back against them. So do whatever you need to do, in order to calm down. His squad didn't respond and just got ready to fight, and soon enough the heroes arrived. In their line stood 1. All Might, 2. Endeavor, 3. Hawks, 4. Best Genist, 5. Edge Shot, 6. Crust, 7. Kamui Woods, 8. Wash, 9. Yoroi Musha, 10. Yukyu, 11. Gang Orca. As for Izuku was Zirf, Urza, Daniel, Sebastian, Leo, Anya, Hida, Ava, Linda, Mary. Yokumiru. Laughing, you only have 10 and I have 11. Just give up, boy. Izuku. Laugh, can you not tell? I gave you an extra cause, you will need it, and also we are Najire. I will join them. Members. Looks back at her what? Izuku. Darling, are you sure? Najire. Yes, now that I've seen what happened before a couple minutes ago, and now I realize that this place isn't my home and you people aren't the people I thought you were. Stands in front of Squad 10 *. This is my new family and I won't stand by and watch you guys hurt them. Turns around and looks at Izuku. Zuzu. Please, can you teach me magic? Izuku. Shadow over eyes and smiles. I love you so much. Eyes reappear of course. But don't worry Najire, we got this. Eva. Jumps on Najire and hugs her from behind. He's right, Oni-chan. Leave this to us and once this is over we're taking you back to the Clover Kingdom. Squad 10. Nodding in agreement. Gang Orca. I got this. Mary. Walks up. He's mine. First match. Mary versus Gang Orca. Mary. Opens her grimoire. Gang Orca. I'll finish this in one hit. Sonic Pulse. Gang Orca tried to move but he couldn't no matter how hard he tried. Mary. You're boring. Gang Orca. What did you do? Mary. Evil smile. Blood magic. Puppet's blood. Now I can control your every move, but I'm using it at a low output. If I used this spell at a high level, you would be in immense pain right now. Flips the page but now I'm going to end it. Smile gets wider. Blood magic. Red spears. Suddenly a bunch of bloody spears shot out of Gang Orca's body causing him immense pain and dropping to the ground. Mary. Boring. Looks at the rest of them. Come, I'll take you all on. Linda. Goes to her and gets in front of Mary. No you don't, you won't be hogging all the fun for yourself. Mary. Yeah, and why not? After a bit of talking, both Mary and Linda start to have a funny argument which results in them both fighting in a cartoon-like dust cloud. Squad 10 including Najire and Izuku, sweat drop. Gang Orca. Gets up weakly. I'm no T-Dune. Linda and Mary. Stop fighting. Mary. Oh, you still have some fight left in you, huh? Smiles again. Good. Linda gets off her and Mary stands up. Blood magic. Claps hands together in a spear-like shape piercing blood. A beam of blood then shoots out of her hands at an insane speed. Gang Orca. Tries to block it but it pierces through his arm. Get over here, if we were in close combat I would beat the hell out of you. Mary. Stop smiling, you know what, that is an perfect idea. A why to make this fight even a little entertaining. Blood magic. Arms get covered in red hard blood. Bloody armaments. Rushes towards Gang Orca. Gang Orca. Gets ready. They both then start a fist fight, although every time Mary punched Gang Orca it felt like getting hit by brace knuckles. As she was fighting, Mary started to laugh uncontrollably and speak. Mary. Thank you, Captain. I really love you for taking me in and saving me. Now I can fight without a worry in the world. Izuku. Smiles. Mary. Throws a punch. Gang Orca. Catches her punch and uses his quirk to rip her body apart. With Izuku. Najire. Why is she acting like that? Izuku. The rush of blood she gets in battle is Mary's favorite. But the reason she loves fighting is to impress me. Eva. Yeah, but she has a tendency to. Back to the fight. Mary. Her limbs get cut off and her clothes get torn, but laughs anyway. Back with the group. Eva. She has a tendency to allow her clothes to get torn and her body to get torn apart during battle. Najire. Nervous, but will she be okay? Linda. Of course. Watch. Back to the battle. Gang Orca started to laugh in victory until he notices something holding his arm and sees Mary's arms holding his left and right arm. Gang Orca. Her blood is solid. Impossible. Mary. Crazy smile. Too bad. Blood magic. Burning blood. The blood on Gang Orca's body starts to ignite and then he goes up in flames. Mary. Puts her body back together and looks at herself. Aw man, you torn my shirt. Gang Orca. Hands falls to the ground and the fire goes out. Mary. Disappointed. Well, he's dead. Izuku. Appears behind Mary and pats her head. Good job, Mary. Mary. Giggles high. Izuku. Happy sigh and looks back at the heroes. He isn't dead yet, but he will be in a few moments. So I would get him healed as soon as possible. Oh, and is that really the best you had to offer, Yokumiru? Mary didn't even break a sweat. Yokumiru. TCH. Don't get cocky. Next is Yukyu. Yukyu. Nervous ya. Izuku. Glaring at Yukyu asterisk Linda hold off really quick. Linda. Yes Captain. Izuku. Walks forward let me ask you a question Yukyu. Yukyu. Scared ys. Izuku. Why do you want to fight? To get better or for a stupid reason like trying to quote-unquote steal our magic? Yukyu knew if she answered the wrong way she could be in trouble. But she still wanted to give a truthful answer. Yukyu. Determined look I wanna fight to get better. Izuku. Closes eyes and smiles good. Squad 10. Calms down, at least some of the people in Japan are actually good. Ava. I've had a change of heart. Linda, Leo, Daniel, Sebastian, Ava, Urza and Zirf. Agreed. Leo. Mary, they're all yours. Mary. Stars in eyes asterisk really. Daniel. Yeah have fun. Mary. Thank you, Yokumiru. TCH, you traitor Yukyu. You will be arrested after this. Yukyu. Sad but I didn't. Izuku. Don't worry Yukyu. Thinking actually, how would like to work for me? Yukyu. Really? Izuku. Of course, all I ask on your side is ask for you loyalty. Yukyu. But I don't have any. Izuku. You do have magic. It is strong, maybe not as strong as Najire. But you do have some. About at the level of a low-ranked noble, whereas for Najire she has a high-ranked noble amount of magic. So what do you wish to do? Yukyu thought about it for a bit, it was worth a shot. Being one of the top 10 heroes, Yukyu knew very well how terrible Japan truly was behind the curtains. Yukyu. Very well, I'll join you. Izuku. Good. Smug face looking at Yokumiru asterisk well would you look at that Yokumiru. Another one bites the dust. Anyway, moves out the way to show a battle ready Mary. Mary. I'll take you all on. Concerned face. Izuku. Puts a hand on her shoulder don't worry Mary no one will abandon you. Mary. Smiles even more and rushes towards them. Flashback. Mary's POV. Mary was born among a noble's family along with a little sister and on the day she was 15 and she and her sister got their grimoires. Both sisters were extremely strong, however Mary was a bit different than her sister cause they were both born with the same magic. However Mary's was much stronger, due to the fact that when she fought people, her magic would get stronger and stronger until eventually it would reach its peak. But due to this unique effect on her magic, as Mary would fight she would slowly lose her mind. Until eventually after about 5 minutes of fighting, Mary would turn into a mindless killing machine. Now of course her family didn't know this so Mary always held herself back. But there was one day where Mary had lost everything. Mary's family had of course being nobles but her father wasn't exactly the smartest man when it came to saving money. Spending most of it on drinking and gambling. Which to no one's surprise he would lose more than gain. But none of that mattered to Mary. She loved her family and they loved her back. Who cared about what her father did, until that day. One day when Mary's family got low on cash they had made deals with some pretty dangerous people in order to get some extra cash. However due to her father all of it was spent within a day. And once the people they had made a deal with came back in order to collect their share, but when they came Mary's family didn't have enough money and when they heard that both men who turned out to be magic knights attacked Mary's family and on that day she fell into a rage and attacked the men. The rest was a blurry memory for Mary, but all she knows was that when she woke up, she saw that she was covered in blood and both the magic knights were dead. Mary was scared at that moment, she had just killed someone. But when she looked to her family for comfort, she saw only disdain and fear. After that day it was all downhill for Mary. Her own parents actually told the magic knights about her and were about to arrest Mary. She was heartbroken. Her own family had abandoned her and betrayed her. So she ran away minutes after she heard that. Mary wandered the streets after that day. No one helped her, no one acknowledged her existence. Mary truly felt alone and one day she had enough and was going to kill herself until eventually Mary met him. Mary's POV. Mary. Wandering the streets. Mary was hungry, tired, out of magic, no place to call home and most painful of all, no family. Mary. Sits down in an alley and starts to cry. Why can't I just be loved? I wish for a family that won't abandon me. A family that won't betray me even when they see what I can do in battle. But I know, it's not possible. Sees a old blade on the ground. Yeah. I'm done. Mary then grabs the blade and puts it to her throat, but before Mary was about to slit her own throat. Heard something. Male voice. Ah, you poor thing. Mary turns her head. When Mary turned her head she saw Izuku standing there. Now of course at the time she didn't know him, so she was confused at his outfit. So much so that she forgot that she had a blade to her neck. Sees her dead eyes. Before you kill yourself, talk to me. I can sense your magic and I can tell you are strong, so we have a talk. Mary. Who are you? My name is Izuku. I'm a new magic knight captain. When she hears that, she stands up and readies her grimoire. Mary. Barely standing. I won't be taken in. I haven't done anything wrong. Izuku. Holds up hands. Wait. I'm not here to arrest you. I just wanna talk. After hearing that she calms down. Mary. Okay, but if you betray me, you will pay. Stomach growls. Izuku. Chuckles. How about before we talk? You eat, I'll treat you. After that day when Mary met Izuku, Izuku managed to talk her out of killing herself, but before he left, Mary caught the other squad members Izuku had at the time, which was Urza, Zirf, Anya and Hida, and when she saw how they treated each other, Mary wanted to be a part of it, so she asked if she could join, and Izuku said one thing to her before leaving and giving Mary a new resolve. Squad 10. Walking away. Mary. Wait, how? Closes eyes. *. How can I join you, Izuku? Izuku. Stops. Squad 10. Stops as well. Izuku. Turns his head with a smile. Train and make yourself better. Once you do, go to the entrance exam and I'll be waiting for you. Turns back around and flies away with his squad. End of flashback. Mary. Happy. I was a nobody. I meant nothing to him. He could have just ignored me and let me die. But instead he showed me kindness when no one else would. On top of that, I have a family that doesn't care how I fight or what my magic is. I love you all and I promise, Captain, I will serve you until the day I die. Izuku. Yells out loud. *. Hey Mary, make sure you don't hold back. Mary. Happy smile. Hi, Captain. Starts feeling her blood boil. Blood magic. 1,000 blood swords. For the heroes, they were a little scared, because thousands of blood swords appeared above Mary and started to shoot at them. But some of the heroes didn't get hit by them. Those heroes were Endeavor, All Might and Hawks, while all the other heroes were defeated by the thousands of blood swords. Mary. Starting to go crazy. Ha 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 ha. So you were the best opponents, for me. All Might, Endeavor, Hawks. Taken aback, but gets serious. Ready to lose, girl. Mary. Yeah, okie doke. Let's kill each other. Squad 10 was getting ready, because there was a limit to Mary's magic. Because like they all know, the longer Mary's fights, the stronger she gets, and now she has reached her limit. So now Mary has turned into her full killing machine mode, but unlike before when she was young, Mary now has control of this state. Leo. This is going to be hell for you heroes. Yokumiru. What do you mean? Daniel. Just watch. Back to the fight. Hawks. Sends red feathers at Mary. Mary. Impressive. Blood magic. Burning blood crucifix. A crucifix appears made of burning blood, flies towards Hawks. Hawks. Flies up in the air. Mary. Ah, let's fly, shall we? Blood wings and flies towards Hawks. Hawks. Feather swords. They start to fight in the sky while All Might and Endeavor were on the ground. Endeavor. Hellfire spear. Throws it at Mary. Mary. Smacks it away and stares at him with an even more excited, crazy look. Ah, fire guy. Wait your turn, will you please see? Endeavor. Hell no. Flies towards her. Mary. 2-on-1. Huh. Let's finish this then. I want to go home, so I can't play forever. Blood magic. Red Sea. A flood of blood comes out of her body and covers the entire in a sea of blood. Once the city was fully covered in blood, a ton of blood hands pulled Endeavor and Hawks in the blood, drowning them both. They weren't killed, but they were asleep. All Might. Standing on a building, how is this possible? A blood puddle appears in front of him and starts to take the shape of a human girl. Mary. Like it, my red sea turns my entire body into blood, allowing me to manifest anywhere I choose. Also, you're boring. Punches him hard. All Might. Knocked out. Mary. Makes the red sea disappear and goes back to normal. Oh, and I lied. Red sea isn't my strongest move. But I had fun. Izuku. Appears behind Mary. Good job, Mary. Mary. Captain. Izuku. Yes, Mary. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Izuku. Smile and pats her head. You're welcome. And looking around and sees all the heroes knocked out in Yokumiru asterisk. So Yokumiru, do you still want to continue this stupid journey of yours? Izuku and his squad then regroup on the ground and stand in front of Yokumiru. Izuku. So what's next in your dumbass bag of tricks? Yokumiru. Shaking legs. You monsters. Izuku. Monsters. Mary was holding back, and yet, your so-called heroes were defeated in short notice, and also on top of everything. I give you a small bit of information. Mages are even more of a force to be reckoned with when they work together. Yokumiru started to realize the monster's nest she has just touched. Squad 10 except for Najire and Yukio start to smile evilly. When they did that, Yokumiru started to see the 11 of them as unimaginable monsters that could destroy all of Japan. Yokumiru passes out from fear. Sebastian. Oh man, pokes her. She passed out from fear. Daniel. Who cares? She's the one who started this. This is merely just what happens when they fuck with us. Also, I'm glad I didn't fight them. That was boring. Wasn't it, Mary? Mary. Yeah, it was. Deku. Izuku sighs and looks up. Bakugo was coming towards them. This told Izuku that their fight were being broadcasted to the students of UA. Izuku. Can I just have one day without hearing you annoying ass? Bakugo. D. Sends a explosion towards Izuku. Ava. I got it, Captain. Izuku. Thank you, Ava. Ava. Paint magic. Color reflection. Ava then makes it so the explosion gets sent back in Bakugo's face, knocking the wind out of him. Izuku. Puts hand on the back of his head. Well, this is going to be a more annoying trip than I thought. Squad 10 except for Najire and Yukio agreed. Back to where we left off. Bakugo regains his breath. Wow, your attack is weak, bitch. That's why I will be the strongest hero and person in this entire fucking world. As for you guys, you will be my. Ava. Annoyed. Can you shut up? Paint magic. Red exercise. The blood inside of Bakugo's body starts to disappear, making him scream in pain and fall to the ground unconscious. Ava. Ha. No more yelling now. Izuku. Smiles. Aizawa. Runs towards them. So since it's the afternoon, what will you? Izuku. Shut up. We're going to sleep. My mental energy is already tired of dealing with you. Najire. Touches Izuku's cheek. Ah, you poor thing. Let's go to bed. We'll do everything that we're needed of tomorrow. Izuku. Yes, please. Squad 10 then leaves the city B along with Yukio and Najire and finds a nice place to sleep for the day. Every single one of them agreed at the fact that they were tired as all hell in terms of mental energy. Japan turned out to be more trouble than it was worth. One more incident like yesterday or anything at all, Izuku would immediately terminate their mission here and return to the Clover Kingdom without regret. The next day, it was a bright day in Japan and inside of mansion that Squad 10 had taken from a drug boss the other day before they fall asleep. So currently right now they are waking up from a full day's rest. Yukio Pav. Once Yukio woke up, she had some concerns about this Squad 10. She wanted to see how they treated each other and how powerful they were. Now it wasn't that Yukio was a traitor. It was just that she didn't want to follow them, only to be killed later on. She wanted to leave Japan, but she wanted to be able to trust these people. So once she woke up and walked into the kitchen, Yukio saw Squad 10 messed around and just acting like children. Laughing, smiling and having just normal conversation like a family. Linda sees Yukio asterisk. Oh hey, Yukio, care to join us? Yukio. Zirf. Don't be nervous around us, Yukio. Mary. Yeah, we not bad people. Although if you betray our captain, well, We'll leave it your imagination what we happen. Yukio swallows a lump in her throat. Mary. But, smiles happily. I didn't mean to scare you with that. It's just. Squad 10 all look at her with sympathetic looks. Mary. The captain saved all our lives. In the lowest moment in our lives he was there and showed kindness to us, when no one else did. So in short, we owe everything to him, so please. Don't betray his kindness. Yukio was surprised. She could tell that none of them were lying to her. She didn't realize how great Izuku actually was until she stood here now and heard that Izuku had saved this 10 people from probably taking their own lives, and yet now instead of being dead or being people who were destined to be cast aside by society, now they all have reason to live in this cruel world. Yukio. Bows. Yeah, I promise. I won't betray his kindness. Linda. Good, that's all we ask of you. Leo. Now let's eat while we wait. Yukio. Wait, for what? Daniel. The captain and Najire ain't awake yet. If we were in the Clover Kingdom, we would be able to leave whenever we want, but here in Japan, we have to wait. Izuku POV. Although Squad 10 thought that Izuku was asleep, they were wrong. Izuku was actually in the moment of a lovely makeout session with Najire while they both were completely naked. Najire. On top of Izuku and making out **. Izuku. Arms around her waist. Pulls her closer. After about an hour of kissing, they both stopped. When they did, both of their breathes were hitting each other's face. As they looked at each other, pushing it past the point of where they were. It was tempting, but they both decided not to have sex, but it was tempting after Izuku looked at Najire's bare skin. Izuku. Flips her over. You know, we have to get up, love. Najire. Pouting and hugs him tightly. Ah no, please, 1 hour. Izuku. Grabs her chin and kisses her for a second. Don't worry darling, we'll play later. Najire. HMPH. Fine, but when you take me to the Clover Kingdom, I want you to dominate me. Izuku. Very well. Promise. They kiss one last time before getting up and getting changed. Both Najire and Izuku weren't thinking about it at the time. But their relationship was growing at an extreme pace and it wasn't going to stop anytime soon. Izuku and Najire goes downstairs while holding hands. Squad 10 sees them both. Squad. Hey Captain. Izuku. Hey guys. I'm not gonna eat much since we're going to the sports festival. Daniel. Sports festival? Izuku. Yes, it's an event that we're going to defend. Apparently that is the next thing the heroes need from us. Zareth. Slides to the right of Izuku. Closed eyes and menacing smile. I'm gonna kill everyone in Japan if they try something again. Izuku. I know. After about another 30 minutes of playing and laughing with his squad, Izuku and his squad along with Ryukyu and Najire left towards UA. Only to find the sports had already started. Izuku lands in the field. Squad 10 lands behind him. Everyone watching was confused. Why were these people here and what were those outfits they were wearing? Nezu. On the comms. Oh hey Izuku and Squad 10. Can you get in place? Leo. Hey. Ava. Don't tell us what to do. Daniel. Right. Who the hell do they think they are? Looks at Izuku. Now I can understand why you hate this country, Captain. Izuku. Yes, now you know. Senses someone. Actually I have a person to meet. So Leo, Daniel, Linda, Anya and Urza. You cover the right side of the stadium. Sebastian, Ava, Mary and Zareth and Hida. You cover the left side. Squad 10. Yes sir. Izuku. Oh, and before I leave, throws something towards Najire and Ryukyu *. The coat had a black dragon symbol on the right. Najire. Excited my love. Does this mean? Izuku. Yes, you two are now official members of the Dark Shadow Dragons. Ryukyu. Smiles. Thank you. Now I know after watching your squad, I won't be regretting this decision. Ryukyu and Najire. Puts on the coats. Izuku. It's a good fit. Ryukyu, please if you could. Join Zareth's side. As for you my love. Join Urza's side. Ryukyu and Najire. Hi, they leave to join them. Izuku. Gravity magic, plus light magic. Starts to float. Battlefield dancer. Looks around. If you are where I think you are then we'll meet now. Looks back. Leo. Daniel, Sebastian, Ava, Linda, Mary, Urza, Zarif, Najire, Ryukyu, Anya and Hida. Smiles 12 squad members, and now if she's made the decision I think she's made. I'm going to have 13 members of squad 10. Including myself, that makes 14, flies away. When Izuku left, the sports festival resumed, but as for him, he was flying through the air in Japan. Some heroes were trying to talk to him and tell him that he shouldn't be using his quirk. But he ignored them and eventually saw what he was looking for. It was a purple-haired woman waiting for him on top of a building. Izuku lands on the building. Hello Lady Nagant. It's been a whole day, have you thought of what you wanted to do? Nagant. It's Kana. Izuku. Okay Kana, have you thought about it? Kana. Yes, but first. Kana then walks to Izuku and kisses him, which after a second when Izuku realizes what she was doing he pushes her off softly. Izuku. Holding her shoulders, I'm sorry but I'm taken and I have no interest in sharing, although, never mind. Kana. Blushes, I didn't do that because I want you back to normal, I did that to thank you. Walks past him and stands on the edge of the building. Izuku and Kana. Back to back. Kana. Watching the sports festival, you know, throughout my whole life I was never free. Whether it was in plain sight or behind closed doors, I was never free, and then when you freed me, I finally had a choice to make that was my own instead of being the one who took an order and couldn't have a say. But now you gave me my ability to make choices now. So, turns around when a serious face, I want to join you. Japan isn't my home anymore and I don't care where I go, as long as it isn't here, so please. Izuku. I accept. Kana. Shocked. Wait, what? Izuku. I accept you as a part of my squad. Kana. Happy, thank you. Izuku. But, serious face and angry voice asterisk, just know this is only a one-time thing. If you try to hurt, betray or kill any member of my squad, I will. Well. I'll make you wish you were dead. Kana. Nervous, I promise. IWILL never do at. Izuku. Goes back to normal. Good. Izuku then looks towards the sports festival to see that Shoto and Bakugo were fighting. Izuku. Let's go Kana. Kana. Yes, but I can't fly. Izuku. That's fine for now. Grabs her hand and flies toward the sports festival. Bakugo. Die. Shoto gets knocked out the arena. Izuku. Lands in the field. Katsuki then looks at Izuku and gets angry, but doesn't do anything since he knew he couldn't do anything. Izuku. Looks around. Oh, the sports festival is over now. Wow, it was over so quick I didn't even notice. Mary. Runs towards him excited and jumps towards Izuku with arms out asterisk Captain. Izuku. Catches Mary and puts her down. Everyone starts to watch as Izuku made Mary sit down on her knees and he started to scold her. Which she put on a sad pouting face. Izuku. Sigh, what am I going to do with you, Mary? Smiles, you may be the most ridiculous girl I know, but I love you either way. Mary. Happy smile and hugs him again asterisk thank you, Captain. Izuku. Smiles and hugs her back. All right, Mary, that's enough. Mary. Stops hugging him. High. Soon enough Squad 10 came down along with Kana and they all looked at her with contempt. But Izuku quickly spoke up. Izuku. Don't worry, she won't be a threat anymore to us, although if you still don't trust her I understand. Leo. It isn't that we don't trust her, Captain. We're worried more about you, since she was the one who tried to kill Najire, wasn't she? Izuku. Yes, she was. Kana. Looks down in shame. Daniel. Although from your body language I can tell you regret it. Kana. Yes. Walks up to Najire. Najire. Serious look. Kana. Bose, I'm sorry for trying to kill you. I didn't mean to. I forced to do it by the HPSC, so please, I know it's a lot to ask, but I'm so truly sorry and I hope one day you forgive me. Without saying a thing, Najire hugs her. Najire. Don't about it, okay. Water under the bridge, right? Kana. Shocked. Smiles high. Izuku. Looks at his squad starting to have fun. I'm glad I went to the Clover Kingdom. Ava. Alright, let's. Feels someone touching her. When Ava looks down she sees a little purple man looking at her ass and touching it. Ava. Kicks him hard asterisk get off me. Mineta. Hits the wall hard and spits up blood. Izuku. Angry, wait here Ava. I'll be back. As Izuku walked away, the girls comforted Ava, so she wouldn't be sad. Mineta. Saliva coming out of mouth. I need to touch them more, it was so unbelievably soft. Soon enough a heavy aura came over the entire stadium and everyone except for some heroes were able to move. Mineta. Feels heavy. What is? Izuku. You. Hearing that voice, Mineta starts to feel an unmeasurable fear, and when he looks up, he sees Izuku walking towards him. He tried to walk away, but he couldn't. Izuku. You have some nerve, you know that. Touching one of my precious squad members. So I'm about to teach you a lesson you will take to the grave. Teleports in front of Mineta and grabs his neck. Mineta. Crying and speaking at a mile a minute. Wait. I will never do it again, I swear, so please don't kill him. Please, I beg of you. Izuku. You should have thought of that before you did what you did. 'Cause now, your life is forfeit. Izuku started to choke Mineta hard, which caused immense pain, but it nothing compared to the pain he was feeling in his neck. It felt like his neck was being disconnected from his head. Mineta. Screaming in pain. Ah. Izuku. Evil smile. Goodbye. In the next few moments, Izuku rips Mineta's head off along with his bloody spine. Izuku sees Mineta's eyes go lifeless and throws his head to the side. Ava, come here please. Ava, sad and uncomfortable, walks towards Izuku. Izuku hugs Ava and caressing her hair. I'm sorry Ava, but it's okay, he won't be doing anything like that again. Ava cries a little and hugs Izuku back. Thank you, Captain. Izuku, you're welcome. Looks back at Mineta's lifeless head and walks towards it. When Izuku does, the heroes who were able to move jumped down into the arena and tried to arrest him. Izuku. So, you all wanna stand in my way too? Fine. Light magic, mana zone. Aims hand at squad 10 * protecting light bubble. Gravity magic, mana zone. Demon King's aura. Every single one of the heroes who tried to arrest him felt like they just got crushed by a heavy force. Izuku. You fools, you think I will follow your stupid rules, just because I'm in your country? No. Goes to Mineta's body, stomps on his head and turns it into a bloody pulp and crushes his body with gravity magic. Izuku. Alright, let's go guys. Squad 10. Agreed. Izuku along with Squad 10 flies away. Although Najire and Kana had to ride on Yukyu's back, and once they reached home Izuku stopped and called them. Izuku. Hey guys, I have something to show you. Urza. Yes Captain. Izuku pulls something out of his pocket. Izuku ended up pulling out a document that held crucial information on UA and the hero's weaknesses. Zirf smiles in anticipation. What do you plan to do with that, Captain? Izuku smirks. I'm going to make a deal with some of the villains of Japan, then once it's over, we'll be the ones to watch them tear each other apart. Najire, Yukyu and Kana heard that, and this time, they didn't even realize they were doing it, but the three of them were smiling with ill intent. After seeing what Izuku was talking about, the three of them hated Japan just as much as him. So they couldn't wait for the end result. Izuku. Alright, I'm going to leave. I'll be back shortly. Leo. Okay, so just hold back in this place until you return. Izuku. Yes. Najire goes to Izuku and kisses him. Be safe darling, please. Izuku. I will. Hida. Have fun Captain. Anya. Bye Captain. Izuku smiles and flies away. When Izuku flies away, Squad 10 looks at him and were smiling. Leo, Daniel, Sebastian, Anya, Hida, Urza, Zirf, Ava, Linda, Mary, Yukyu and Kana, smiling. I will never regret my choice of serving you, Captain. Izuku POV. While Izuku was flying, Lucifero appeared on his shoulder and spoke. Lucifero. I hope you know what you're doing, partner. Izuku. Yeah, I know. Trust me, it'll be perfect. Everything will go as intended, I know it will. Dia appears on his shoulder as well. You won't change your mind, so we won't try. Izuku. Believe me, there is no one who is strong enough to hurt me in Japan. Not even All Might or the person I'm about to meet. Lucifero. And who is that? Izuku. All for one. But I will be the one using him and those pathetic heroes. I mean, Japan basically used me and cast me aside. So I will do the same. After Izuku where he wants to be. He lands on the ground in front of a run-down bar. Izuku. This is where I sensed their faint mana. Walks into the bar. When Izuku walked in he saw a blue-haired man covered in hands and another man made of mist wearing a suit. Blue-haired man. Who the hell are you? Mist man. Young master, calm yourself. Looks at Izuku. Who are you and why are you here? Izuku. Madman smirk. Hello, I wanna make a deal. Back to where we were. A deal. Izuku. Yes, I happen to have a lot of information on the heroes and I wish to make a deal for a price. Starts to laugh. Wow, do you really think we will fall for that stupid trick hero? Izuku. Gets angry and uses passive gravity magic. Quote question mark question mark question mark. Starts to feel like a crushing force all around him. It wasn't enough to push him into the ground, but it was enough for him to feel it. Izuku. Looks at the TV with his mana sense. Take the bait all for one. I know you can't resist it, your greed is too high. How dare you call me a filthy hero? Never mind, I know your mind is too small, so I'm gonna kill you. Opens grimoire and prepares to use a spell. Izuku wasn't really going to kill him, but he was going to use a powerful spell to make them understand his point, but before he could a voice came from the TV. TV. Wait, Izuku. Stops. What did you say? Mist man. We didn't say anything, it's from the TV. Izuku. Glares at the TV. Asterisk. Who the hell are you? TV. I am all for one and I'm quite interested in your deal. Let's meet. Izuku. Very well. A portal opens in front of Izuku and once he walks through it, he ends up in a dark room where there was a man sitting in a chair. Izuku. So, are you interested? AFO. Yes I am, but I wanna know why you want to join us, or join me. Izuku. HMPH. I thought you were smarter than that. AFO. I mean who hasn't? Starts walking towards the chair. Heard of the Demon King of Japan, I've heard everything about you and to be honest, I don't know why people fought against you. Your rule before was just to me, giving the quirkless quirks and taking away the quirks of people who didn't want it. I'm talking about this, because I was cast aside by Japan and now I live in the Clover Kingdom. But before I leave, I wanna cause mayhem, so this is my deal. Arrives in front of the chair and looks AFO in the face. I will gather information on heroes and give you all the documents I can get my hands on and in return you will give me information on your plans and organizations. Throws papers in front of him. AFO. Picks up the papers. As AFO looked through it, he was hooked. It held so much information, including the fact that the heroes were going to be in Hosu in a couple hours. He smiled evilly. This was a goldmine. He couldn't just reject this offer. AFO. You have a deal. Extends arm out for a handshake. Izuku. Shakes his hand. Glad you were on board. Izuku then starts to leave the place, but before he completely leaves, he stops. Izuku. Turns head. By the way, one last thing. AFO. I don't have a quirk so these heroes couldn't track me even if they tired. AFO. Surprised. Do you want a quirk? Izuku. Number. It would get in the way. Hand starts glowing with light and other hand starts to manifest heavy gravity. Trust me. AFO. As that. Izuku. Smirks and cuts him off. Never mind, you really are smart. Yes, it's magic. Leaves completely. Once he was outside, Izuku used gravity magic and light magic to fly away from the location. Once he got further away, his face started to contort into a devil's smile. Izuku. Creepy laugh. He fell for it. 5 minutes later of flying he arrives at UA. Izuku. Lands on the ground and walks in. While walking through UA, the students were looking at him, but he paid them no mind. However, in his mind, he was disgusted. He would have rather stabbed himself than walk in this school. But soon enough he reached the place he wanted to be. In front of Class 1A. Izuku. Smiles. Time to cause mayhem. Opens the door. Once Izuku walked in, he saw Aizawa teaching the class and also when he walked in, he detected bad intent. He looked and saw it was coming from Shoto and Bakugo. Izuku. Don't worry, you two will pay later. Aizawa, I have something important to tell you. Aizawa. Alright, give me a minute. Izuku. Leans on the wall and crosses arms. The entire time Izuku was in the room he could hear Bakugo whispering all about how he was a weak Deku. How dare he steal the spotlight, how dare he be stronger than me. It was so fucking annoying. However, the person who most interested him was a blue-haired kid named Lita. He could sense it in his mana that he wanted vengeance. But he knew that he was going to be too busy, so he had an idea. Izuku. Malicious intent, let's test the limits of your rage. Boy. Once the class was over, everybody walked out, but not before Bakugo gave Izuku one glare filled with rage. But instead of ignoring it, he fed into Bakugo's rage and smirked at him. Which caused Bakugo to get filled with even more rage, but he still walked out the class to go to lunch. Inside the class. Aizawa. Alright, what did you wanna talk about? Izuku. I took a walk and ended up hearing a little information you would like to hear. Aizawa. Why are you telling me this? I thought you hated Japan. Izuku. I do, but I'm not so evil that I would want to see a whole country filled with innocent people burn. So anyway, I heard the League of Villains, or whatever they are called. They will attack Hosu today. Aizawa. Shocked. If that's the case, then we have to. Izuku. Number. I have been in enough battles to know that the moment you change your plans to go somewhere else, the villains will as well. They are not stupid. Aizawa. Then what can we do? Izuku. Keep your guards up and fight them off. Aizawa. Okay, but I'll need to relay this information to the others. Are you coming? Izuku. Number. I need to get to my squad. Walks away. An hour later, once Izuku got back to the house, he wasted no time and told his squad to come with him. They were going to cause some destruction. Izuku. Guys, put on some coats, we're going to destroy some stuff. Yukio, Kana and Najire. You will be with me. Najire, Yukio and Kana. Okay. Izuku. Alright, let's go. They all were flying away towards Hosu, and once they got there, Izuku and his squad stood on a building. When they got there, Izuku spoke. Izuku. Turns around to show a evil smile. Leo, Daniel, Sebastian, Urza, Zirf, Ava, Mary, Anya and Hida. Destroy as much as you like until the League of Villains arrives. All of them started to smile and thank their captain, which afterwards they fly away, and soon enough an explosion appears, making Izuku smile. Izuku. Alright now, Najire, Yukio and Kana. I'm sorry, but you will not be participating in anything we do in Japan. The reason why is because you are not actually magic knights yet. That is because you haven't stepped into the Clover Kingdom yet, so once you do, you will officially become a part of my squad. So I wanna ask one last time, since this won't be the last time you have to kill or lie. You can see it right now. Najire, Yukio and Kana. Sees the explosion. Izuku. So I ask you one last time, before you can't go back. Turns his head a little to look at the three of them. Do you still want to serve me even though you will have to take lives and all the above? Najire, Yukio and Kana were determined, and they didn't hesitate to answer his question. Najire, Yukio and Kana. Yes, we still accept. Izuku. Hides his smile. Good. Now as for you, Linda. I need you to watch over this boy. Throws a photo at her. Linda. Catches it and looks at it. Who is this? Izuku. Lita. When I was in UA, I sensed from his mana that he wants vengeance. So watch over him, and once you see him, find the person he wants. Let him fight, then kill him. Linda. Okay. Izuku. Just be careful, Linda, because the person he is chasing could be dangerous. Linda. I know, you taught me well, Captain, and I trust you. Izuku. Smiles. Thank you, now go. Linda. Does a salute. Yes sir. Jumps away. After a couple hours pass, the villains arrive, and so do the heroes. So Izuku called back his squad, and then they started to hide. Which was good because Izuku had trained his squad and taught them everything they know. So when they decided to hide, all of them basically disappeared. Linda's POV. As Linda was jumping from roof to roof, eventually she found Lita and saw him running with a weird-looking guy with a blue helmet on, but she just assumed he was a hero and was right. But soon enough Lita then ran down an alley while Linda was following him, and after a bit, he ran into a man with a red outfit and he was stabbed. A hero that looked like a native. They start to fight and just as expected Lita loses and makes excuses about how he hurt his brother. Stain holds sword over his head. Die for the sake of a new world. Lita, no, I can't die, I don't wanna die. Stain lowers sword. Lita closes eyes. I'm sorry everyone. However, after a minute of Lita having his eyes closed, he didn't feel any pain, and once he opened his eyes, he saw a girl with green hair and yellow eyes. She holding Stain's hand, making it so the sword didn't pierce Lita. Linda, sorry, but I can't allow you to take my prey. Lita, Izumi. Linda, disgusted look. What? Don't compare me to that bitch. I'm Linda and that's all you will know. Stain swings sword. Linda dodges his sword and tries to punch him. Stain jumps away. Once Stain lands on the ground, he stands up and looks at Linda. Once he does, he sees a glowing green book floating in front of her. Stain, who are you? Linda, your opponent. Stain gets angry. Another one of you fakes. You will die. Aims sword at her. Whoever sent you here will die too. You should never have trusted him to come alone. Linda, shadow around eyes and smiles. Yeah, you sounded like me for a second there. Linda Pav flashback. Yeah, I'd know something about not trusting people after all. I was born an orphan. I never knew my parents and the only thing I knew was the orphanage I was raised, although it wasn't exactly the best place since when I was just 5 they kicked me out saying that. What's wrong with getting rid of one more mouth to feed? Even when I was 5, I had learned to hate people, and soon enough afterwards I was put into the adoption system and bounced from house to house until eventually somehow I made it into a royal household, or more like hell I suppose. They didn't want me, they just wanted to use me for their chores, and when they got bored, I was abused, tortured, and eventually after 3 months I was thrown out the house. By the time I was in their house, that was also the day I figured out I had a disease that caused my magic to attack my blood cells. That explained why I felt like I was getting weaker day by day, and also explained the reason why when I used magic, it would hurt. But by that time I had made my decision. Linda, rage in eyes. I will never trust anyone ever again. This remained the same for years to come, until eventually walking through the street, I fell and I didn't have the strength to get back up. That's when I knew it was time. Linda, maybe in the afterlife, someone will care for me. That's all I wanted. I wanted to have someone to trust and look to for comfort and honest answers, but I guess it just wasn't in the cards for me. So in the end, I closed my eyes and accepted death, not before though a green-haired man walked to me. But my body was too weak, so I couldn't hear what he was saying, so I couldn't respond back, and a few seconds later, my eyes closed. Then I woke up. I couldn't tell where I was. It looked like a recovery room with a bunch of stuff. Like different plants, insects and drugs, and soon enough while I was stuck in my thoughts, the same man came into the room. Oh, I see you're awake. Linda, who are you? Oh, I'm Izuku. I'm a new Magic Knight squad captain, and after recruiting some people I decided to take a walk through the kingdom, and when I did, I saw you. Even though he spoke in a kind voice, I didn't trust him and just kept quiet. I've seen this before. They try to act kind, but eventually after your usefulness ran out, they would turn on you without a second thought. Izuku. Well, anyway, when you passed out I took you here and treated you. I saw that you had that magic disease and I cured you. It's surprising. That disease is easily cured, and yet it had developed in your body quite a lot. So I would take it easy because you haven't fully recovered yet. After that day I stayed with him for a week and just recovered also. At the same time I trained my magic, and when I did, I noticed that I was a lot stronger than I realized. I guess it was because of my magic disease that made me weak. As for Izuku, when I stayed with him, he was so kind and humble. He didn't bother me and let me have my own space and only treated me with kindness. It caused emotional struggle in my mind. Why was he so kind even though I treated him like crap? Why? Until eventually one day I coughed violently while I was training and fell to the ground. When I did, I instantly recognized the feeling. My disease was back. And just like usual he came outside and picked me up and took me to the same room, and before I could pass out, he went through a cabinet and injected my neck with something gently, and once he did, I passed out. Linda. I guess my usefulness has run out. Well, it was fun while it lasted. She was thinking this until after 5 minutes she woke back up and saw Izuku sitting there watching over her. Izuku. Sigh, damn, you had me worried there. I didn't expect your disease to come back, but don't worry, I injected you with something that should allow your body to produce antibodies in order to get rid of the disease. Linda. Speechless. He didn't betray me, he helped me. Why? Starts to cry. Izuku. Turns around and sorts some stuff out on the table. Alright, rest up, you should be perfectly healthy tomorrow. Before Izuku could walk out the room, Linda told him to wait, and when he looked back at her figure, he saw she had her arm covered her eyes. But he could the tears. Linda. Crying. Hi. Why are you so nice to me? Even after I didn't trust you, even after I treated you like crap. Removes her arm and looks at Izuku. Why are you so nice to a piece of crap like me? It was sad, but Izuku knew she wasn't angry at him. She was sad, because after the couple of days they had been together, Izuku quickly figured out she had trust issues and wasn't used to people being nice to her. Izuku. Hugs her. Shish, it's okay. I never got your name. Linda. It's Linda. Izuku. Stops hugging her and places her back down on the bed gently. You know, Linda, it doesn't cost anything to do kind to people. If they respond to your kindness with hate, then they're different. But you know, not everyone is bad. Puts a finger on her heart. I know you are hurting here, this is why I wish to help you. Because I know you aren't a bad person. After saying that, Linda cried again and hugged Izuku. This time, she had finally found someone she could trust, and after a bit, Izuku told her about the magic nights and told her to get strong, so she could finally have a family that she could trust. End of flashback. Linda remembers the good times she has had with Squad 10 *. Thank you so much, Izuku, for helping me. Now I can fight for you and know you won't abandon me nor betray me. Stain. Foolish girl. Stain then uses his speed to get behind Linda, and before he could her, she turns her head, which makes Stain step back and sweat. Stain. What, she can keep up with me? Linda appears in front of him. Don't get lost in thought. Punches him. When Stain gets punched, he gets knocked into the wall, and Linda goes to him, and before she starts, a weird energy appeared on her hands which causes her fist to look like they are vibrating. Linda. Sound magic. Vibrating fists. After casting that spell, Linda starts to beat up Stain. Punches to the face, chest, ribs, shoulders, and kicks to the same spots. As for Stain, he was struggling, since there were little to no openings in her moves. Linda kicks his face into the wall and backs up a little. Charges up fist. Sound magic. 50 decibel shock. A blast of sound comes from her fist and flies towards Stain, which pushes him deep in the wall, knocking Stain out. Linda. Wow, Captain was right. These people in Japan are boring. Looks at Lita. As Lita looked at Linda, he recognized her and spoke up. Lita. Wait, you are one of those girls who were with Izuku. Linda. Walking towards Lita. Yes, I am. Lita. Well, thank you for saving me. Could you help me up? I can't move from his quirk, so. Linda puts her hand on his mouth. Shish. As she did that, Linda puts on a evil smile which told Lita everything. Linda. I'm not here to save you. I just knocked him out because he was going to kill you and you are my prey. Remember. Puts a hand on his back. Lita had just remembered what she said in the beginning and his eyes widen. Lita. Wait, place. Linda. Sound magic. 500,000 decibel shock. When she said that, Lita's body started to shake violent from the sound being pushed into him. It felt like hell to him. His ears were bleeding and his internal organs felt like they were being torn apart, which they were, and after a bit, his eyes started to bleed, including his nose and ears, as blood was coming out of him like a waterfall. Lita, crying and screaming place. Before Lita could finish his sentence, his back exploded and Lita had died a cruel death. Linda looks at his open back. When she did, Linda saw that his organs were gone, turning into a red mush and flowing out of him. Linda Covered in blood, time to clean up. Sound magic. Sonic barrier. A barrier of condensed sound surrounded Linda and got all the blood off her, and when it did, she jumped from wall to wall and landed on the roof. Linda looks down at Lita's dead body, creepy smile. You were useless to the world. So don't worry, all I did was cut your strings. Jumps away. After that day, Linda returned to Izuku and gave him the news, which they both were extremely pleased. They weren't monsters. It was just that every single one of Squad 10's members could kill without feeling even a shred of remorse, and afterwards the heroes repelled the villains and killed their Nomus. As for the heroes, they lost a couple of heroes from the Nomus and lost both native and a young hero from UA named Lita. His death was mysterious since there was no evidence, and just like that, in one day Izuku and Squad 10 started to pull strings on the entire society, heroes and villains included. 3 days later, after that day during the events of Hosu, they cleaned up the whole scene and brought all the heroes' body to be buried. But Lita's body was brought into UA's morgue, where he was studied, and everybody looked at his body with sadness, all except for Izuku. It took everything he had to not burst into laughter. Once he saw how his body looked, he saw what Linda had done to him. Izuku puts hand on his mouth to hide his creepy smile. Well done, Linda. You will definitely get promoted after we can get to our real home. As they looked over Lita's body, they figured out that he looked like this now, because he was the presence of a lot of sound, but they couldn't tell more than that. But Izuku expected that, because UA didn't have what it takes to tell the difference between a normal murder and a murder made with magic. But one person was looking at Izuku in the room. It was Midnight. She was suspected him and had a thought, a scary one. Midnight. Did he plan this murder out? Izuku notices Midnight getting suspicious and leaves. Once Izuku leaves, he sees Daniel, who has been undercover in UA to get more information for the villains, and at the same time, both him and Izuku figured out Aoyama was a spy in UA as well. Which once Aoyama was figured out by Izuku, he and Daniel cut his strings as well, but instead they hid his body, and this happened right after the heroes were returning from Hosu. So no one suspected a thing. As for the Midnight, Izuku knew she was a woman driven by greed and lust. So all he needed was for one of his squad members to distract her, and it just so happened that Daniel was willing to use her. Even though Izuku was against it at the time, Daniel insisted, so now their plan would go into action. Daniel knew that Midnight had looked at him with lust when they arrived at UA. So he was going to use those feelings. Midnight following Izuku. Once Midnight turns the corner, she notices that Izuku had disappeared and in his place was Daniel. Which, after a bit of flirting, Midnight fell right into his lap, but just to seal the deal, he kissed her and then a couple minutes later had sex. This caused Midnight to completely forget about the Izuku situation. On the second day, Izuku found a place called the Shihasaikai, and when he went there, he found out some information about a man named Overhaul and his experiments. Soon enough Izuku learned that he could use this. So what did he do? He killed every single person in the Shihasaikai and saved Eri. Even though Izuku hated Japan, he didn't hate Eri. She was so bright and innocent. Eventually, after a bit, Eri did open up to Izuku. But Eri didn't think of him like that. Izuku was more like an older brother in Eri's eyes, and to keep his new little sister safe, Izuku ended up going back to the Clover Kingdom for a bit via Anya and left her with someone he was good friends with, and he trusted her. Izuku left Eri with Sister Teresa, and once he did, he left back to Japan, although reluctant. Once Izuku went back to Japan, he went back to the League of Villains and told them about the summer camp coming up. However, this time he didn't tell the heroes about the villains invading the camp, since he knew that the day both heroes and villains would tear each other apart was coming, and everything was going perfectly. Every member of Squad 10 was being on guard and were excited for the day to come. In the meantime, they trained with each other and just gathered intel until eventually the day came, where Aizawa had told the class they were going to the summer camp, and once they arrived, the wild pussycats introduced them and started their training. As for Izuku and his squad, he was training with them, every single member versus himself, to pass the time. In the fight, Izuku, just remember this is training, so don't be discouraged. Squad 10. Hi, Izuku. Alright, come at me. During the fight everybody used their magic and tried their best, but Squad 10 did end up losing. But they were happy to know that they had gotten stronger, because unlike last time where they couldn't make their captain use one of his forms, this time he was forced to use his half-devil mode. As for Izuku, when he took this form, 2 medium-sized wings appeared on his back and 2 small horns on the side of his head and a black line running across his forehead. But even though Izuku was a captain, even he still had a long way to go. Now of course the Magic Knight captains were strong, including Izuku. He was the strongest one. But Izuku has always believed that he could get stronger, that he had no limits, and if he did, he would do whatever he had to do to surpass his limits, just like how Yami does. After defeating his squad, Izuku heals them all and they continue to train until the sun goes down, and once it was night time, they all sensed the League of Villains magic. On top of that, Izuku and the Squad 10 members had been teaching Najire, Yuki and Kana how to do magic. Like usual though, this training wasn't that fruitful because none of them possessed a grimoire yet. But however, they were able to teach them magic sensing and magic manipulation. Najire had ice magic, Yuki had flame magic, and Kana had poison magic, and they were excited to use magic more than anything. Izuku: yeah, like I said, it's an addicting feeling. Anyway, hide. I have to put up the act. Loads a flare and shots it in the air. Once he does that, the villains get the signal and start the raid, which causes the heroes to freak out. Skipping most of the summer camp ambush. Once it got down to the wire, Zirf killed Muscular, and then Izuku and his squad watched Bakugo get captured. But to not blow their cover, both Izuku and his squad arrived late on the scene and acted worried, but it was all an act. Afterwards about half a day passed, and then the heroes found where the villains were hidden, and soon enough after gathering their heroes and placing them outside the bar, they broke into the bar and the villains were cornered, and after a bit AFO entered the fight. All the while this was happening, Izuku and Squad 10 were watching the heroes and villains fighting. Some of the heroes were low rank and got killed, but as for the higher rank heroes, they killed the Nomus. Izuku: laughing hard *, this is exactly what I wanted. Cheer each other apart, then once we're done, we can finally leave this god-forsaken place. As Izuku watched the fight, he saw how both All Might and AFO struggled against each other, and while they do, eventually Bakugo got out via the other students saving him, and also Izuku saw a news helicopter which he was happy about. But after he saw that AFO was trying to get Shigaraki and the rest of the league out of the fight, Izuku: alright, you guys stay back, and once I tell you, jumps down. Once Izuku gets in the fight, he shoves his hand through Shigaraki's heart, which shocked both All Might and AFO. Izuku: evil smile, you put on a good show, but in the end, you were merely pawns on my chessboard. AFO: no. Angry and gritting his teeth, you were using me the whole time. Izuku: laughing, yes, you idiot. The Demon King of Japan is supposed to be a liar, deceiver, and uses people for his own goals, and yet now you're the one who got used. I'm the one who staged the Hosu incident. I ordered Linda to kill Linda. I killed Aoyama. I had all the Shihasaikai killed, including most of the low-ranking heroes near the building. Eyes turn black and the inside of his mouth turns black. Scary smile. I was the one who gave you fools information on each other, and all I did was watch you tear each other apart. When Izuku, that Squad 10 appeared behind him and killed the rest of the League of Villains. But that didn't mean much compared to the information he had just revealed, which caused everyone in Japan to gasp, especially the HPSC. Ever since Izuku had displayed his power along with the power of Squad 10, HPSC had been staying out of his way, but they had thought afterwards he would leave them alone. But no, now everyone had just learned that Izuku had been pulling the strings. He was the puppeteer. As destruction was being caused by Squad 10 in the background, Izuku was laughing and mocking All Might and AFO. Izuku: you guys are such fools. AFO: you thought I was a mindless kid, only to now realize you were dealing with an even greater evil. As for you, All Might, you thought because I was giving you information I was becoming you son again, huh? Wrong. Laughing. AFO got a little afraid watching Izuku's amusement. His entire plan had just fallen apart within 7 days, something he never could have done, but eventually he made up his mind. AFO. I'll kill you. Izuku stops laughing and looks disgusted at AFO. You kill me with a body like that, don't make me laugh. However, touches his earpiece. That's enough, guys. After a few minutes they all assemble behind him. Izuku. If you want to oppose us again then we will. Squad. Finishes his sentence. Destroy you. Izuku. What to do? Snaps fingers. *O. Anya. Hida. Anya and Hida. Hi, yes sir. They both walked forward and hold hands. Hida. Captain, you may wanna back up. Izuku. Backs up along with Squad 10. Hida. Smiles at Anya. Anya. Does the same. Anya and Hida then start to release magic and soon enough it starts to combine into one. Anya and Hida. Combo spell. Archangel's Nightmare. Right in front of AFO's eyes. The space around him and All Might started to contort and the land turned into a sickly red color. Buildings started to float and space itself was not the same. Izuku. Don't move. This entire space is controlled by both Anya and Hida. One wrong move could result in death. Shaking his head. This isn't even a strong combo spell. They're barely using any magic in the making of this spell. AFO. TCH. Arm starts to turn into a bulky gross arm. I won't lose. Anya. Appears in front of AFO. You know I would give you a fair fight. But I wanna go home. Swings her hand. Sudden in front of All Might very eyes. AFO's upper body completely. Hida. Snaps fingers. Red chains then appear and wrap themselves around All Might. All Might. I can't break these chains. Izuku. Walking towards All Might and stops in front of him. Before Izuku could do anything, a bunch of heroes including Inko, Izumi, Izuka, Bakugo, Shoto and Shoka show up and tell him to stop. Which all five of them. Izumi, Izuka, Bakugo, Shoto and Shoka speak. Izumi. How could you? Izuka. You aren't my brother anymore. Izuku. Idiot. I think I already made that point clear. Why are you here? Shoto and Bakugo. We're here to finish this. Izuku. Really now? Well, grabs All Might's neck. If I can defeat him this easily. What chance you do kids have? They couldn't say anything. Even if they used one for all it wouldn't change anything. Since none of the five of them had mastered that power. Izuku. Well, are you going to attack? Flares his magic aura. This pressure knocks the five of them down and only Inko was able to stay up. Inko. Charges up green energy in her hand. Please son, turn yourself in. I don't wanna hurt you. It got quiet until eventually Izuku started to laugh. Izuku. You hurt me, mom. You were as stupid as you were all those years ago. 5-leaf grimoire opens. How dare you make me use my grimoire's magic. Gravity magic. Mana zone. Stellar masses. Izuku didn't know why, but when he heard Inko speak as if she could hurt him, he snapped. She was basically calling him weak, so he was going to teach her a good lesson as he summoned a bunch of decently sized gravity singularities. Izuku. Murderous intent on his face. Die. Sends the spell at Inko. When he does that, Inko was actually surprised. She was not expecting him to actually try and kill her, but when she tried to attack those orbs, her attack got sucked into it and it continued to head towards her. But before the attack could hit Inko and erase her from existence, Najire hugs Izuku. Najire. Looks him in the eyes. That's enough love. Izuku. Calms down and cancels his spell. Anya, if you will. Please. All of Squad 10 smiles at what Izuku was implying. They were going home. Anya. Excited. Yes sir. I've been waiting for this. Extends her hand out and opens a portal. Some of the Squad 10 members walk through it, leaving just Najire, Yukio, Kana, Izuku and Anya. After a minute of staring they walk through, but before Izuku leaves he says one last thing. Izuku. Bakugo, Izumi, Izuka, Shoto and Shoka. If you want vengeance, get stronger then come fight me. Leaves through the portal. Just like that, Izuku's mission in Japan had come to an end with him leaving Hero Society in disarray. Back to where we were. When Izuku left Japan he had no regrets, but he couldn't lie that a part of him felt happier than before. He finally had gotten some sort of revenge on that hellish country and now he was back at home where he could truly be happy. But first, before he did anything or report to anyone, he went to sleep because in a couple days Izuku knew that he would have to give a report to Julius. But for now he wanted to relax and indulge in a little fun, which he ended up doing after taking his squad to drink and have fun for the day. An hour later, Izuku. Alright, you two come with me. Yukio, Najire and Kana. Okay. Izuku. Zirf, I'll be back. You are in charge. Zirf. Yes sir. Izuku. Creates a dragon of light and sets off. During the flight there, Najire. My love. Where are we going? Izuku. I'm taking you to the Grimoire Tower. Once you are there, a certain grimoire will pick you, as we stated before to you, or if you don't remember, that's okay. I will refresh your memory. So a mage's magic is connected to their soul, and the only way to bring out the full power of your magic is with a grimoire. As you evolve and grow stronger, so will your grimoire. Suddenly, while Izuku is thinking this, he senses someone's mana he hasn't felt in a long time. Izuku looks to the side to see William Vengeance. Hey William. What are you doing here? William. I'm heading towards the eastern border. What about you, and who are those three? Izuku. These three are my new squad members. One of them is my girlfriend. I'm taking them to the Grimoire Tower to get their grimoires. William. Well, welcome to the Clover Kingdom, you three. I hope you enjoy it here. I'll see you later. Izuku flies off on a broom. After a bit on flying, they reach the Grimoire Tower and Izuku lands on the ground along with Najire, Yukio and Kana. Once they went into the Grimoire Tower, nothing happened. Najire. Zuzu, are we? Izuku. Wait. Soon enough, after a bit, three grimoires come out from the tower. One blue, one red and one purple. Blue for Najire, red for Yukio and purple for Kana. They all open their grimoires and see no spells. Izuku. Don't worry about having no spells. As you train and improve your magic, spells will start to appear in your grimoire. However, from this point on, you three will be on your own. I can't help you with making your magic stronger. Yes, it's true that training your magic against other mages will help, but the best way to get stronger is through experience. One last thing to know about the Magic Knights is that there is a ranking system. Since you three have just joined, it means that you are Junior Magic Knight 5th class. It's a ranking system that goes from 5 to 1. Junior to Senior. Got it? All three. Hi, Izuku. Good. Let's go back to my hideout. 7 days later, when Najire, Yukio and Kana got back to the hideout, the three of them quickly adjusted to the new life in the Clover Kingdom, and eventually after a bit they started to take missions on their own. And through that experience eventually Najire, Kana and Yukio did learn some spells along. It wasn't much, it was enough, and during the days that passed, Izuku's squad were taking missions left and right. It made him happy since it told him how much they had missed being in their homeland. However, for Izuku, he really didn't have anything to do besides the fact that he was just handling his squad and giving wages when it was necessary, but there were some times where Najire and him would have their moments, but it was little moments like making out. However, once a week had passed, Izuku had been called to the capital for a report to the Wizard King and also for a distinguished service ceremony. So once he got said letter, Izuku took 3 squad members with him, Linda, Ava, Mary and Daniel, and left for the capital. And when he got there, he ran into Asta and Yuno along with some of their squad members. Izuku. Oh hey Asta and Yuno. Wait, are you here? Asta. A little nervous. Izuku. Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just asking. Asta. Oh well, we're here to give a report to Magic Knight headquarters for the dungeon mission we did. Yuno. Yeah, we fought a Diamond Kingdom mage. Izuku. Interesting. Well, if you guys need assistance, I'm more than happy to lead you there. Noel. Please. Izuku. Alright, come with me. Asta. Whispers. Hey, 4 eyes. Who is this guy again? I forgot. Izuku. Smiles. Klaus. Moves up his glasses. This is captain of the Dark Shadow Dragons, Izuku Dragneel. The strongest squad in the entire kingdom, second only to the Golden Dawn. However, his squad doesn't like the spotlight, so they prefer to stay out of it. Asta. Wow. Runs towards Izuku and walks in front of him. So you're strong. Star eyes. Izuku. Yes. In terms of magic and physical strength, I'm equal to Marioliona. Asta. Who? Izuku. Well, you'll meet her one day, she's a good friend of mine. Asta. Okay. Wait. Physical strength. That means Izuku. Yes. Takes off shirt and coat to show a buff body. Izuku's physical body is in peak condition. Same as Yami and Asta. When he shows him his physical body, both Izuku and Asta get into a funny flexing match, which after a couple minutes they stop. Everyone else. Sweat drop. Childish. Izuku. Okay, let's continue on our way. As they continue to walk, Mimosa asks a question. Mimosa. Excuse me, Izuku. I've never gotten the chance to ask you, but how old are you? Izuku. Oh, I'm 28 years old. Mimosa. Oh, that's nice. Innocent smile. Noel. What about these four? Izuku. Oh, these people are my squad members. Daniel, Linda, Ava and Mary. 3 of them. Hello. When they introduced themselves, Daniel, Linda and Mary took a liking to Asta and Yuno, which made them have a talk and get to know each other, but eventually after a while they reached the knight's headquarters, but someone was waiting for them. Izuku. Eyes widen and smiles. Niels, it's good to see you again. Klaus. Looks forward. No, it can't be. Neil. I never thought you would greet us personally. Mimosa and Noel. Niels as well. As Asta and Yuno look at the man standing before them. They are confused since they don't know who he is. Asta. He's flashy. Who do you think this guy is? Yuno. Not sure. Klaus. You idiots. This is no other than the current Wizard King, Sir Julius Novachrono. They both get shocked at this revelation and Neil. Yuno. It's actually him. Asta. The Wizard King. Once they meet with him, all of them walk to a castle tower where Julius inspects Yuno and Asta's grimoires, both of which he gets extremely excited about. Julius. Will you case this spell for me pretty please? Yuno. I'm sorry, sir. It seemed to have activated in dungeon, but I haven't been able to use it again. Julius. Disappointed. Oh, I see. That's a shame. Asta. Pushes Yuno out the way and shows his grimoire. Hey Wizard King, some weird writing showed up in my grimoire. Julius. Looks at his grimoire. This seems like. Asta. Like what? Julius. Something I can't read. As they continued to talk, Izuku was telling his squad something in the background. Izuku. Hey you four. Go to the place where the ceremony will take place. I'll be there shorty. 4 of them. Yes, Captain. Leaves. Asta and Yuno. How can I become the Wizard King? Those words caused Izuku to look at both Asta and Yuno with a smile, and when Julius explained how to become Wizard King to them, both Asta and Yuno were happier than before. Izuku. Asta, Yuno. Asta and Yuno. Yes. Izuku. Shows them his smile. That's a good goal. I'll be rooting for you. These words shocked both Yuno and Asta, since all they had heard people say when they got there was people calling their dreams stupid and impossible, but Izuku was different. No only did he believe in them, he also encouraged them to chase said dream. Yuno and Asta. Both thank you so much. Izuku. No need to bow, I hate formalities. Anyway, let's go to the distinguished service ceremony. Julius. Oh right, let's go. As they walk through the hallway, Izuku explains to both Asta and Yuno what the distinguished service ceremony is, and once they get to the door he stops talking. Julius. Here we are. Opens the door. The question is, can you achieve greater results than these knights have? Once the door opens, they all see a bunch of different knights from different squads and their captains, and then Izuku goes to his squad members. Julius. Alright, let the distinguished service ceremony begin. Skipping it because it's the same as canon. Ava got Senior Magic Knight 3th class, 31 stars. Daniel got Intermediate Magic Knight 1st class, 21 stars. Linda got Senior Magic Knight 5th class, 18 stars. Mary got Intermediate Magic 2nd class, 12 stars. Julius. That puts the Dark Shadow Dragons at a total of 82 stars. A commanding lead. The rest of you will have to work hard to not be left behind. We've also prepared a simple banquet to celebrate the occasion. Also, if you haven't noticed, I invited some special guests. Everyone looks at Asta, Yuno, Klaus, Mimosa and Noel. Julius. I hope you'll have a little fun with them as well. Marx. Whispers something in Julius's ear. Julius. Sorry, but you'll have to excuse me, something came up. Having good time now. Laughs and walks away. Izuku. Smiling with closed eyes, this isn't going to be good. Once all the knights go to the banquet. The intention in the air was so strong you could probably cut it with a knife. Klaus. How are we supposed to enjoy this? Although even though everyone was acting awkward, there was some people who weren't like. Asta. What is this? Starts to eat. Izuku. Chuckles the same as ever. Asta. Wait a minute. Save a plate for me, asshole. Starts to eat as well. Alekdora. Filthy gluttonous commoner. Why would the wizard invite such a vulgar guest? Nebra. I can't sense any magic in him. If he did clear that dungeon, I'm sure it purely by luck. Hammond. What a disgusting eater. Laughing. Solid. It's like having a rat in the throne room. Izuku. Rolls his eyes and continues to eat. Asta. You guys really don't pull your punches, do you? Well, nothing I'm not used to. Leopold. If I'm not wrong, you have a commoner in your squad as well. Everyone thinks he's a big shot because of his four-leaf grimoire, but he's a commoner through and through. They may have pulled off the dungeon crawling mission, but I have no doubt I would have done a better. Alekdora. Well, Crimson Lion Cub, aren't you full of yourself? His work may be subpar, but it's not as if we expect much of a commoner. True, he's Golden Dawn, but it is we nobles who embody the ideals of our squad and captain. Izuku. Gets a little annoyed. Klaus. Now, with all due respect. Alekdora. And what about you, Klaus? A man of your caliber should be ashamed to be the company of those commoners. As for you, Mimosa, I hear you were injured and removed yourself from the fight. Your ineptitude is making Royal House Vermilion a laughing stock. Mimosa. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Izuku. I twitch and stops eating. Asta. Stops eating. Klaus. No, she performed great. Izuku. Smiles right. Walks to Mimosa and pats her head. Don't worry, Mimosa, you may have been injured in the dungeon, but you won't let that stop you from getting better, right? Mimosa. Filled with confidence again and smiles yes. Izuku. Smiles and looks at Alekdora. You know, Alekdora. You shouldn't blame Mimosa, she made the right choice. Alekdora. TCH. I don't need to hear that from a disgrace like you. Someone who pretends to be the best captain. When you weren't even here for a whole week. Avoiding your work. Daniel, Ava, Linda and Mary. Gets angry and ready to fight. Izuku. Lifts hand to stop. Daniel, Ava, Linda and Mary. Right, Captain. Izuku. Very well, let me ask you a question. If you were in a fight and took damage that was so bad that if you were to move, you would lose your arm, would you do? Alekdora. I would fight and win. Izuku. Puts finger on chin. That's what I expected from a fool like you. Yes, it's true that you've won the battle and you can all celebrate, but soon enough you'll realize that the only fool on that battlefield was you. Alekdora. What? Angry. Izuku. Do you know the answer? Alekdora. I just answered it. I won. Izuku. Yes, but in return, you've lost your arm, then another enemy comes and kills you because of your stupidity. Nozzle. Fugolian and Charlotte sparked a little smile from Izuku's words. Since no one in the Clover Kingdom was able to fight against his logic. Solid. Come, Alekdora, we all know who the inept person here is, and it's not poor little Mimosa. Right, Noelle. Pours water on her head. Asta. Gets annoyed. Izuku. I've done my part. Walks to Charlotte and rests his arm on her shoulder. Charlotte. What do you want, Izuku? Izuku. Oh, come on. Big sis tear, I know you missed me. Charlotte. Tick mark and wraps her magic around Izuku. I told you not to call me that. Izuku. And she's mad. Hi. Saul. Keep you grabby man hands away from Char. Charlotte. Call me Captain Saul. Izuku. Smiles still. Besides that, Charlotte, I missed you a lot while I was away. Charlotte. Smiles. Me too. How was it? Izuku. Looks off to the side and puts hand on the back of his neck. Annoying as hell, but hey. I did get 3 new squad members. One of which is my girlfriend. Charlotte. Smirk. Oh, what about your feelings for Marioliona and Vermile? Izuku. Shish, no knows yet. Don't tell. Charlotte. Right. For the time that Izuku was speaking to Charlotte and Saul, he couldn't hear the conversation in the background until he heard a stomp and looked back to see Asta standing on top of a table. Asta. You were invited here by the Wizard King. So I assumed you must be pretty amazing, but you're just like all the rest of them, aren't you? Commoner, rat, disgrace, failure. Do you think I care about what you people call me? Watch, 'cause I will. Gets wrapped in sand. Alekdora. That's enough out of you, little rat. We will not be spoken to in such a manner by your kind. Be quiet. Asta. Slices through the spell *, not a chance. Alekdora. How dare you? Asta. Now you better listen up, because I wasn't done talking. I'm gonna get results like no one has before. I'll do whatever I have to become the Wizard King and prove you wrong. Izuku. Smiles. You truly are an interesting kid, Asta. But you aren't the only one who wants to be the strongest knight and won't just let you get stronger than me without a fight. Manifesting light and gravity, this is the power I will use to get there as well. Back to where we were. When Asta made that remark, it got quiet until some people spoke. Happy smile. Not a chance. Alekdora. You become the Wizard King. Nebra. A mere commoner. Fugolian. Goes to Izuku. Izuku. Stops smiling and looks at Fugolian *, something on your mind. Fugolian. He truly is an interesting kid. Izuku. Right. Solid and Nebra. Start to laugh *, you've got to be joking. Solid. Water binding magic. Sea serpent's coil. Asta. Slices the spell. Solid. Impossible. Nebra. Mist binding magic. Mist spider's thread spell. Asta. Slices through the spell. Izuku. Watching him. Anti-magic. How interesting. Alekdora. So it's true. He's destroying our magic. This kid is no ordinary commoner. We'll take him. Opens grimoire. With an attack range like that, we have nothing to fear. Sand creation magic. Sand armored guard. * holds Asta in place. Mimosa. He's in trouble. Klaus. Is this necessary? I'm sure he's learned his lesson. Alekdora. Did I ask you to speak? Klaus. No, sir. Alekdora. Such behavior cannot go unpunished. Especially when it disrupts something as important as the Distinguished Service Ceremony banquet. Izuku. Confused, but you're the one who's using magic. Solid. Now. Why so gentle? Don't tell the Golden Dawn is getting soft now, Alekdora. Restraining him is not enough. People like this need their lesson beating into them. Summons a water bullet. Noel. Don't do it. Solid. This should shut your mouth for good. Noel. Please, Solid, no. Daniel, Ava, Mary, Linda and Yuno. Puts hand on their grimoires, about to help. Solid. Holy water bullet. * shoots it at Asta. As for Izuku, he was just standing there, arms crossed with a smile, until Mini Thea appeared on his shoulder. Thea. Are you not going to help? Izuku. He'll be fine. Watch. Daniel, Ava, Mary, Linda and Yuno. About to use magic. Asta. Pulls out Demon Slayer sword and destroys both spells. I'm not done yet. Sends the magic back at Solid *. Now apologize. Izuku. He has a second sword. Thea. I see, never mind then. * sits on his shoulder. For Solid, he was put on his knees by the spell hitting him, but before he could do anything else. The room goes cold. Solid. Nozzle. What are you doing? Nozzle. Enough, Solid, you shouldn't be so quick to use your magic against a mere commoner. Nozzle. I said enough. Izuku. Deadpan look. Oh come on, Nozzle. You can't lie, that was pretty entertaining. Asta. The air. It's freezing. This ice cold pressure is different than Captain Yami's. So this is the captain of the Sliver Eagles. Nozzle. A commoner who dares to defy royalty. I wonder how I should punish you. Klaus. Now a captain is involved too. Asta. Difficulty breathing. Nozzle. Lifts hand. Fugolian. This has gone far enough. Nozzle. Turns around to face Fugolian. Fugolian. What are you thinking, ganging up on a lone youth like this? Where is your sense of honor? Izuku. Smiles, always quick to resolve the situation. Fugolian. Now that reminds me of her. Inside his mind. Izuku. Blushing and shakes his head. No, stop thinking those thoughts. Charlotte. Besides him with a smug face. What were you thinking about just now? Izuku. blushing and shakes head at breakneck speeds. Nothing. Charlotte. Really? That blush doesn't look like nothing. Izuku. Looks away. Nozzle. A royal has recognized a commoner as his rival, truly. When everyone hears that they look at both Fugolian and Nozzle. Izuku. Whispers to Charlotte we should back up. Charlotte. Whispers back why? You are strong enough to stop them. Izuku. Walks back to Saul and their table. I'm not interested in getting in between their rivalry. Fugolian. Remember Nozzle. The Wizard King invited this young man. He may be a commoner, but we still extend him a manner of acceptance. Nozzle. I never would have expected such nonsense being spoken by a royal. I'm sorry to see how weak House Vermilion has become. You're a disgrace to the family. Fugolian. Fugolian. What did you say? Nozzle. Has an eagle in the skies. How can I ever accept an insect who crawls upon the ground? Afterwards both Fugolian and Nozzle start to release their aura against each other. Showing up as a flaming lion and frozen eagle. Izuku. See, Saul. We should probably stop them. Char. Charlotte. No Saul, let the boys play out their little rivalry and call me captain. Saul. Right Char, whatever you say. Charlotte. That's captain. The building then shakes unnaturally, but before anyone could speak about it, a random mage opens the door. Mage. Terrible news. Nozzle and Fugolian. Stops their aura. Fugolian. What is it? Mage. Sir, the royal capital is under attack. Everyone in the room gets shocked and angry. In the royal capital a bunch of zombie-looking creatures were attacking people all the while a man was laughing on top of a building. The mages were trying to defeat them. But they wouldn't go down. Laughing asterisk come out and show yourselves magic knights. Back at the banquet. Fugolian. What do you mean the royal capital is under attack? Sheen. I'll use my stone creation magic. Stone model of the world. A stone model then comes out the ground and shows the royal capsule. Klaus. That's a stone model of the royal capital. Alekdora. Troops with this much power to attack 5 places at once without us noticing. Fugolian. Yes, a skill spatial magic user must have transported them all at once. Izuku. But that doesn't make sense. The noble realm has a constant magic barrier around it, making it so no one can invade the capital. Did one of the guardian mage turn traitor or did they break through the magic barrier? Whatever it was, this took extreme skill. Asta. What's everyone waiting for? Everyone. Asta. People are getting killed and standing here isn't going to help them. I'm out of here. Klaus. Just where do you think you're going? We still don't have a grip on the situation. Besides, what will you do when you can't even detect magic power? Asta. I'm just gonna go wherever it's loudest. Klaus. What are you, some kind of animal? Izuku. Laughs a little. Leopold. Laugh asterisk wait up Asta. Runs after him. I'm not gonna miss seeing my rival in action. Fugolian. Really Leo, it may be hard to take orders from me, but we must act now. I'll go after the Black Bull boy and Leo, and once I've secured them we'll head to the north. Summons a Fire Lion Black Bull girl, you're with me. Silver Eagles take the center district. Blue Rose Knights head east. Golden Dawn split into 2 teams, one heads northwest, the other west. Dark Shadow Dragons, you take the south. Izuku. Right. Daniel. I got this, Captain. Summons a glitchy-looking bird. Fugolian. Failure today will bring shame to the Magic Knights. Don't not let the enemy get away. Everyone. Right. Everyone flies away, and once they leave Charmy comes out, but before she was going to help, she smells something and decides otherwise. In the royal capital all the knights get there before anyone else gets hurt and protects the people with low magic spells. Izuku. Gravity magic. Gladiators repose. A ton of stone swords appear out the ground and slash the zombies away. As for in a certain place in the royal capital a little girl was being surrounded. Tell me girl, do you like it here in the Clover Kingdom? Little girl. Scared and crying, yes I do, I love it. So please sir, please you need to stop. Smiles, I can't, I hate the Clover Kingdom. So I'm going to take this town and its people and destroy you all. Before the zombie could get to her through. Asta comes through the fire. Asta. Alright then, I'm gonna protect them. I knew some magic knight would show up, but a black bull really. Asta. Get away from her, you psycho. She's just a kid. Really, a black bull with a rusty old sword? You really believe you can stand against my puppets? His zombie don't get up through and the little girl runs to Asta. How on did he? Little girl. I was so scared. Asta. I know, but you did great. I need you get behind me now. Oh, I see, you must be that anti-magic freak. Asta. Heard of me? Honestly, through this can't be right. The Black Bulls may be the weakest of the Magic Knight squads, but even they wouldn't take on a weak, magicless boy like you. Summons more zombies. Asta. Cuts them down. Center. Nozzle. We're here now, everybody step back. Western. Klaus. What are these things? Nothing we do seems to put them down. Eastern. Saul. Oh wow, these things are gross. Hachar. Charlotte. Yes they are, just looking at them makes me sick, and call me captain. Stay back. Northwest. Mimosa. There's so many of them. You know. A corpse army. I wonder if they have any weaknesses. Alekdora. TCH. If you're strong enough, the enemy's weaknesses don't matter. North. Noel. Really creepy. Leopold. I hope my rival's alright. Fugolian. You can worry about the Black Bull boy later, Leo. These things, there's magic power inside them, but while they can move, they aren't living beings, so everyone. To make sure they stay down, we must destroy them. Leopold. Let's see how you like this spell. Flame magic. Spiral flames. Fugolian. Flame magic. Selenia. Sheen. Send stone rocks at them. Klaus. Steel creation magic. Spiral lance. Hammond. Glass creation magic. Flare de Veer. Alekdora. Sand creation magic. Sand armor guard. Uno. Wind magic. Towering tornado. Mimosa. My dream healing flower cradle spell can help if you've been injured. Any wounded, please come see me. Mary. Blood magic. Scarlet spears. Linda. Sound magic. Heartbeat wave. Daniel. Video magic. Imaginary swords. Charlotte. Send some briars to the zombies. Saul. Earth creation magic. Raging mother goddess. Charlotte. That's captain. Not one soul is permitted to touch me. Briar creation magic. Corpse hunting briar trees. Solid. Water creation magic. Slashing sea serpent. Nebra. Mist magic. Solid mist clones. Nozzle. Receive your punishment. Mercury magic. Rain of sliver. This is what happens to anyone who dares to rise against our land. We crush them. Fugolian. Flame creation magic. Leo Rudience. Summons a great flame lion that breathes fire * burn to ash. A bunch of zombies surround Izuku, but he didn't seem worried at all. Izuku. Opens light grimoire. Ah, it's good to be home. Serious look, although, you people dare to try and destroy my home. I'll show you what happens to people like you, and I just so happen to upgrade my ray of divine punishment, so let me show you. Light magic. Solar death ray. All the zombies around Izuku get vaporized by the blinding light. Izuku. Pathetic. As for Asta, he was cutting down the zombies until eventually they were all gone, and when he charged at the mysterious man, he got cut on the cheek, and then the man summoned a monster. Number 4. Jimmy. These people failed to see how powerful I am, so they're guilty to me. Izuku. Gravity magic. Repelling force. The zombie gets split into nothing with Izuku's spell. Ava. Paint magic. Burning red paint. For Asta, the monster he was fighting made it difficult for him to protect the girl and fight. While he was fighting, he was taking more damage. All the while he was doing this, Noelle was watching him, but after remembering the memories of her siblings taunting, she hesitates. But Fugolian goes to her. Fugolian. Chops her head * focus. Noelle. Ow, what did you do that for? Fugolian. Tell me, Black Bull girl, you aren't hesitating because of your siblings taunting, are you? Noelle. Gets quiet. Fugolian. There's no time for that on the battlefield. One bad decision out here could mean lives lost. Forget your insecurities, you stand here today as a member of the Magic Knight. If you join the order of your own accord, you must be determined to grow stronger. Noelle. Stronger. Fugolian. There isn't any shame in being weak, girl. The shame is in staying weak. Noel. Right, he's been proving that along, hasn't he? If he could do it, then so can I. Back to Asta. Asta had been put down to one knee and was tired. While he was doing that, one of the orbs went past his defense and almost made it to the little girl, although she gets protected by both a light magic barrier and a water magic barrier. Izuku. Asta. Captain Izuku and Noel. Oh, Captain Izuku, I remember you. I created a special play thing just for you. Number 3. Jax. Izuku. Pathetic. Light magic. Explosive light barrage. Summons 5 orbs of light and sends them at the creature. When Izuku shoots the light at the puppet, it absorbs the attack instead of being damaged. Izuku. It absorbed my magic. Jax. Punches Izuku in the face. Izuku. Gets knocked away. Damn, that hurts. It absorbed my magic and used it to attack me back. Before Izuku could do anything though, the puppet starts using his magic. Jax. Summons light swords of conviction. Izuku. Using light to move across the battlefield and opens light grimoire. Damn, I don't know how to use this spell yet. Fuck it, I don't have a choice. Light magic. Heavenly splitting flash. Sends a giant slash at the puppet. Jax. Absorbs it and uses it against Izuku. Izuku. Annoyed, you're really becoming a pain in my ass. Gravity magic. Presence of the Demon King. The gravity starts to become heavy, but to his surprise, it absorbs the gravity magic as well as uses it against him again. Before the puppet named Alfred could use a powerful lightning spell against Izuku, it gets burned into ashes by Fugolian. Asta. What's wrong with me? Why couldn't I beat him? I wanted to do it on my own. Fugolian. I interfered in your fight. It was necessary, I'm sorry. I thought it a pity for a magic of your caliber to die here. Asta. Looks at him. Fugolian. Looks back at him. Forgive me. I will say though, for a commoner with no magic, you handled yourself well against a difficult enemy. Remembers Yami's words. He was right. It pains me to admit it, but Yami showed greater foresight than the rest of us. Walks forward. Asta was it. Earlier you said, you plan to become the Wizard King. What, you think you can be the Wizard King? Whatever anti-magic abilities you have, you're a brainless brat. You'll never amount to anything. Fugolian. Asta. Smiles and turns his head to look at him. It seems that I'm your rival as well. Asta. Shocked. Interesting turns of events. It seems that the Black Bull boy couldn't handle it. So it looks like I got a new opponent. Laughs. None other than the captain of the Crimson Lion Kings. The great Fuegoleon Vermilion. Fugolian. You've done enough. You can leave the rest to me now. Fire aura. Small chuckle. Noel and Leopold POV. Noel. He's alright. Leopold. My brother's got this. Dodges an attack. Back to Asta and Fugolian. Asta. Did he really mean what he said before? A captain's rival? No way. This is no time to be giving up. I'll fight with you. Runs forward. I can keep going. Fugolian. No you can't. Chops his head. Asta. Shaking in pain. Like I wasn't already hurt enough. Fugolian. Exactly. A warrior must always be aware of his body's condition. He must decide if he is truly able to fight. Looks at him. Asta. Looks at his own hands. Fugolian. I would say most likely by now you are not. You fearless is your greatest weapon you have. But you must learn to remain calm, if you truly do wish to be the Wizard King. Asta. Nods to him. Fugolian. Tell me, what is the purpose of this attack? Your actions are too inconsistent to be a true invasion and too organized to be some sort of terrorism. Just who are you? You really don't know. Well, I can't say I'm surprised. Though it's a shame I'm the only one enjoying this reunion. Fugolian. What's that? I was a magic knight. Inducted 6 years ago as a top candidate. Fugolian. One of us. No, that can't be possible. More than possible, I assure you. Though I guess you only took little note of me at the time. Flashback. 6 years ago when Izuku had just turned into a captain and the rest of them went to the Magic Knight entrance exam. Everyone saw him. standing in front of the captains while giving off a strong aura. Fugolian. He's an ordinary citizen, but his power is amazing. End of flashback. Fugolian. It's been a long time. But I remember you. Your name. TCH the name's Raids. Fugolian. Raids, yes. You were chosen by the Purple Orcas, so why are you fighting against us now? Raids. Cause those fools kicked me out. Fugolian. You were expelled. That doesn't make sense, you were stronger and had so much potential. Raids. They were scared of what I could do with my wraith magic. They said it was dangerous, forbidden. I was exiled not just from my squad but from the entire kingdom. I'm only an average citizen. No one cared enough to stand up for me. No one. I was beneath them. It didn't matter that my skills were greater. Greater than the nobles. Greater than anyone's. Magic is supposed to be everything and yet they case me aside, fools. There you have it, Captain. I'm here to use my curse power to get revenge on the Magic Knights and the kingdom that rejected me. That is the purpose of this attack. From an unknown location. Well, that's one of the purposes anyway. Fugolian. All this to get your revenge. Don't toy with me, you fool. Raids. You doubt me, huh? That's the thing about reasons. They're usually quite simple. Fugolian. Leo. Leopold. Right here, brother. Fugolian. Do you need any help? Leopold. Nope, we've got this under control. Don't worry about us. Noel. Hey, Fugolian. All right then, you take care of that creature while I handle the mage. Asta. Wow, these guys are so freaking cool. Raids. You don't actually think that's going to work. Their magics are too mismatched to be of any help to each other. Fugolian. That's enough talking, time to fight. Flame creation magic. Leo Rudiance. Breaths fire towards Raids. However, out the fire came Raids with his wraith and a barrier. Fugolian. The wraith shielded itself. Raids. Laughs, meet my number one Carl. This guy was a pretty strong defense mage back when he was alive. With a dash of my curse power, we're basically impervious. Asta. Geez, another one. How many does this guy have? Fugolian. Asta. Sir. Fugolian. Remember what I said before about staying calm. Pay close attention. Raids. You're so sure, you'll come out on top. Defense magic isn't the only thing he's good at. Magic bullets start to come out the wraith. Fugolian. Flame creation magic. Ignis Kalinda. Asterisk puts a flame magic barrier around him. Raids. Just you got yourself. A magic barrier just like Carl, huh? Fugolian. Doesn't respond. Raids. Fine, let's see how you fare against an ironclad defense with a rapid-fire attack. Fugolian. Indeed, I appear to be quite helpless. Raids. Ha ha ha. Ah, is that all you've got? Have to say, Captain, I'm very disappointed in you. When Raids was done talking, a blue beam of fire went through the barrier and killed his wraith. Which shocked him and Asta. Fugolian. My flame magic. Selenia. When you attacked, the mana grew thin on the barrier for just a moment. Those were the spots I aimed for. You think I've never been up against that sort of attack before? Listen up, you two. You are Magic Knights. You will constantly be facing strong foes and trickly magic. You must calmly judge your abilities and those of your enemy, fight bravely but keep a cool head and maintain control. It's not easy, but if you can do that you will not lose. Understood. Noel and Leopold. Yes, sir. Asta. That quickly he zeroed in on the enemy's weakness and managed to reassure his allies. So that's what it means to be a Magic Knight squad captain. He awesome. Raids. No, he defeated my number one wraith so easily. I should have won, not him. Fugolian. Listen to me, Raids. You have incredible talent as well as strong magic. But wielding without a just heart they are no more than savagery. You're a monster, they were right to have expelled you. Raids. Losing himself. For Izuku, his shirt was ripped apart. This enemy was tough, no matter what he did. This puppet would just send his attacks back at him with sometimes double the power. He knew he could end it with Spirit Dive or Devil Assimilation. But he wasn't used to those powers yet and he didn't know how to use it properly. So he wasn't going to risk this thing using stronger magic against him. Izuku. But still, Creates a light sword and a stone sword. I won't lose to the likes of you. As Izuku continues to fight this wraith and clash with it, he starts to reach his limit of his magic. 2 hours of fighting and casting high-level magic spells left and right. Izuku. Attracting force. Archangel's spears. This caused his light spears to become faster and pierce the wraith, but just like before, it was absorbed. Izuku. Alright, let's do. Wraith. Appears behind him and slashes his chest. Izuku. Flies away. Light recovery magic. Healing light. Gravity magic. Heavy infighting. Wraith. Appears in front of him ready to cut him again. Izuku. Does a barrage of punches against the creature. This isn't enough. As Izuku was thinking, Dia spoke to him. Inside his mind. Dia. Inside his mind. Izuku, I can help. Izuku. But I. Dia. The problem you have is that you are only using my magic. The right way to use spirit magic is to combine it with your own and fuse them to become one. Izuku. Eyes widen and shocked. That's it. When Dia told him this, Izuku felt stupid. The only time he had the light spirit, he thought the way to use it was to only use the power of the spirit. But now he had just learned that the right way to unlock his potential was to fuse his Dia's magic and his own magic together to make one. Wraith. Breaks out of the barrage and about to cut Izuku into pieces. Izuku. Shadow over his eyes. Before the wraith could hit him though, Izuku starts to release a massive amount of light, and once his body was revealed, his shirt was completely burned from the bright and hot light. Izuku. Opens eyes. Dia. Sitting on his shoulder. Izuku. Smiles. I'm sorry for using your power in the wrong way, Dia. But our promise from before is now void. I will make a new promise now. I promise to use your power to its fullest. That includes you to Lucifero. Lucifero. Inside Izuku's mind. Shut up, partner. Get him. Everyone was able to see the light that Izuku was giving off and were blinded by it, except for the captains. Izuku. Pulls his arms and leg into himself. Light spirit magic. Dia's wrath. When Izuku released his arms and legs, a massive beam of light vaporized the wraith he was fighting instantly. But since this was the first time, he used spirit magic in the right way. He had a lot of magic into that beam, making his vision a little blurry for a second before it refocused. Izuku. Goes to the ground and about to fall. Daniel. Captain. Helps him up. Izuku. Thank you. Mary. Well, it seems like your upper clothing got destroyed again. Izuku. Yes, that's true, but looks at his hand. I can tell. I've made a massive leap in terms of power since I finally know how to use it right. But I'm not done. I will be the strongest knight in this whole country. Back to where we were. When Izuku destroyed the wraith, it took a lot out of him, but he still had enough magic to heal himself and cast low-level spells. As for the others, Leopold had just gotten done destroying the last wraith, which caused Fugolian to proud of them, and Noel and Leopold both saluted him. Noel. What am I doing saluting him? Asta. Wow. Feels pain and holds his side. Fugolian. Smiles and turns his attention to Raids and walks to him. Raids. No, it's not over. I'll show you, royal or not. No one is more powerful than I am. Fugolian. Now. Flame creation magic. Leo Palma. Fire covers restrains Raids. Raids. Get these flames off me, damn you. This isn't far. As he was speaking, Izuku went to Raids. Izuku. Goes back to walking normally. I've recovered enough to walk. Good. Guys, you go make sure no enemies remain. Daniel, Linda, Mary and Ava. Yes sir. Runs off. Fugolian. I have a lot of questions to ask you and you will answer. But first I'm going to take a look at your grimoire. Raids. Wait, no. Leave it alone. Fugolian. Picks it up. Seems unusually thin. Izuku. Strange. Once he opens the grimoire, Izuku and Fugolian both got shocked, because it only had one page. Izuku. What? Fugolian. Does this mean he did all this with only spell? Raids. Quit looking. Put it down now. I don't need your mockery too. Asta. Mockery. I don't hear anyone laughing. Izuku. Fugolian and Raids. Turns their head to Asta. Asta. I get you wanted people to take you seriously, but I don't understand why you had to do it like this. You're strong and you've got a ton of magic power. But now, all that strength and power mean nothing, you threw it all away. Raids. Shocked. Fugolian and Izuku. Smiles. Fugolian. Perhaps you could have become a great man if you'd gone down a different path. This is where the lack of a just heart has brought you. It was quiet, but after a few seconds Raids starts to talk to himself, or so they thought. Well, are you satisfied? I hope you've at least learned a lesson. Clearly your might alone with not enough to defeat a squad captain. Izuku. A voice. Raids. No, I almost won, really. Sometimes you can't win, no matter how great your power. My power to nears its limit. No more acting on your own, for now we act according for the master's sake and yours as well. As for the rest of the Magic Knights, the citizens were happily cheering for them for their victory. Sol. A nice hot bath sounds nice, Char. Charlotte. Heavenly. RG. Good job. Blue Rose Knights. Nozzle. I have a feeling this isn't over. What do they want? Excellent. They're all in the right areas. A few seconds later, a large spatial magic spells consumes the Magic Knights and sends them away except for Yuno. Because for some reason his grimoire helped him escape. Fugolian. Something's wrong. Noel. Where did the other Magic Knight's mana go? Leopold. I don't know. I can't sense it either. Izuku. Looking around cautiously, someone else is here, but where? Asta. Looking around. Fugolian. I want to know, where the others you're working with? Back to the people. They were unaware of a witch watching them from above. This fools fell for it. Are these really the greatest knights who protect the country? How pathetic. I was going to play with any of the knights that escaped, but oh well. Prepares grimoire. Ash Curse magic. Ash Curse formation. Hit by the magic, caused the people to grow older, but while she was doing this, eventually Yuno started to fight her. Yuno. I'm not going to hurt any more of these people. You old hag. You're dead. Prepares more magic. Asterisk. How dare you call me oldhag. Ash Curse magic. Cheerful ash destruction. This little shell contain all kinds of lovely curses. The best part is you won't know what they do until they hit you. Yuno. Who are you and what do you people want? You pretty face has earned you an answer. Our mission is simple. There's a certain someone we need to get rid of. Yuno. And who is that? Oh come on, you honestly think I would tell you? Right, good looks only get you so far. Back to Fugolian and the rest. Fugolian. There at least one other involved in this invasion. This required spatial magic on an immense scale. So tell me, where is your partner? Have they escaped already? They may have managed to send the Magic Knights away from the capital, but that doesn't mean they have the power necessary to capture it. Nor do I believe this to be a feint to reach the king. You've made it clear your personal motive is revenge, but I sense there was a larger purpose behind the attack. Raids. Starts laughing. Izuku. Getting pissed and about to use magic to make him talk. Raids. You want to know what we're after? You Fugolian Vermilion. We came for you. Izuku. Confused. Fugolian. For me, Leopold. But why him? Fugolian. Yes, why? A spatial magic spell starts to consume Fugolian as well. Fugolian. Spatial magic again, hey. Very well. Maybe now we'll get to the bottom of this. Disappears. When Fugolian disappears, everyone got a bad feeling about it. Like something was going to happen. Unknown place. Fugolian. Lands on the ground. Strange. What is this place? Back to Yuno. But to Yuno. After a while of fighting her, Yuno does end it getting hit by a couple of the shells, then some more. Making him blind, deaf and numb, but after that he finally ended up learned how to use his spirit's power. AKA the Wind Spirit. Yuno. Charging up massive mana. The mana is gathering, it feels like. No, he is controlling the mana. Yuno. I see now. The spirit has been sending out mana signals this whole time. But I relied too much on my vision and hearing, so I wasn't able to sense them. Izuku. Looks to the side and sees Yuno. Thea, is that? Thea. Yes, that is the Wind Spirit. Well, you are going to have some competition if you want to surpass the Wind Spirit. Yes, it's true that I'm stronger than her, but the question is, which one of you will be better at using spirit power? Izuku smirks, yeah right. I won't let myself lose. You know. There's just one very important thing to know about me. Nervous. You know. The truth is, I would rather give my life than lose. Wind spirit magic. Sylph's breath. One chance I have to use the power I stole. Izuku. Good job you know. Unknown place. Walks to Fugolian. Fugolian. Shocked it's you. After Yuno defeated the witch, she ran away and ended up running into Charmy and got defeated by Charmy, and Yuno passed out afterwards due to mana overuse. When the witch was defeated, she was restrained and passed out, causing all the mana she stole to return to the people. Back to the group. Leopold. You evil bastard. Holding Raid's shirt asterisk, tell me where you sent my brother. Raids. Laughs in his face. Noel. He's just toying with you. He wasn't the one who cast the spatial magic spell. With Tay pinpoint accuracy of it, no one would be able to pull it off if they weren't close by. Looks around, they're hiding nearby. Asta and Izuku. Looking around. Soon enough Asta ends up charging at one of the mountains of corpses and swings his sword at it. But when he does, a spatial magic user comes out it. Noel. He was hiding under the corpses. Nice observation skills. I had a feeling you would suss out my magical transformations. But I couldn't even get past you with this disguise. I thought Izuku would have been the one to figure it out first. I guess that spell before took a lot out of you. Izuku. Damn it, my magic sense isn't as strong as I thought. Oh well, this just means I'll have to get so much stronger. I can't fight for long if we get into one. Lucky I've gained the keys to getting stronger. Seems things are about to start happening. You really are quite the animal. Rips off mask regardless, it's already over now. Asta. Over. Leopold. What is? Another spatial portal opens and out of it comes Fugolian, missing an arm. Noel and Leopold. Runs to his side to help. Izuku. Eyes widen, no. Damn you. Asta. But how? How can someone be that strong? That's just insane. Noel. His arm. Leopold. This can't be. No. Shaking, you can't die. Fugolian. No. Not my brother. He'd never lose. He'd never lose. Never. Before they could say anything else, Fugolian's grimoire falls through a portal telling them he's still alive. Noel. It's Captain Fugolian's grimoire. Wait, if his grimoire's still intact, that means he's not dead yet. Izuku. Happy sigh, thank God, runs to Fugolian asterisk, let me help Noel. Noel. Right, rips a piece of clothing to stop the bleeding, try healing him. Izuku. Yeah, I'm low on mana, but I don't care. I won't let him die. Light magic. Healing light. Struggles to maintain the spell. Leopold. Impossible. There's no way. Captain Fugolian's grimoire starts to disappear still. Izuku. Damn it. Heavy breathing, alright, we need to create a tourniquet. While thinking this, Leopold get knocked away by Raids. Noel. He still has a reserve of magic left. Izuku. TCH. Fugolian. This is where the lack of just heart has lead you. Raids. Laughing, I lack a just heart, do I? Well, I have to tell you, the way I've lived my life, my heart has done just right by me. Looks like you have to save your preaching for the afterlife, Captain. You've fulfilled your purpose here. Raids. Stops and looks up at him. Take your leave, Raids, before the other magic knights get here. Uses spatial magic. Izuku. Finishes the tourniquet there. Raids. Spatial magic appears at his feet. TCH. Asta. No way, not yet. Raids. It's little Asta, right? Don't worry, I promise to kill you soon enough and make a plaything out of your corpse. Something we can both look forward to, you brat. Asta. Runs towards Raids. Noel. Asta. I'm not close enough. I'll never make it. Noel. Just let him go. He won't last long with wounds like that. Izuku. Tired, leave it to him, no ye. Asta. I can do this. Remember what Captain Fugolian told me. There must be some way I can stop him, I just have to figure out what it is. Eyes widen, spatial magic is still magic and I've still got one sword left. Throws Demon Dweller's sword in the spell and cuts Raids in the face and destroys another spell. Izuku. Tired smile. Asta. You're complaining about a little cut after the pain you've caused. You want pain. I'll give you pain. Punches him. Raids. Stumbles. Asta. You tortured innocent people and laughed while doing it. Punches him again. Raids. Stop it. Those poor innocents you're so worried about. It only proves how weak they are. It's just the natural order. The weaker mages will always lose the ones with greater power. Cursed orb in hand asterisk and you were born to die. Worthless piece of trash. Throws it at Asta. Asta. Cuts through it natural order huh. Asterisk headbutts him asterisk then what do you call this? That's right, maybe I don't have any magic. I'm still the strongest one here and I'll prove it to everyone here when I become the Wizard King. Izuku. Small chuckle no you won't. I'll be the strongest. Raids. Hey Valtos. I could use a little help here. Valtos. I've already done everything I can. Anti-magic is trickier than I expected. Seems like the smartest plan of action is to take care of him first. About to use a spell. Before he could use said spell through Leopold shoots a spiral flame at him. Leopold. Being upset won't help us. Always remember to stay calm right brother. Let's go Asta. Izuku. Gets up as well. Tired you're not getting away. So what should I do? I can't afford to lose raids yet. Izuku, Asta and Leopold, walking towards raids. Raids. Backing up asterisk get away from me, damn you. How pitiful. After hearing said voice a bunch more Midnight Sun members show up. Asta. Laughing then cuts himself. Izuku. Laughs a little surprising effective. Noel. Asta. Leopold. What was that? Asta. Small surgery. Now I'm ready to fight again. Watch I'll prove it to you. Raids. Seriously did he just strike himself with his own blades to dispel the curse? Unbelievable. WHO would do that. Ha ha ha. This kid's funny. Can I dissect him later? Be quiet and focus. Really, you're no fun. All 5 of them charge a spell at them. Asta. Here's the thing I've been fighting uphill battles since I was born. No matter how many guys you've got and no matter what you do to me. I'll cut right through every last one of you. You hear me? Let's see what you've got. Izuku. Smiles let's do this. Has the threat of our superior numbers driven him mad? What's it matter anyway? I can dissect a crazy person. Asterisk shoots 5 spells at them. Asta. Uses both swords to spin in circle destroying every spell. Izuku. Ducking under his swords gravity magic. Heavy infighting. Gladiator dual wield creates 2 stone swords. As they continue to fight they realize Asta's powers. Asta. You got it captain. I'm gonna calmly tear you to pieces. No likely. Leopold. Flame magic. Exploding flames. It doesn't hit anyone but Leopold doesn't stop. Leopold. Charges fire in his hand asterisk you think I'm gonna let you get away with what you did to my brother? One of us is going down today and it's not gonna be me. Swings at an eye of Midnight Sun members but misses. How you doing Asta? Izuku. You two got room for one more. Asta. Sure thing feel free to jump in whenever you want to. Damn this is tricky. Those two fight like wounded beasts and if that wasn't bad enough. They have Captain Izuku on their team. Yes it's true he only possesses 5% of what his true magic is. But he still is extremely powerful. He is definitely the strongest here even when weakened. Only using reinforcement magic and low-level gravity and light. Izuku. Glares at him. Sends weak light magic spells at them. They still dodge it. This wasn't our original objective. But you've made yourselves targets. Noel. Creates a water barrier if those fools thought I would let them kill my friends then they were sorely mistaken. Hey that's some pretty powerful defense magic. She has the look of the Royal House Silva. In that case. We should respond with something that's fits our station. Tree creation magic. Magic draining roots. The roots end up destroying the barrier. Wind magic. Death by tornado natto. The spell completely destroys and knocks out both Asta and Leopold. Now that leaves you. Izuku. Izuku. Looks around fine then. Crosses swords come get some. They start to shoot spell at Izuku and hit him but he keeps on deflecting them with his swords. Izuku. Damn it. Thea was right. When she told me how to properly use their magic, I noticed that I could do the same thing with Lucifero and Ea. I don't have to use devil assimilation and spirit assimilation to use their power along with my own. However, that was the first time I had used it, so being an idiot, I used my magic then necessary to destroy that wraith, leaving me weak and helpless. As Izuku continues to fight, he eventually reaches his limit and gets tired and dizzy, taking this chance. Two of them attack him with the same spell, Death by Tornado Nado, and another tree spell, and created swords which cut him a lot on his chest and back. Izuku drops swords and bleeding all over. Noel. Izuku. He can't hear you. He's unconscious. Still refusing to kneel, even when unconscious. That was harder than expected. Before they could get killed, the rest of the Magic Knights arrive. Alekdora. Did you think a little distance would keep us away? Valtos. You're back, but how from so far? Alekdora. We worked together to perfect our return. If I had to give the spell a name, I'd call it Super Compound Magic. Hammon. Haha. Merging our talents rather than vying for dominance. Saul. Well, I guess we can't write off man entirely, huh? Charlotte. Yes, it appears they can be useful. Solid. This cooperation business is leaving a bad taste in my mouth. Nebra. We Sliver Eagles have never been known for playing well with others. Nozzle. And yet, it is the responsibility of every Magic Knight to protect the kingdom. If we must work together to do that, then so be it. Charlotte. Sees Izuku. Izuku. Runs to him. Are you okay? Can you hear me? Izuku. Closes eyes and quiet shakily voice. Oh, you do care, Charlotte. Charlotte. Of course, my little brother. Izuku. Come on, we're the same age, damn it. Charlotte. Smiles. And yet that doesn't stop you from calling me your older sister. Also. Touches his shoulder. You can pass out now. Izuku. Small chuckle and passes out. Charlotte. Catches him and places him on the ground gently. Daniel, Ava, Linda and Mary, Captain. Runs to his side to protect him. Ava and Mary. Stand up and go to the Midnight Sun members. You will pay. Mimosa. What happened here? Noel. He's badly hurt. Do you think you can help? Mimosa. How horrible. Who could have done this to someone as strong as Captain Fugolian? Using healing magic. Someone check the others. Are they still breathing? Klaus. Come on, Asta. Wake up for me. Asta. Wakes up a little. Klaus. Good, he's alive. To have brought down fighters as strong as these four. How powerful are they? Valtos. Jumps through a portal. All losses will be too high if we continue this fight. Retreat. Nozzle. Opens grimoire. What, leaving so soon? Mercury magic. Rain of Sliver. Gel magic. Go sticky salamander. Nozzle. It'll take a far more powerful spell than that to withstand my Sliver rain. Pulls out a syringe. Think so. Dark magic item. Properties boost of form. The salamander then starts to absorb Nozzle's magic like it's nothing, and also makes the salamander take Asta. And gotcha. What do you plan to do with him? It's a secret. Laughs. Closes grimoire. We'll leave you for now, but remember this day, Magic Knights. We are Eye of the Midnight Sun, and we the bring the Clover Kingdom to its knees. Leaves through a spatial magic portal. Noel. They took Asta. Let's follow them. Klaus. Stop, Noel. It won't work. Noel. Why not? Klaus. We have no means of tracking them and no way to know what awaits us if they are found. Noel. I don't care. Nozzle. Let's it go. Our priority right now is to strengthen the royal capital's defenses. For all we know, there could be more enemies about. We have neither time nor magic to waste on something like him. Walks to Mimosa. For Mimosa, she was only able to heal Fugolian and Leopold. Izuku's injuries were bad as well, but he was tough. So everyone knew he wouldn't die. Nozzle. How is Fugolian? Will he survive? Mimosa. I've done all I can with my magic, but it won't be enough. We need to get them to medical ward for more advanced healing spells as soon as we can. We don't have much time. Soiled. Huh. A one-armed squad captain and an unconscious one covered in cuts and holes. Could there be any greater disgrace? This is what House Vermilion and the Dark Shadow Dragon's captain has become. It's almost makes me ashamed to be a royal and a magic knight. Ava. Getting angry. Noel. How could you say that? Captain Fugolian and Izuku fought bravely. Nozzle. Because we are magic knights. If we do not win, we may as well not exist. Noel. Trying counts for nothing. Solid. Less than nothing. The Crimson Lion Kings and the Dark Shadow Dragons are. Nozzle. Enough solid. We weren't here to fight and that makes us even less than them. Now see to the town's defenses. This is no time for your adolescent posturing. Solid. Right, Ava. Hey, walks to solid. Solid. What? Ava. Breaks his arm. You talk bad about my captain one more time and I will skin you alive, you fucking hypocrite. Do you hear me? Ava was holding Solid's broken arm so hard, it felt like it was going to get ripped off. Solid. Okay I'm so RRY I'm sore why. Ava. Lets him go. Yeah, you better be. Stupid bitch. Alekdora. There's some sort of spell blocking transmission magic. The chain of command is in chaos. That explains why outside reinforcements never arrived. Sol. Uses earth magic. Charlotte. We need to secure the perimeter. Keep your eyes open. Sol. You bet Char. Charlotte. Call me Captain Sol. Sol. Okay, securing the perimeter Captain Char. Alekdora. Quick Klaus. Return to HQ for backup. Klaus. Right, Noel. Worried Asta. Unknown place. At this unknown place, the Midnight Sun members came out a portal. Raids. You put your petty need for vengeance ahead of the mission and this is the result. The master may have taken a liking to you, but don't get cocky. Mocking about with those creatures of yours and taking on the captain by yourself. You're an arrogant fool. Raids. Give it a rest already. If you had stuck to the plan like you supposed to, things would have been much less complicated. Raids. I don't see what you have to complain about, when it was my precious puppets who were the victims of all this. Let's not forget about Catherine, things didn't turn out too well for her either. Raids. As if I care about that old hag. Valtos. Quit squabbling. Raids. I don't know why everyone's so angry. You got what you wanted, right? Valtos. Oh, and Sally. One thing. Turns around, this little prize of yours can't come with us. Kill him. Sally. What? You've got to be joking, I can't just kill a prime specimen like him. We're not taking about simple magic weakening spells. This kid has actual anti-magic. Asta. Wakes up, where am I? What is this stuff? It feels sort of nice. Only those people who have been acknowledged by the master can go where we're going. But don't need any unnecessary trouble. Kill him before the master comes for us. Asta. When Sally notices that he was awake, she tried speaking with him, but he didn't respond. So they went off into the unknown building, and waiting for them inside was Julius Novachrono, the Wizard King. Julius. Hi, you've kept me waiting. Everyone. Shocked. What? Sally. Oh, raids. Number. It can't be. The Wizard King. Julius Novachrono. How did he find us? Why is he here? Julius. Did you have a pleasant visit to the capital? Kill him now. Before they could react though, Julius appears in front of two members and kills them instantly with the orb of time. They're gone. How did you? Julius. Yeah, sorry about that. It would have been too difficult to restrain all of you. Much easier for me this way. Sends a tree hand at him. Julius. Destroys it instantly. This action scares all of them. Julius. You started this. It was your choice to attack the capital and now you're nervous. Don't tell me you came to kill without being prepared to die yourselves. Valtos. So strong, BTU, what did I expect? He is the Wizard King and with my magic power drained. Julius. Tell you what. You are skilled enough to make this a bit of challenge, but I rather not go through the trouble. So I'll make a offer. All the first person who surrenders survive. So do we have any takers? Don't be shy. All of them. Not happening. They all then starts to shoot magic at Julius, but he dodges them all and gets behind them. Julius. A test then. Let's see if it'll work on this many. Time binding magic. Chrono status. It freezes all the Midnight Sun members at the same time. Julius. Hey, look at that, I got you all. I guess I overestimated your skills. I hope you enjoyed this moment cause you're going to be stuck like that for a while. Asta. Drops to the ground. Julius. Oh Asta, there you are. It's nice to see you again. We keep running into each other. Asta. Yeah, that many powerful mages and he captured them all. It shouldn't be possible but he pulled it off. Amazing. Julius. Walks to Asta. You wanna be the Wizard King someday, right? Then I suggest you carefully consider everything you've seen today. This is just the smallest example of the sort of power you will have to outmatch. Asta. Shaking. This is who I'm chasing. The strongest man I've ever met and the one I have to surpass. Julius. Offers his hand. Can you stand? Asta. Stares at his hand. The Wizard King in all his power. Right here in front of me. Hits the ground. Asterisk idiot. Stop shaking. Gets up. Asterisk don't look weak. Julius. Well, it would seem you didn't need my help after all. As much as I hate to admit it, you people have some unique magic. It surprised me. Now then, there are quite a lot of questions I would like to ask you. Walks to a tablet. This tablet with the jewels. What is it for? I've never seen writing like this. Nor in such a pattern. What exactly were you trying to accomplish with it? Actually, hold that thought. You can't very well answer while in my spell now, can you? We'll have a nice chat about it later in the Clover Kingdom. Senses something and looks back. Get ready, something's coming. Suddenly a bright light appears which blinds Asta, but not the Wizard King, and a man appears. And when he shows up, just as quickly he disappears in a flash of light and takes 4 out of the 5 captured members, and with his disappearance went all the light. Asta. Huh, what just happened? Julius. He got away and his pals too. A light magic user who even faster than me and Izuku. I wonder if he's their leader. Who? Fascinating. Fascinatingly troubling. Anyway, we still got this one at least. When Julius was done speaking, an image of a man appeared in front of him. I don't own this image. Good, I got through. Now sir, where are you? Julius. Hey easy Marks. I'm alright, I've been a bit busy though. So I had our transmission magic temporarily suspended. Marks. Please explain later sir. You're needed at the medical ward. In the medical ward, Izuku, Leopold and Fugolian were being healed. Though Izuku and Leopold's injuries weren't that serious, although Izuku was more hurt than Leopold. Mimosa. This is horrible. They'll pull through, right? Saul. Poor guys. I sure hope they'll wake up soon. Alekdora. We've restored the magic barrier and the transmission magic as well. More knights are on the ground searching for any stragglers that the enemy may have left behind. Hammond. The capital should be completely secured now, and we're searching for that noisy, I mean lively boy from the Black Bulls as well. Asterisk laugh. S. Noel and Mimosa. Gets sad. Klaus. They haven't had him for long and he's a fighter. When he gets back, I'm going to slap that boy silly. Everyone then senses a massive influx of magic, and after a few seconds, Julius appears. Julius. Hey there everybody. Nice work today. Mimosa. It's the Wizard King. Noel. And Asta. Saul. Hey look, he's got a captive. Asta. Man, for a second there I seriously thought that was going to be it for me. Noel. Please, you always get in over your head and still haven't learned anything. Afterwards everyone says their worries to Asta, but he was alright in the end, and the Magic Knights explain what happened to Fugolian, Izuku. Julius. I see, and we don't know when he'll wake up. Losing a man like Captain Fugolian would be quite a blow. The consequences of my misjudgment. Charlotte. No, it's our inexperience that to blame for them both, and there's something else. We discovered that the pendant that Fugolian was wearing has disappeared. Julius. It's missing. Charlotte. Perhaps they staged the attack to acquire it. Do you have any idea who they are, sir? Julius. Well, no, but there have been rumors lately, and from what they said it seems that they have a grudge against the kingdom. We are the Eye of Midnight Sun, and we will bring the Clover Kingdom to its knees. Julius. However, I would suspect it's not as simple as that. The different colored jewels in that tablet, could Fugolian's pendant have been one of them? What happens when they're all in place? It's possible that Charlotte is right and they targeted Fugolian because the jewel was in his possession. However, it's equally likely that they sought to disable him because they worried he would interfere in their goals. We've been covertly investigating the number of dissidents. But this is the first time I've been able to link them to a single group. They're stronger than I anticipated. This was a large-scale attack backed by immense power. Perhaps I should have remained in the capital. Looks at the captive. We'll interrogate the prisoner for answers later. Whoever they are. I ask only one thing from the Magic Knights. That you preserve the peace of the Clover Kingdom. To achieve that we must put everything on the line and keep fighting. Asta. Salutes *, yes sir. Nozzle. Excuse me Wizard King. Walks away. Solid. We'll be right behind you. Asta. Why's he walking off like that? I thought we were doing the whole group salute thing. Talk about ruining the moment. Julius. There's a saying. Never wake a sleeping lion. Our mysterious enemy may have awoken an eagle instead. Nozzle. Inexcusable. What a spectacular failure. I can never allow that to happen again. Closes eyes Fugolian. I swear. I will find the people who did this to you. I hunt them down and I will bury them. Hammond. Ah, I've never felt so useless in my life. I hope something like that ever happens again. Saul. We won't let it. Charlotte. I promise we will get stronger. Door opens. When the door opens everyone feels an intense mana, and when they looked it was Izuku. Although he was different. Usually every single time Izuku would show himself in front of Magic Knights or people, his face would neutrally be in the shape of a smile, but now he wasn't smiling and his once normal body was covered in scars. This kinda scared some of the Magic Knights a little bit, but however Julius was proud for some reason he couldn't explain at the moment. But eventually he got his answer because Izuku, without saying a word or bothering to put on a shirt, he just left with his squad as well. Julius could sense it though, he was stronger than before. Julius. The dragon has finally awakened within you Izuku. I can't wait to see what this new you will achieve. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.